Paradigms along their own is going on, everybody? Oh my god, I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is in your time zone. Whoa, just got blasted with music there. That's okay. Just gotta stay on control, on top of it, right? It's like riding the wave. Chat, Kali Yuga. I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad. Anyway, I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is the 27th of February, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. A jar file somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Suffering through the allergies with me, perhaps. Trapped in a cyberbrain body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hypercapitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life. Or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat, I have a frog in my throat. Is that vegan? I guess if you can't help that there's a frog in your throat, it's technically vegan according to the Donald Watson definition. What is it again? Donald Watson definition of veganism. Okay. The Vegan Society. Okay, that sounds official. Veganism is the philosophy and way of living which it seeks to exclude as far as possible and practicable all forms. So as long as I clear my throat, I think I'm okay, chat. All forms of exploitation and cruelty to animals for food, clothing. I'm not, using it for food, clothing, or any other purpose. Okay, well, I mean, it's like a purpose that's kind of counter to my interests here of talking about Candace Owens with you. I'm sorry, I'm debate broing the vegans, chat. I'm gonna get in trouble. Vegan Gains is gonna come over here and be like, you have a frog in your throat? Excuse me? Anyway. By extension, promotes the development and use of animal-free alternatives for the benefit of animals, humans, and the environment in dietary terms. Does that mean, like, never mind. I'm not trying to debate bro vegans, chat. I'm trying to see if, like, in dietary terms, it denotes the practice of dispensing with all animal products. Because, like, obviously, chat, the frog in my throat is figurative, not literal. I think vegans would worry more about a literal frog in my throat. But I'm thinking of the John Sakers vegans out there, right? Who I also, that's my, that's a constituency I care about, right? Gotta stay good with John Sakers, whatever you do. But like John Sakers is always like, you shouldn't like use the word pig to describe somebody who's avaricious or gluttonous. You shouldn't use the word snake to describe the person that's sneaky, because like the snake did nothing wrong. It's just literally sitting there slithering. It's you and I who use that, as a symbol for deception and deceit. Right. But yeah, I don't know, Chad. I can't think of everyone all at once, but it's just good to remind yourself that the actual definition of vegan is a lot more about like what is practicable, what is possible, rather than a like judgment of people against some sort of idealized absolute. Anyway, so that is with that, chat. Now that I've pissed off the vegans, you like my hair? Thank you. I'm glad. I hope the vegans like my hair too. If you're tuning in, if you've gotten a clip sent your way, and you're trying to figure out what's going on, yeah, I am in fact vegan for the animals myself as well. Anyway, we're talking about Candace Owens, who I don't think is vegan, although I don't know, is she vegan coded somehow, chat? Oh my god, I gotta stop using vegan as a metaphor. That's the problem. I think that's when it becomes a problem, when it becomes a metaphor. It's like, oh my god. So yeah, there's a bunch of content, chat. I don't know how much that vegan teacher is gonna teach me a thing or two. That's true. Yeah, the vegan teacher would probably be worse to run into than Vegan Gains even. Although Vegan Gains, I don't know. That guy likes to talk about stepping on babies. I don't know what the fuck is up with that. Like, I don't know if that's a good representation, right? But anyway, it is day 3, chat, or it has been 3 days since Candace announced, issued a proclamation of sorts, that, she was going to go after Erika Kirk in no uncertain terms too, because like we are like, playing into Erika Kirk's weaknesses, right? Her weakness in perception is people do not buy her mourning, her performance of mourning. People seem to think looks an awful lot like a performance. And just the whole situation, right? The more that comes out, and a lot of it, yeah, from Candace or from other people that then give it to Candace, who exposes it, right? The more kind of bizarre, behavior that people are seeing. Look, people grieve in different ways, and I would never want to promote, judging somebody. I don't know. People laugh at funerals, for instance, right? That people think that's, I mean, if you, I don't know, chat, if somebody laughed at your funeral, would you haunt them? Would you be mad? Or you're probably more understanding as a ghost, like that movie. Isn't the ghost Patrick Swayze plays pretty empathetic? Doesn't he like teach her pottery or something? I don't know, chat. I've never seen Ghost. Is one of those movies that it's always on late at night on some random channel, or somebody's like watching it, and you sit down on the couch with them for a minute and you see like, 15 minutes of it, and then the commercial comes on and you go do something else. It's like, it's one of those movies, right? So I've never seen all of Ghost, but I do remember, I remember Patrick Swayze's character being pretty empathetic. So I think you're off the hook as far as laughing at people's funerals, as long as you're not doing it in like a mean way. They're not going to haunt you. They've got better things to do in the ethereal plane than stick around and haunt you. Honestly, 3 days since Hassan realized her channel is botted too. Wait, whose channel? Oh, Candace. Yeah, we should cover that. We should cover that too, chat. I will cover the Hassan, the Faha invasion. Should we call it the Faha invasion? Oh no, we gotta call it the Intifada. Oh no, chat, that's so bad. That's such a bad joke. I can't believe my mind. I can't believe my mind is capable of thinking of something so foul at this moment. I'm only haunting capitalists. There you go. But yeah, you're not gonna what was I talking about? Haunting funerals or oh yeah, if somebody laughs, people have different reactions. Erika Kirk, for instance, right? But there's like there's a bounds of reason, I guess, in people's understanding, right? And the one thing that is really gonna, turn people off in general is if you talk about, the death of somebody especially close to you or ostensibly close to you as an opportunity, and you discuss the like merchandising, like yeah, I don't know, there's just a lot of what Erika Kirk, it's not that, she was well, I mean, at first it was that she was mourning weird, right? She posted she's mourning weird, and she's mourning publicly, like, right? Like, she comes out of the gate swinging, right, after the deed happens, and that's the part that you really, it's hard to judge, right? Because like, she's literally just, but she's kind of like, I don't know, belligerent in a weird way, like as if the enemies of Charlie are like out there, and they have to be scorned in some way, right? That she's got to let him know that you didn't win, okay, when this person that, I mean, I don't know, Erika is not, it's kind of funny to compare the sort of moral panic that was in play by, you know, by a lot of people in the very beginning. It looked like that Charlie Kirk was going to get used as a Reichstag fire, right? That it was going to be like, oh yeah, you killed Charlie Kirk. They were going to like try to implicate all of liberals. And then as more stuff came out, they were like, okay, maybe like trans people or maybe furries or maybe trans furries somehow, or Antifa, because the bullet said, you know, something about fascist, right? So, but it just, none of that shit worked out. None of that shit worked out. At the end of the day, like this, you know, it is cut against Turning Point USA, and against Trump. Isn't that weird, chat? I haven't really had a chance. I don't think we've had a chance to stop and talk about it. I did start a little earlier today just for that reason, right? But think about, if you want to put like a, if you want to mark an inflection point, right? In terms of the Trump administration, the, you know, turning from, you know, this ascendant fascist power into more and more of a, you know, a loser, right? If you wanna mark where that happened, I would say it's like sometime after Charlie Kirk. And I'm not entirely sure that it's not related to that. Like, I'm not entirely sure that there wasn't something about that disingenuous display, that fucking WWF like style. Wait, what's the other way to describe it? Or like Super Bowl, right? It's kind of like the Super Bowl of you know, funerals. It's a truly strange thing to behold, but it's meant to like activate like Trump's side, solidify like anybody that's squishy, anybody that's like, okay, well, I voted for Trump, but you know, I kind of like this about Kamala, or I kind of don't like this. Like they come to like, you're either, are you with the assassin guy? And they're like, no, I'm not with are you with the trans furry assassin? You know, and they're like, no, and solidify, kind of like, right? So the idea was that like the MAGA block was gonna like grow a little bit and you know, solidify around a martyr, and that's not at all what happened. We got to take a moment to talk about this, right? I am open to somebody disagreeing with me, because this is one of these notions that I'm just kind of in the moment going off on, like, you know, thinking like this has got to be the inflection point. There's other, you know, there's other events, let's just say, that you could point to as the inflection point, as when the tide started to turn on MAGA, is really what we're talking about, right? Where you know, people often scrutinize women's emotion and grief, like, and oh, the dingo ate my baby, lady. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt, but Candace has admittedly shown some crazy stuff. Yeah, like the, you know, the biggest thing. You know what, chat? I just realized when we first covered it was the audio, right? We covered, Candace released some audio of Erika Kirk, and then there was, I think somebody else released video of a Zoom call, right? A Zoom call for Turning Point USA, and that's where we get the discussion of the merch. We get the discussion of I think the opportunity that this is, right? And it's weird because I mean, like, you see how they get there. They go from, hey, listen, you know, you may have taken down Charlie, but what you actually did, have you ever seen Star Wars? You know when the Darth Vader kills Obi-Wan Kenobi? Well, it's kind of like that. It's Charlie's like Obi-Wan Kenobi, and now you're gonna have to deal with the Force Ghost, okay? And it turns out Charlie Kirk is more powerful than as a Force Ghost, right? Just like Obi-Wan is that the idea, chat? I don't know Star Wars that well. Exactly, what a crazy ride. Who could have imagined? Yeah, I know, right? This is kind of wild to imagine. I mean, look, it's good, count your blessings, like, right? But you know, I mean, it's just still a scary situation, and you know, every time you kind of see like a exit, like an out, like a, hey, this might, like, I mean, and look, like, I don't want to shit on it too much. I don't want to get too, you know, doomer focused, right? But you know, it does feel like it sometimes gets like, you know, for instance, like if the cases against Trump had been prosecuted, I don't know. I kind of feel like we might not be dealing with this right now, right? And you know, that looked like it might appear, but again, it appeared way too late, right? The time to deal with Trump and, you know, what he did on January 6th was like, right, you know, either in Congress through you know, some kind of I'm trying to remember. There was a whole controversy about this after January 6th, right? That there were Republicans who would have been willing, I believe, to impeach Trump. The problem was there was literally not enough time in the, or at least how I heard it, there wasn't enough time left in the term to do it. But there would have been a way to do it, like, you know, it would have been completed after he left office, I think, but it would have meant that he could not run for, I don't know, office or president, right? I think that would have actually um anyway, chat, wow, of all the things to think of, right? You know what could have been better is, you remember a guy named Bernie Sanders, who he was running for president against Hillary Clinton, and is Charlie Obi-Wan Kenobi? Well, that's what they thought. They thought Charlie's like the Force ghost, right? Or that's what they were saying. And then, I'm sorry, I got like lost in the metaphor here, Chad. I'm lost in the back rooms. Did you know the new back rooms is actually coming out? I think I mentioned this a few months ago, that the you know, Kane Pixels is a YouTuber. When the back rooms and liminal spaces became a trend on YouTube, Kane Pixels was kind of like the definitive visionary of the back rooms. Like, his version of the back rooms were the, you know, videos that got the most views. He sold his property, his IP, to, I think, A24. And you know, if you noticed, right, there's not nearly as much, it's not, backrooms is not really that much of a thing anymore. I don't think it's as, I think it had its moment, is what I'm trying to say. And that moment has passed. So like, right, just like um I think I thought this about Minecraft too. Like, there would have been so many better times to bring out the Minecraft movie to really capitalize on the popularity, but you know, it won anyway. It won anyway. It did well in the theater anyway, just because so many people, even if they don't play Minecraft every day, they have fond memories. They went to see it. They brought their kids. Their kids, you know, like, right. So right, this kind of thing can actually work, even though I was getting skeptical, and I'm still a little bit skeptical about like the ability of this film to be what it could have been, right? But it looks interesting. There's like a short 1 minute um trailer. Speaking of trailers, yeah, the other trailer, obviously, Bride of Charlie. That's such a good, who gave her that? Who in the world gave her that? Because I mean, like, there's definitely people who can do one-liners on the other side. I'm thinking Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer hates Candace right now. Laura Loomer is, there's a huge, like, you know, fight on Twitter. There's plenty of people that just have it in for Candace now, but TPUSA Erika Kirk, it's never going to be what it was, right? They thought that it could get bigger than it had been under Charlie. They'll be lucky to stay afloat, and I mean, chat, they probably need to find somebody else to head up, like, so some boring ass non-controversial person that's gonna, could bring, because the Turning Point USA, when it worked for the right wing, its function was to bring them together, right? To be kind of like a common I mean, to a certain extent. Obviously, the Groypers always hated Charlie and thought he was too soft and not nearly openly racist enough. But yeah, the main chunk of the Republican Party kind of comes together, you know, with TPUSA as its platform, right? And that whole thing is compromised now. The brand of TPUSA, I think, is compromised. So I don't know. They're gonna either need to replace Erika Kirk or rebrand, or maybe something else, you know. Verbals. I mean, there's not a shortage of money from billionaires sloshing around, right? And if TPUSA becomes unaffected, trust, right? The backers of TPUSA will back something new and try to astroturf it the same way that they. And let's remember this, right? Let's remember that Charlie Kirk did not pop off as any kind of social as any kind of pop culture figure, right? He did eventually get there, but he got there through astroturfing, right? Charlie Kirk was this guy that, like, I guess agreed not to go to college and got a sweet job. Kind of, I don't know, it was like this project of conservative think tanks, and they had this idea. They're like, if we have a campus organization, then maybe we could have some kids be like, hey, you know what? Actually, right wing stuff is really fucking cool, and I really like that, right? It was this like sort of effort to astroturf to pull college students in a way that they do not naturally go, right? They're selling backrooms wallpaper. I mean, I'm sure that's been around for a long time. I don't want to get stuck on the backrooms too much because, chat, we just got a trailer for it today. It's a very short trailer, and if you haven't seen it, it just won't mean much to you if you're not like a Kane Pixels backrooms fan. And even that, then, like, warning to people of you who are Kane Pixels fans, it's not exactly starting where the YouTube series left off. It's kind of slotting itself in somewhere around 1990. There's an interesting fact about it. It's going to be set in 1990. So if you're a 90s nostalgia person, or even a late 80s nostalgia person, because I think they're kind of similar, the late 80s and the early 90s. Anyway, you will probably have some stuff to enjoy about that. What is Stranger Things, chat? What time period is it? Like the 80s that Stranger Things goes on? Is that supposed to be the 80s? TPUSA is a Bohemian Grove proxy Bohemian Grove proxy project proxy. Chat, I'm trying to remember, why has Bohemian Grove been coming up? Is it because people are digging up the Alex Jones old content where he infiltrated it and sort of comparing it to his current sweeping? Yeah, you would call Alex Jones a sweeper if Alex Jones was a streamer. It's the 80s. Okay, so like Stranger Things, that's the 80s. Yeah. It sounds like Backrooms is going to be early 90s. So it's like it's like a few years after the earthquake, if you know the lore. More Perfect Union did a story on Bohemian Grove. Yeah. Because that's the thing. Like, Alex Jones was acting like they were eating babies there. And there's or they were like legit like Satanists, and that was like the problem. And honestly, I remember like having encountered some of Alex Jones' content circa the Bush administration, and this is gonna sound wild, but not having found. I could be wrong. I could be. I remember not seeing like anything wrong with it. I don't remember. It wasn't hardcore conspiracy shit though. It wasn't like Bush did 9/11 or the loose change or any of that stuff. But it was some kind of skepticism towards Bush, and then there was the Bohemian Grove thing, and that I think that was the first content that I ever noticed Alex Jones was. I was like, he is like taking Satanism way too fucking seriously, right? If there's evil people out there, they don't need like a boogeyman, religion to make them, evil. They're evil because they are, they don't have, they don't care about other people. That's, never ever wanted to suffer from gun violence, and I will sympathize with any victims of the family, regardless of the political leaning. Erika Kirk started losing my sympathy really quick. It's weird. Yeah, even people who kind of are predisposed to just be like, yeah, that's, I don't like Charlie Kirk, but what happened to him, like that's a fucked up way to die for anybody. Even people like that are it's sort of because they tried to shove it down our throats. It's like it was like a incompetent, unsuccessful psyop into that was supposed to lead into an acceptance of fascism, and what happened instead was a rejection of fascism. Isn't that wild, chat? Let's put it into a timeline, because I feel like it makes a lot more sense now, right? You got Charlie. Well, I mean, okay, so now I can see if somebody wanted to debate bro me about this, right? A good position to take for them would be to say, "You're wrong, Irene. Charlie Kirk was only an unsuccessful, Reichstag fire. In other words, it was only unsuccessful in like slow boiling us into fascism because of the Epstein files, right? That was Trump's weakness. That so much of his base, through QAnon and a million other things, Pizzagate, right, are kind of tied into this idea of this pedophilic satanic elite. And Trump promised, I'm going to give you those motherfuckers, right? We know they got away after Pizzagate. We know that they're hiding in their underground tunnels. But they haven't been punished. We need to see them punished. Like, right? Remember, Tom Hanks was supposed to be one of these. They like just would finger random celebrities, obviously like politicians too. I saw Alex Jones in a Wikipedia article back then and found his position compelling. I don't remember what it was. I think maybe at the time, I'm guessing at the time he's just doing what would you call it? Contrarian type politics, like that he's like a kind of an anti-government guy, and maybe had been going back from, if there's a Republican in charge, he's more critical. I wonder what was he like under Bill Clinton? Does anybody know? Alex Jones was around under Bill Clinton, right? Any Alex Jones experts in chat? Anybody know what was his obsession? Like, was he one of those guys that was like, Clinton is in a like there was some kind of the Clinton body count, right? That meme, that hashtag, it all links back to this conspiracy theory around, I think, a guy named Vince Foster that wait, no, actually it's even before that. It's even before that, right? These Republicans hypothesized that Bill Clinton was like a drug dealer in Arkansas, and that when people found out about it, they died. They were, you know, right? As much as I detest Candace, she did do us a solid in derailing the right's martyrdom about him. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, yeah, that's true. That's true. I can't take Satanism at least a bit seriously because it's so goofy. It's like saying you love Darth Vader, but you hate Star Wars. Okay. Yeah, that is that's the irony about Satanism, like as a concept. I know like real Satanism is its own thing, I guess. Wait, there's like two major versions of it, right? He was cited as a former CIA agent. He was cited as a former CIA agent, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my god. Trump was under Bill Clinton. Wait, Trump was what under Bill Clinton? Um, More aware of him from the Obama era. Yeah, I only know he was anti-Bush and he was anti-Obama, right? That's and now and then pro-Trump. I feel like Trump is like I could be wrong about this, chat, but I feel like Trump is the first president that he's really stand. Like before his Y2K stream was crazy. He was talking about us getting invaded by another country or another planet. Because with Alex Jones, you never know. Hassan said he was in the CIA. It's not been confirmed. Okay, well, I mean that I guess makes some level of sense. I mean the statement that I've always heard people make. I don't know if this is a Sam Cedar quote or what, but the idea is that if Alex Jones did not exist, the government. Oh my God, Chad, I got to change this. If Alex Jones didn't exist, the government would need to make him, or the CIA would need to create him. What am I writing? Ana Kasparian, Roy. Groyps? Does that make sense? Is groyping a verb, chat? Can one groyp? She's getting groypy, is what I'm trying to say. Does chat know about Ana Kasparian and this second thing that's on the title? Alex talked to Joe Rogan on 9/11. He said he told Alex to calm down and get more info. Oh yeah, that's a good question too. Like, at what point? When did Alex like start? Like, was Alex Jones anti-Bush before 9/11? He has Alex Jones is the Israel of podcasters. Oh, because oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is he is like you could say this about Epstein too, though. Narwhal is interesting. Something that you don't necessarily know is like a like a plant, or you don't necessarily know if this was like was a coincidence, right? But it's kind of like, if it hadn't happened, like, it would be in certain interests to make it happen, I guess, is what we're kind of getting at, right? Just to not dip ourselves into the conspiracy sauce too fast. You don't want to get lost in the sauce like Alex Jones. Even though it's really tempting. Oh my god, chat, there's so many amazing conspiracies right now, right? Even ones that, like, I think you'd be more detached from reality if you didn't believe, like, for instance, Epstein having offed himself, right? I don't know. I kind of almost feel like for somebody to be like, I'm dead set, he killed himself, something weird happened at the prison, it was a weird series of coincidences, but there's no like, this was not a plan, right? That person is kind of like, that you feel like the conspiracy theorist at that point when you're saying that, just the way that you sort of have to twist yourself into pretzels to say, that's not to say that I am making a strong claim that that he was taken out. I'm just saying that that's not something I can eliminate. I can't find the logic to eliminate that from the realm of possibility, let's just say. I'm allergic to conspiracy theories. They annoy me. Oh my god. MAGA is going to take a beating. Well, I mean, I am too, but like, there's certain. I mean, like, so there's ones like the Epstein death, right? Where it's kind of like, it's not wacky at all to think that maybe there was something going on with that. But then there's, what, like the latest one I've seen people grasping onto again is the Trump assassination one. And again, that was a weird situation. It's a amazing situation, right? And if you're MAGA, you might think it's a miracle. You might think that God was looking out and was like, "Yo, Donald, you gotta turn your head. You gotta turn your head right now. Look at the chart, Donald. Look at the chart. Racism saved his life." That's the man's claim, right? The man's claim is that his preoccupation with the illegal immigrant is what saved his fucking life, right? So if he think like the MAGAs that think that was like God's like hand, at work there, right? You got a racist God in mind. You know what's funny about God is that people like, I don't know. There's been, I don't know how definitive any of this is, but there's been like surveys of people, what is your conception of God, and then, what was your father like, and that there's like a weird resonance in between how people describe their fathers and their experience growing up, and and their, what they think about God. I don't know if there's anything to that, but yeah, he reportedly worked with an arms dealers like Adnan Khashoggi, to facilitate the repurposing of the Southern Air Transport planes. Yeah, those are the planes that ended up in Ohio too, right? Um, he just had another would be. Oh my god, it's always a MAGA. It's always a MAGA. It's always the MAGA boys that want to uh enact some kind of weird Oedipal complex on Daddy Trump. That's I mean, it's weird, but I feel like possibly explainable by psychoanalytic frameworks, right? I'm not saying I'm signing on to those either, Freudianism, Freudianism, Jungianism, or any of that crusty shit, but with Lexner, are we calling him Lexner now? That it kind of rolls off the tongue. But yeah, we got to deal with Ana Kasparian and her. I asked chat earlier, and I got distracted because nobody answered. Does nobody know about what Ana has been up to? Have people heard about this? Because I would have expected like the Vanguard to be on this, like, immediately. This is they will they will definitely there will definitely be a Vanguard video coming out about this, right? Ana has taken to using the word goy as in, they're scared that the goys are rising up now, or the goys are awake. What I gotta find it. You know what? We should find it just by going into the content, because we got to get into. Yeah, she's goy posting. I think that's the word for it, right? Now, if you're not familiar, okay, it's a term in I think Yiddish, meaning, not Jewish, right? And it's just like a word, like, right? There's like if somebody's super observant, on the Sabbath, right? Then, there's been like, what I'm saying is, it's not I don't want to get into the ins and outs of it because I'm not an expert, but it's not an insult. It's just a word, right? But they want to make it like, because Epstein, I guess some of the conversations that Epstein, I haven't seen these, right? I have not seen these. But there's apparently conversations with Epstein which come off as very like Jewish supremacists that are talking in a dismissive way about non-Jews. Now, there's also like kind of a storied tradition of joking about that sort of thing as well. And with Epstein, it's sometimes kind of hard to tell what is a joke and what's not. One thing that's for sure, he's a white supremacist of some variety, right? He's definitely got, that going on. But anyway, people kind of want to zero in on this idea of like, Jews that talk about non-Jews in very bad ways, right? And because it's a great way to stir up, hatred against any group, right? Anna is embracing the white supremacy she's denied herself of all these years. I guess so. I do get my Anna news from the Vanguard. I mean, they're a good source. They're very quick on it. I'm surprised. Maybe there is a Vanguard video already. Goy is an insult. It has a negative connotation. I mean, I feel like I've seen examples where it's not. You could use like, but like, I mean, seriously, like if you're okay, so if you say non-Christian, right? That's not a insult. You're just like demarking that, but kind of if you're like preoccupied with the fact that somebody's non-Christian and that's like a reason for like exclusion or suspicion, then you know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? The same phrase, in different contexts, like, right, if there's somebody that's not Jewish that helps an old couple you know deal with not breaking like strict Sabbath rules, like on the Sabbath, right? He's called, I can't remember what the exact phrase is, but that title is not an insult, right? It's not an insult for him to be there, or her, or whoever to be there. Anyway, I feel like I've heard it in both ways, just like anything, right? And yeah, if you're preoccupied by, oh, that person's an outside, I mean, that's, you could say that it means outsider to like within the community, it would mean that. But yeah, anyway, it's a way, the whole fucking meme, right, is like it's a way of just kind of creating the lore of some kind of cabal that's out there being like I mean, it's I don't know how to explain it, like, right, it's what Anna's doing is at best misguided, I guess. And in terms of its effect, like, this is the, and also making it more about like the Jewish, not Jewish distinction, instead of the real distinction along which lines Epstein harmed people, which was your financial, your class, right? Anyway, it just ends up being a distractor, at best. But yeah, Anna's latched on to this, like, and it's in no uncertain terms. Anyway, chat, we got to get into this. I got to explain it to you. It's going to take some explaining, but just trust me, right? She's kind of she's going like way too far here, right? And she is absolutely choosing her own adventure, by which I mean that those dudes that like do like tributes to Anna daily on Twitter, right? Those Nazis that like are always ogling and gooning over Anna, that's going to become more and more of her audience, okay? As well as maybe Nazis that aren't there to goon, but are just there to hear the like, former liberal Ana Kasparian has seen the light of the cabal and is now willing to, she's been deplatformed for trying to expose that, it's a bad adventure. It's for her to choose, and this is what that is, right? Anyway, we got to get into it, and for that, I got to talk a little bit about bonus topics, right? Because we do have, again, today, 4 bonus topics. If you don't know the deal, yeah, right, every day I choose the topic for the free half, and actually topics today, you're getting 2 topics for free: Ana Kasparian and Candace Owens / Erika Kirk. So that's what we're going to be covering today. Maybe kind of a long stream today, if you want it to be a long stream, if you're into that, and if you're into adding another topic to the mix, right? Oh shit, I've just realized I've got to change some things around here, and but yeah, we're at 0 right now on the bonus content meter, right? If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I will stick around and cover one of these topics, right? And we got some juicy ones today. Tyler Oliveira, you remember this guy? He's like, a town where you're not allowed to be white, and there's like an angry black man with a gun or something, right? Like, these are his thumbnails, right? Right, he has now chosen a new target, right? His what's the last one that he did? I mean, he did the eating the cats and dogs in Springfield. That's probably his most famous video, but he's finally had his downfall, right? He chose a new target to go after, and it's like Orthodox Jews in New York and New Jersey. We'll have to see what this is about, but the man has lost his Patreon, right? This guy, I gotta point out, has been doing just like abject racism for a really, really long time. And as foul as I think his latest videos are, they're along the same lines from what I've seen with everything else. So yeah, it's like, this kind of selective enforcement of, which is what I would call it, selective enforcement of, terms of service, right? Selective based on, the marginalized group that's being targeted here is just not it's not a good look for Patreon, right? And it reinforces a lot of the same fucking tropes that Tyler is now actively and unambiguously pushing, because yeah, he does have that dog in him, for sure. So anyway, we got to cover that. Yeah, more anti-Semitism, chat, I guess. Anyway, Stale 2000, remember this guy? The Reddit mod, the super mod, the ultra mod, the mod that was like the mod of all, like, he was modding. He was modding extremely hard. He was a power mod. That's what I'm trying to say. And until he got taken down for some weird thing that Reddit said it was a scam. He says he wasn't scamming. We watched him. He's actually incredibly cringe. Like, uncannily cringe. So if you like a cringe connoisseur, maybe vote for Stale 2000 drama. We got Hutch complaining. Hutch, the uber liberal. Is he the uber liberal? Well, look, he's the only liberal that doesn't have the baggage of pedestiny. So I guess he's the best they've got right now. I don't think he's doing that great. But yeah, now he's complaining about Sam Cedar. I haven't watched this video, chat. Full disclosure, I have not watched Hutch complaining about Sam Cedar. So I don't know what his complaint is. And then we got Ethan's #1 orbiter, Oreo, Nicholas Deodorant. And it's on YouTube with the anti-Semitic. There's like actually 2 anti-Semitic videos, Narwhal. I feel like it's a more specific than that. I feel like he's specifically going after like the Orthodox community, right? It's Israel just bombed Iran. Is that real, chat? Do we have to take because we're like, I feel like the Ana Kasparian is a little bit of a detour. It's a little bit of a sidestep, as it were. But yeah, we have to take a sidestep before the sidestep if shit is happening. That's really bad. But yeah, the timing sounds about right. The fact that Israel's initiating this also backs up what we've heard lately come out of the Trump administration. But yeah, I might have to look into that. Let me explain. Let me explain the rest of the bonus content, right? So this is the content that we get if we get to 100 by the end of the stream. We're at 0 right now. We got Hutch complaining about Sam Cedar. We got Ethan's #1 orbiter. That's where I was, right? Nicholas Diorio, accused of cover-up. He's got a friend named Turkey Tom. There were accusations against Turkey Tom, and I don't know. It's a fight between Diorio and Chud Logic, and it kind of looks like maybe Chud Logic's winning. I don't know. I think there's something that's kind of rotten in the commentary community, and it very much is, Nick and his pro Ethan propaganda. I don't even know what to call it. Apparently this has lost him part of his audience and, like, I don't know, gained him H3 fans or something, and he's making money on it, so he doesn't care. But he's lost a lot of respect, I guess, is what happened, right? The commentary community, there's this like meta commentary that goes on. It's the commentary about the commentary about the commentators. And are the commentators, especially the commentators at the top of the game, like Diorio was, are they being honest? Are they being fair? And the answer that Chud has been finding for Diorio recently has been no. Now he hasn't been trying to concentrate on it. He's not trying to start a fight over it or constantly call him out. But apparently just saying that the great sweep or the big sweep might be on in covering the, silence around the Turkey Tom. So the deal with Turkey Tom is that there were accusations that came out about him. I think they came out on the farms, right? And for a long time, he did not respond. So the question is, do you cover the accusations or do you wait for the response, right? And because of the, kind of like how big Turkey Tom is in the commentary community, the answer that most people were finding was waiting for the response. Chud Logic went ahead and, covered as much as he could of the accusations without taking a strong stance. And now that's become because he said the big sweep may be on. Nicholas Diorio has taken this personally, assumed that he's specifically calling him out for not, what did he say, blind firing my best friend's Kiwi Farms thread? Like, the second it comes out, kiss your ass goodbye, folks. World War II is rolling out. Yeah, we probably do need to check on that before we get to Ana Kasparian. He's going after the Orthodox, but it affects, all Jews. He's painting us. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, he's being anti-Semitic on men. I didn't mean to say that. He's only displaying bigotry towards the Orthodox. Towards But yeah, that's the group those are the groups that he's targeted in New York and New Jersey, and I think with the narrative that essentially it's people being like chased out of their narrative or their neighborhoods. Trump just canceled his contract. Yeah, I saw that. I'm skeptical. He's begun. No, Narwhal. So just to be clear, what John is saying is not that Trump or the United States have started a war with Israel, although that may be coming soon. I think what we're hearing is that Israel has initiated hostilities this time. Anyway, we better get to that quick. I just got to explain the rest of this bonus thing. Oh yeah, the other thing. What am I trying to do? I should put up a super chat. What is it called? A super chat goal. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. I probably also may need to change the title, chat. Just a second. Okay, so if you want to put a butterfly in my hair, I'm gonna give you 2 hours to do it. Okay, we need 10 super chats of the teal variety or higher, and if we get there, chat, butterfly goes in my hair. That's the butterfly goal. Boom, it's flying. Okay, it's live. There's the butterfly goal. The other goal obviously is the bonus goal. We're at 0 now. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll do bonus content. This number goes up every time you do super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free using a Twitch Prime sub. You just link up your Amazon account with your Twitch account, and some kind of magic witchcraft goes on, which results in me getting a little bit of a payout, and you having the ability to use emotes and to rewind the stream. If you want to turn back time and find out what I said earlier, you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Of course, the Twitch sub does cost twice as much as the YouTube membership. It's like $6. I get that that's a lot of money for people. If you don't have Prime and you can't afford that, it's cool. Your best bet is just to be active in chat, in which case you might just get a gift chat, a gift sub. That does happen. That can happen. And that might happen to you if you're active in chat, right? In chat, good takes. More likely to get a gift sub. At least that makes sense to me. Anyway, I think I've explained enough of that. The other thing, I guess, is that when you do support the stream in any of those ways that I just subscribed, you got the ability to make these numbers go up, okay, if you want, right? So these are the possibilities, right? We decide these based on the vote. You can vote right now on youtube.com. I should probably take a look and see what that vote is at. It looks like Hutch complains about Sam Cedar with 33 votes, chat, 33 votes. So if you haven't voted already, make sure to do that. That's in first place. Second place, Tyler Oliveira's downfall. Third place, H3 Orbiter Diorio accused. Jack Hughes, Nicholas. And fourth place, Stale 2000, the ultimate boss of Reddit mods. He's at it again, folks. He's trying to. What is he trying to do? He's trying to like do like mass reporting on people's channels. Apparently, that's what I heard, at least. Anyway, we'll look into that and see who he's targeted this time. And is it Chud Logic, chat? But that is how Tyler has lost his mind. Wait, which Tyler? Oh, Oliveira. God. I only watched recent Vanguard videos about her. Well, you're in for a treat, I guess. Right after war with Iran, which is apparently what we're starting off with. But yeah, you've got 2 hours to make the butterfly fly, and I don't know, however long I'm streaming to try to get some bonus content out of there. Out of me. These are the options, and we're at 0 out of 100 right now, so we're gonna just fly right into coverage of whatever the fuck is going on in Iran right now, which, chat, I'm gonna predict can't be good. All right, that's my one prediction. I don't know. I'm going into this blind. Okay, I don't know what we're gonna see. I don't know what we're gonna find, but I will predict this can't be good. Al Jazeera Live it is.
Zaina, we were talking earlier on about Israel using airstrikes again in Lebanon. Just bring us up to date with those airstrikes and how they fit into this broader issue now of Israel strikes, this surprise strike on Lebanon, on Tehran.
Yes, in the past hour or so, the Israeli army carried out a series of airstrikes in southern Lebanon, targeting a number of areas, particularly in the Iqlim al-Tufah region. What we've been seeing in recent days is an Israeli escalation in attacks. Yes, there's supposed to be a ceasefire in place since November 2024. Israel not complying with that ceasefire, near daily strikes since then. But in the past few days, we've seen this escalation, and Israel, the Israeli army focusing its targets on what it believes are strategic infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah. This morning, targeting the Iqlim al-Tufah region. This is a mountainous region where the Israeli army believes Hezbollah has rocket launchers, weapons.
All right, so chat, this is, I don't know whether it's a good sign or a bad sign that it's Israel that started the attack. But this is in line with what we've been hearing out of the Trump administration. So let me just catch you up on the situation with Iran, since we haven't really talked about this. Trump has been made a threat, in the midst of disorder, and looked like he didn't do anything about it, right? And at the time, the United States naval assets, a lot of them were in the Caribbean, dealing with the fallout from the Maduro situation. So some of those ships, I think, the aircraft carriers that take the longest time, they've been kind of getting into position. He's been moving those into the Strait of Hormuz and the Mediterranean, right on the next to Israel. And that's when the threats from Trump have started. He started to do more saber rattling. So in addition to saber rattling, there is negotiation. There is an attempt by the Trump administration to push Iran into a deal that is they want to achieve like something that they could say is stronger than the Obama Accords. Oh my God, Chad! Some of you remind me of the name of those the Obama the agreement that Obama signed, right? But the truth is that that Iran, believe it or not, has the leverage, right? Despite all that's gone on there, despite the overwhelming forces of the United States and Israel, Iran kind of has a little bit of an advantage. So them asking him for something more than what Obama got is crazy. Now, that being said, chat, they are offering him, like, I think actually more than Obama was willing to give, which they've somehow expanded the agreement to, I think they take out the enriched uranium and deliver it to a third country. Right. So, instead of just what the Obama deal was, that it would be the enriched, the spent fuel would be monitored by the International Atomic Agency, right? That's what Obama got, right? They're offering, I guess, a little bit more than that in terms of, um, the I think they don't actually want the current leadership, and this is the wild thing about it, does not want to make nukes, right? This whole thing about nukes is a canard. They're the only, they operate nuclear power plants. There is some fuel that gets enriched to a certain degree. There's no proof of it ever being weaponized, and the statements of the powers that be in Iran are that they are not looking to do that. Nevertheless, they're being kind of run up on by the U.S. and by Israel, right? So the problem with the United States starting a war right now, which Trump has shown he is not shy about doing, is that they don't really have the ammo. They've given so much ammo to Israel, so much, and when I say, I'm sorry, ammo, I should say ordnance, right? Not ammo, right? Ammo is like with a gun. I'm talking about like all kinds of ordnance, right? They're running out of it, right? Even their little exchange with Iran, there's been a few exchanges now between Iran, Israel, and the U.S., right? Where there were a lot of, the Iranian drones and missiles were shot down the first time. They didn't seem like really intent on, causing, damage. It was more of a show of force on Iran's part. And there was more trouble than I guess they divulged in, getting all those. I think this was under Biden. And then you had, the attack on Iran by the United States and Israel under Trump. They try to paint it as this huge victory where they stymied Iran's progress towards a nuclear bomb that there's no proof that they're pursuing. But in reality, what they did is they spent a bunch of ordnance. They used up a bunch of shit. They've already used a bunch of shit in Ukraine, right? They're kind of running out. And the thing about it is, like, this is not a good time for the U.S. or Israel to be starting a war. So I don't think the U.S. wanted it. I don't think Trump wanted it. I think he wanted to scare them. I think it seemed like, and the latest out of the Trump White House, the latest like leaks were that the U.S. doesn't want to attack Iran right now, but that Trump said something like, well, Israel can if they want, and that seems to be what's gone on now. So let me put it back on and see where we're at right now, see what the situation is. I just wanted to catch everybody up on what's going on, kind of the state of play that is happening right now, and why it's significant that Israel, instead of the United States, has made the first strike here, or maybe it's not, right? Because you know how this works. Israel attacks Iran, Iran attacks back, and then the United States is kind of supposed to be there to defend Israel / counterattack. So that's kind of how they've got it set up. And indeed, that's maybe a little bit less of a poison, toxic behavior on the world stage from the United States, which, just like Israel, its ally Israel, is becoming a pariah state. Maybe that's gets you a little bit more credit if you're like, well, it was Israel that started the war, but they were our ally, so what could we do? I don't know, chat, but let's put it on. Let's see what's going on here. I think I've got us caught up.
Working properly, and that has become a significant problem, both health-wise and morale-wise. But we've seen a number of planes land in the region at various...
This happened because Hassan isn't streaming. This happened because I am streaming, and I've already got a plan of what I'm supposed to cover. I might have to change the title for now, chat.
United States air bases, we've seen the number of personnel increased significantly there as well. It is what the British used to call at the beginning...
We got any mods in Twitch right now?
...of the 19th century gunboat diplomacy in the eyes of many, that we want to talk to you, but before we do, we are going to park our gunboats off your coast. And it felt to many that's exactly what was happening, and there were parallels too.
I kind of want to give some mods titling privilege on Twitch, but it's a big responsibility to be tasked with, right?
To the Gulf War in 2003, while George Bush was suggesting that there would be discussions and there was the possibility for a peace deal with Iraq, the reality was you don't put as many troops as you did into places like Kuwait and around the region with the intention of bringing them home and doing nothing. So many people felt that the build-up would lead to something. But there is concern from Dan Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that an extended war is something that the United States can't really control in the way that Donald Trump has been able to control the narrative for attacks in Iran last summer, for what happened in Venezuela.
God damn it, Narwhal, I am sorry. I let your memberships I let the notifications go off, but I was somehow in the middle of something and I didn't do this. Narwhal by nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I'm sorry, I'm so checked out of it and overwhelmed by ADHD that I dropped that particular juggling ball. Let me shout out the people that just got weaseled over on YouTube. Two-Headed Calf Crafts, you just got weaseled. Joel Veen, you just got weaseled. Jen C, you just got weaseled. Blicky Blanks, you just got weaseled. And Jordan L, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Yeah, thank you, Narwhal. Getting us started tonight with 15 on the board.
An extended war.
Who will stop Israel? Can Iran do it? Okay, God, I probably shouldn't pause this so much because I know people want to hear what's going on. Look, United States and Israel, that's a horrible pair of countries to have war, to have attacking you, right? I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you. But what I will say is that there were signs from it within the Trump administration, and in fact, inside the U.S. military, saying that they didn't have enough ordnance. They did not have enough ammunition, right? They had spent too much of their stockpiles defending Israel during Operation Midnight Hammer and also in Ukraine, right? The generals are leaking right now that the U.S. is not prepared for war. And I would guess that Israel, to some extent, is not prepared. And what I mean is they're not prepared to, they're not going to be able to defend themselves from the counterattack the way that they were the first time. So yeah, can Iran, fend off Israel? Not exactly, but Israel and the U.S. are not in as good of a position as people think, and they're actually they're courting disaster themselves here. That being said, I'm not going to minimize what's going to be happening to Iran. It wasn't pretty last time. It's not going to be pretty this time. It's ironic, given that some of his rationale for, bringing back hostilities with Iran was that the government was executing people. So now Trump's going to kill people instead, I guess. Anyway, is this the beginning of something bigger? It could be. Let's not get too excited. We don't even know. The first question, I guess, is what is Iran's response? And then what is the United States' response to Iran's response? I think that's where we're kind of at right now.
Opens up the possibility of things going differently. As Eisenhower, who planned the D-Day landings, often says, plans are useless, planning is essential. So you plan for these things, but once it starts, you have no idea where it's going to go.
All right, Al Jazeera's chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher there. Alan, we'll no doubt be coming back to you throughout the course of the morning. If you're just joining us here on Al Jazeera, let's just update you on the breaking news here that the Israeli military has launched what the defense minister said was a preemptive strike against Iran. Apparently, essential sectors there were exempted. This is according to the Israeli military. 3 explosions have been reported in the capital, Tehran. At least 1 is in downtown and 1 from the north of the city. That's according to sources close to Al Jazeera. Let's bring in Mehran Kamrava. He's the director of the Iranian Studies Unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies. He's also a professor of government at Georgetown University in Qatar. First of all, Mehran, you've been following this story for some time. Just give us your response to what many people would say is a surprise attack. Most people thought this would come from US military assets, but it's now come from Israel.
I didn't think Donald Trump would attack. His preference has been not to attack, but Israel has been quite vocal about its intention to sabotage U.S.-Iran negotiations. And yet again, as it did last June, it appears to have launched an attack designed to derail the negotiations between Iran and the U.S.
So for the record, the negotiations weren't going well. The United States was acting like they were frustrated and didn't even confirm that the negotiations would continue as planned on Monday, right? So it's not like the negotiations are going super well, but Iran has, I guess, offered more than it's previously offered. So, that by that metric, it's like it's not like there's, if there's not progress, it's not for lack of cooperation from Iran in this case.
And this happened last year as well.
That's right, exactly. And it was precisely in between negotiations, just as the Iranians and the Americans were set to meet yet again. After another successful round of negotiations, we heard from the Iranian foreign minister how the negotiations last Thursday were quite successful. And so just as progress is made tangibly, Israel steps in to ensure that they're derailed.
But we were just talking to our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, and he, about whether or not, the U.S. had given the green light to this operation. Why would the U.S. give the green light to this operation for Israel to derail the talks if they were actually, if the U.S. And led by Donald Trump was trying to get this deal from Iran in terms of its nuclear program?
Right. I think Donald Trump had pushed himself into a corner from which he couldn't back out. The so-called armada, the massive military buildup, the constant green lights to Israel over the last year and a half. And so I think in many ways, yet again, what we see is that the Israelis forced Donald Trump's hand and that he couldn't really say no to them at this juncture.
Oh, God.
So Mehran, does this strike on Iran now put an end then to these indirect talks between Washington and Tehran? I mean, there was hope that military action could be averted if a deal was struck between the Americans and the Iranians, but they've been blindsided by the Israelis to some extent. So what happens now then?
Well, the Iranians have been actually expecting an attack from the Israelis. We'll have to wait and see how Iran's response will be, first and foremost militarily, and secondly diplomatically. So it is quite conceivable, although rather improbable, that the Iranians would react militarily but keep the diplomatic track going. Although knowing Khamenei's modus operandi, that might be somewhat difficult to accomplish. But we'll have to wait and see how the Iranians react. It could very well be.
I'm putting us at 1.5 speed to catch up with
in relation to Israel, if the Americans do not
catch up with the live
like last time, and then they would keep a separate diplomatic track. But I think the next few hours and certainly the next day or two will be quite telling.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to do my best not to pause it.
To its security, just to remind our viewers that last year there was that 12-day war.
And I'm going to kind of back off for a second and let you listen to the current, the latest, while I get the short stream up and going. So
I mean, that poses an existential threat to Israel, doesn't it?
Well, yes, it does. I mean, that's at least what Benjamin Netanyahu and members of his cabinet say. Let's also remember that the Iranians have constantly been telling us that they would react massively to any strike, even if it's a limited strike. So we'll have to wait and see how Iran will retaliate over the next couple of hours or over the next
Iran's positioned to really do some harm to
people within the Iranian Revolutionary Guards who have been agitating for
the price of oil,
attacks with both the Israelis and the Americans. They want to
international shipping, to U.S. military bases in the area, to Israel.
I think we'll have to wait and see how the Iranians will react and what the extent of.
We haven't seen Iran really let it go yet, right? Every time their response has been very restrained.
Whether it was from U.S. military assets or from the Israelis, as you just pointed out, they were expecting an attack from the Israelis. So how do you see any Iranian response playing out?
Well, if the Revolutionary Guards are to be taken at their word, the attack will be quite massive. But they've been saying that in response to an American attack, not necessarily an Israeli attack. Now, if they attack massively against Israel, obviously the United States will have to be involved, given U.S.-Israeli relations and given Donald Trump's repeated assurances to Israel. And so, I fear we have not seen. I fear we're in for an extremely rough time, given that the Iranians have said they would react massively and with their most advanced weapons first, rather than saving them for last, as they did back in June.
Yeah, Mehran, and there is a broader worry, is there not, that this strike in Iran could now spiral into a much broader conflict, particularly with any military response from Iran that you've just talked about. We saw that happen last year with Iran firing missiles into the US base here in Qatar and also at Israel. And how worried are regional players going to be about what's happened now in the last half an hour or so and how this might play out in the hours ahead?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Darren. This is extremely worrying for regional actors and for those like you and I who live in the region, because obviously bases like Al Udeid, American military bases in the United Arab Emirates, American military built up in Jordan, in Iraq, in Saudi Arabia, those are all now within Iranian missile reach, and it can be quite worrying. I think regional actors are justifiably worried and are busily at work encouraging Iran at least not to attack bases or targets within their territories, and to maintain or to curtail an Iranian response as much as possible.
Mehran, stay with us, won't you, please, because we just want to give a quick summary to our viewers who are just joining us here. The Israeli military has launched what the defense minister said was a preemptive attack against Iran. Apparently, essential sectors were exempted. That's according to the Israeli military. 3 explosions were reported in the capital, Tehran, at least 1 in the downtown area and 1 from the north of the city. That's according to sources close to Al Jazeera. We're also hearing Iran's Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is not in the capital, Tehran. He's been transferred to a secure location, and that's according to officials who've been talking to Reuters.
With the amount of assassination
the US embassy in Qatar
that Israel has done, yeah,
and recommended all Americans to do the same.
I'd also like.
Let's just come back to you, if we can, to keep this discussion going. Look, we've seen Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu make more visits to the White House, probably than any other leader since Trump started his second term. Experts say that he may actually be pushing for a longer military campaign with the goal of toppling the Eurasian regime. But that doesn't necessarily fit.
That's crazy.
For
that
we understand.
I don't think the United States has the fucking ammo for that.
I mean, they're just talking about a preemptive strike, and so far it seems to be 3 locations across Iran at the moment. But what is Israel?
Preemptive strike my ass also.
What we have seen is that the Israelis have long sought to escalate a localized conflict, whether it's Syria, Lebanon, or any of the other immediate areas of Israel, and they've sought to draw in Iran because, according to Israeli calculations, once Iran is drawn in, then the United States would have to be drawn in. And so this is kind of a perfect example of an Israeli playbook to launch limited strikes on Iran, provoke Iran into a massive attack, then in turn provoke the United States into a prolonged involvement. We know also, as you mentioned, Darren, that the United States has been talking about a limited strike, at least Trump has. And within the Trump administration, we've got people like Vice President Vance, who oppose a prolonged military engagement, and people like Secretary of State Rubio, who just a couple of days ago talked about Iranian missiles as an existential threat, not just to the United States, but to America's regional allies, and therefore came pretty close to calling for regime change. And so what we have is kind of lack of consistency on the part of the United States in terms of exactly how to become involved, how to engage with Iran diplomatically, either or through a limited military conflict or a prolonged war that would entail regime change. And I think the Iranians have been braced for a prolonged war. Now, whether the Iranian government can afford a prolonged war of attrition the way they've been planning on it is a different case. But certainly the Iranian government has been preparing itself for a prolonged war of attrition, which in its calculations, neither Israel nor the United States can afford.
All right, Mehran Kamrava there, Professor of Government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. Mehran, always good to have you with us.
So here's the deal.
If we can, before we go to our next guest, let's just bring you another piece of news we're getting here. A US official has just told Al Jazeera that the United States is launching joint strikes with Israel. So if you're just joining us here on Al Jazeera, we're getting these lines coming in thick and fast because of this breaking news story that the US is actually...
This is the second time that's happened, isn't it? Right?
Iran. Let's bring in Akiva Eldar. He's
kind of not beating the allegations, right? Obviously, we know...
intentions and the US military assets in the region. What's your response, first of all?
Israel is just a part of the American empire. It's not...
This morning on Iran.
Good morning, Darren. First of all, we woke up this morning with something that was familiar to us a year ago, and we wanted to forget.
Israel,
The sirens
despite
and,
a
making
lot
sure
of,
that the
being
CO2
tempting for people to think this is not the
available,
tail
and
that
we
is
have
wagging the
enough,
dog.
water there, and to call the children and the grandchildren to make sure that everybody is okay. But now it looks different. It is clear that it has to do with domestic politics. There was a poll published yesterday.
Libervision Network. Why do they do this on a Friday turning into a Saturday? Because Trump doesn't want it to hurt the stock market. It's literally for the stock market, Libre. It's literally for the stock market.
The other thing is that every evening in the news, the networks are offering some kind of interview with an Iranian, with, of course, his face covered, that is telling us about the atrocities, what is happening there. And Netanyahu is playing kind of a Robin Hood. He's coming now to save the Iranian people. And this is the big difference, because this is happening after the big, involvement of many Iranian people in the kind of revolution and what the Iranian regime is doing to its people. So now Israel wants to appear as the peacemaker in the Middle East and as saving the Iranian people from the Ayatollahs and from their own leaders.
Akiva Eldar, thank you so much for joining us on Al Jazeera. To our viewers around the world, if you're just joining us, it is coming up to 7 GMT. That is 9 a.m. in Israel and about 10:30 a.m. in Tehran. And in the last hour, Israel has launched what it calls a preventative attack on Iran.
Again, as it pauses, chat, there's nothing about this attack that's preventative.
Around the Iranian capital of Tehran. The attack again began just...
Iran was not giving any signs it was going to attack Israel. This is bullshit again. It's what we've come to expect from
participating in those strikes. This is coming as the third round of talks on Iran's nuclear program just wrapped up in Geneva. U.S. President Donald Trump has said he was not pleased with this latest round of nuclear talks with Iran, but did say that he still wanted to reach a deal with Tehran. But now Israel has launched an attack on Iran before a deal is reached. Let's bring in Osama bin Javed in Geneva, who is covering those nuclear talks for us. So here we are, Osama. This is what many people feared, that there would be an attack if a deal wasn't reached.
I mean, there's attacks even when they are on the process of making a deal, i.e. the assassinations of Hamas members.
Okay, we seem to have lost our connection to
Israel's their special move now is to kill the negotiators to whatever negotiation is going on. But no, they're
given this latest development and Iran coming under attack by Israel.
The negotiations were going good in terms of Iran offering more compromises, but the American contingent, pretended like they were up against a stone wall and didn't even confirm the negotiations would go on Monday. So that was apparently a sign in and of itself.
Joining this strike.
What's interesting is that I was speaking to someone in the last few hours. Throughout Friday, speculation was growing that there was the possibility of some sort of U.S. military action. And he suggested if there was military action, it was likely to take the form of, in his words, one and done, that there would be one strike. It would be, in his view, to focus Iranian attention and say, look, this is what we're doing just now, but there could be a lot worse ahead if you don't come to some sort of deal. Because as we heard from the Omani negotiator in Geneva, he felt there was movement towards a deal, that it might take a bit of time, but the heart of the deal was there. That simply wasn't reflected on what Donald Trump was saying as he flew to Texas on Friday. He said that he was upset with the Iranians and he hoped there would be a deal, but he hadn't yet made a decision on whether or not there should be a military strike. And on his trip to Texas, he was accompanied by Ted Cruz, a Republican senator, and Lindsey Graham, a senator from North Carolina, who have proved to be sounding boards in the past. And he said that he was speaking to them, consulting with them, asking them their opinion. We know that Lindsey Graham is very keen on a strike against Iran. He wants to see some sort of regime change there.
A lot of these guys.
Perhaps
Marco Rubio, Lindsey Graham. Like, this is a neocon's wet dream, chat.
Who have warned against a strike of this kind. They are worried that an extended war would destabilize
the people that brought you the Iraq war, their next target was Iran, and they didn't get to attack, and they've always been sad.
Putting pressure on Iran to come to a deal, but of course the Iranians have said this is no way to carry out.
And those people are still kicking around in the Republican Party and in Trump's cabinet.
Some in the Iranian regime have even said, look, you can't negotiate with terrorists, and if they're threatening to hurt you, then...
Indeed, I mean, big question now is...
to see how long this lasts and how long it goes on.
Right, and as you say, there's no indication as to how long this will go on. And the question being also now that whether this strike will complicate the negotiations if they do indeed continue. Also worth reminding our viewers, Alan, that this is coming, of course, as we've seen a huge U.S. military buildup in this region with 2 carrier groups and hundreds of aircraft arriving in the region, even as the negotiations, as the diplomacy was going on. You know, presumably there will be some sort of retaliation from Iran. We don't know the extent of it. We don't know what it's going to look like. The U.S. would have been preparing for a retaliation.
And they have been, and we saw that in the last 24, 36 hours with the likes of the Israeli embassy in, the United States embassy in Jerusalem ordering the evacuation.
Awesome Opossum 98, thank you for resubbing. That's 14 months for you. Vox Populi, indeed, I got you.
Evacuation of all but essential staff. That was a hint that there was something that was going on, that there was concern. And of course, they were saying, well, the talks are still continuing. This would happen in the normal course of escalating tensions, but it was certainly a significant moment. And of course, there will be concern that there will be strikes, not just against Israel, who said this attack was theirs, but now the United States and United States targets because...
for people, Danny Du Bois says, Israel doing everything in their power to drag the U.S. into the war. Unfortunately, Danny Du Bois, they already have. The U.S. has joined the attack.
But we know that the United States, as you say, Paulie, has a significant presence in the Middle East at the moment. It has been a huge build-up over the last number of months, and the concern was that the United States wasn't just putting its troops in the region to walk away. They were putting their troops in the region to carry out some sort of military strike. And of course, the U.S. is buoyed by Operation Midnight Hammer, the operation in June, which Donald Trump insisted had obliterated Iran's nuclear program. It went incredibly well for the United States, but getting involved in something beyond a one and done, for want of a better phrase, would lead to significant risks for the United States and politically for Donald Trump.
Let me just put this in a little bit of
the military buildup
historical framework for you.
Talking about there, Alan, as U.S. officials confirmed that U.S. strikes on Iran are underway after an initial strike by the Israelis. These attacks, again, coming weeks after the U.S. really built up its military in the region. The world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, has been deployed. It left its naval base in Crete on Thursday and arrived in Israeli waters on Friday afternoon. The Ford's 2 nuclear reactors powered advanced.
I'm trying to figure out a place to jump in here, but
to operate up to 220 missions per day. It joins the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. That carrier operates up to 70 aircraft, including FA-18 fighter jets and surveillance planes. Its nuclear propulsion system also allows long-term deployment. They're being escorted by guided missile cruisers and destroyers, giving it air defense strike and anti-submarine capabilities. So, Alan, a huge military posture in this region. The concern now, of course, is that if Iran strikes U.S. bases in the region in response, to what extent Washington would escalate.
So I want to connect this.
But they have the military
talking about
in the region.
When would Washington escalate?
The area just in the last
I'm gonna
week or so. So,
I'm gonna leave the
so the feeling
captions
almost
on,
was that
but
we were
mute
heading
it just so I
towards-
can give you a little historical perspective on what's gone on here. So just to bringing us back to the early 2000s, I was mentioning earlier Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, many people in the Trump administration, many Republicans in Congress are members of a school of thought, let's just say, that we called neoconservative, right? So this was encapsulated with the Bush administration and their war on terror.
Now they're a freaking communist invading radicals.
These people had an idea that if the opportunity were to present itself, it would be in their advantage to start wars in a number of Middle Eastern countries, right? And they had a list. Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran. Iran was actually next on the list. They never got to do that because the Iraq war got unpopular before the Bush administration could launch us into a war with Iran, which was on the agenda, which was on the menu, which was part of the original plan, but it never got carried out. Now, after the Bush administration, right, in 2006, the last 2 years of his administration, Bush was actually got had to deal with a Democratic Congress. They got elected because people hated the Iraq war. They hated Bush's, what Bush did in terms of Katrina. The administration was really unpopular. So any plans, right, any opportunity that the 9/11 attacks presented for the neocons to enact their agenda on the larger world was stalled at that point, right? So you go through the Obama administration. Now, look, he's still participating in things like the genocide in Yemen, right? He's still, in accordance with Israeli allies and Saudi allies, still doing some pretty despicable things. I hope that doesn't break anybody's image of Barack Obama, right? But he was no, there were, he in some ways he carried on at least the neocon spirit, if not the agenda itself, right? But not in a way like that the neocons would have been happy with, right? So they were really excited after 8 years of Obama. We finally get to maybe elect somebody else. Could it be Jeb Bush? Could it be Lindsey Graham? Could it be Marco Rubio? Either way, any of these assholes, they're going to do more war. And we're excited, right? The neocons got excited. They got their hopes up again. And along comes a man named Donald Trump, who does politics more like pro wrestling, right? And you could still see this even in his foreign policy. I swear to God, he does foreign policy like it was pro wrestling, right? A lot of it's kayfabe. A lot of it is him, announcing something, making some big splash, basically falling into the orchestra pit in order to get the attention. He rides this tactic all the way into becoming president. And it was thought, chat, that this was a different kind of Republican. That's how the MAGA movement defined itself, that they were not they were not, war hogs the way that the neocons were. Neocon is a bad word, or was a bad word in the MAGA sphere in general. Now, in the second administration, he's taken a number of these neocons into his office. Obviously, a lot of them are still kicking around in the Senate. And this decision by Donald Trump to go full hog, on Iran with Israel has essentially put him as the heir of that neocon legacy, right? Even though he ran in the beginning against the neocons, against Jeb Bush, against the Iraq war. Donald Trump ran as a semi-anti-war candidate, which is kind of amazing considering that he's doing exactly what a neocon president would be expected to do. Now, the question is, what will MAGA do what will their response to this be? Right? Because this isn't exactly what they thought they were getting. Some of them are okay with it, right? Now, on the kayfabe, politics and kayfabe, in this case, like foreign policy, Trump's preference does seem to be, at least in the second agenda, right? So you've got a war like Vietnam, where the United States eventually commits, first tries to advise the South Vietnamese, but then it commits to whole hog, and that ends up being it ruins the Johnson administration. It ruins Johnson's chances of running for president. And it's not going on, Nixon essentially, it gets surrendered, right? It's a terrible, awful war. It's the example of how not to do war. In the 90s, George H.W. Bush wanted to shake America. United States citizens of what he called Vietnam syndrome. What is Vietnam syndrome? It's the fact that since Vietnam, nobody wants a war. Nobody wants to send their kid to die in some, country for some bullshit like what Vietnam was, right? What ultimately did that amount to? Fighting a country and a leader who modeled themselves after the United States in their Revolutionary War. They were fighting a Revolutionary War against France, and they won. And instead of just letting them have that W, the United States had to come in and say, no, Vietnam, you've got to, you've got to be colonized. I don't know. Or you got to be under our thumb in some way, right? We need to insert a puppet government in the South, right? Was what the United States was trying to do in Vietnam. That went really badly. For that reason, when George W. Bush went to war, and you can see this in the movie W, if you've watched Josh Brolin as President George W. Bush, right? You can see this in the movie W, that when George W. Bush goes into war in Kuwait, essentially after Iraq has invaded Kuwait, right? First of all, this is a war in response to an invasion, right? It kind of looks a little bit better optically, PR-wise, right? You've got a ton of allies with the United States, a coalition of the willing, a bunch of different countries like co-signing, yes, Saddam's a bad guy and we got to take him out, right? So it feels less authoritarian, and it's not quite in and out. It's not quite one and done like the Maduro operation, or indeed Operation Midnight Hammer, the supposed targeting of a non-existent Iranian nuclear program by the president, again, his kayfabe politics. But it's somewhere in the middle, and it works to a certain extent, right? So what I mean by that is that the United States citizens were very supportive of George W. Bush in all the actions surrounding the Iraq War. There was a small anti-war movement. There were a few Democrats in Congress who fought against that, but they ended up not getting reelected. So from a war hawk perspective, right, from a neocon perspective, if you will, right, this is a very successful mission. Now, what happens, after George H.W. Bush experiences record high approval ratings, we're talking 80s, 90s, is that time moves on. And other things happen, and there's other concerns other than foreign policy, including people's pocketbooks, right? How people are doing in the economy. And a candidate named Bill Clinton comes along and says, "I feel your pain, American people," right? And so in other words, the honeymoon period of George W. Bush George H.W. Bush having actually accomplished his mission in Iraq doesn't last. And this imprints on a young George W. Bush who's helping his president with his campaign because he's, kind of alcoholic and has got nothing better to do, right? He remembers this. And then when he does his war with Iraq, right, he doesn't want to do it halfway. He thinks the problem with my daddy is my daddy didn't go and get Saddam. So that's what we want to do. And George W. Bush re-engineers Vietnam after his father had supposedly cured the nation of Vietnam syndrome. Remember, there's all these moneyed interest in the United States. There's all these military companies, and they get aroused, let's just say, when there's war or rumor of wars, because they get to sell more military equipment. So there's this whole ass military industrial complex in the United States that anytime war's on the horizon, they're like, yes, please, war. Yes, can we do that? Can we do that? Please. They're pushing us, right? You'll see the generals. Anytime that this gets talked about, they bring up all these old generals, right, to be like, yeah, I think that if I was the general, I would attack here, or some bullshit like that, right, to analyze the war, right? So there's this whole machine in place, including the media. Let's be honest, cable news thrives on a war. So a lot is kind of pushing towards a war. But in spite of that, and in spite of the new telegenic nature of war pioneered by his dad in the Gulf War, right, George W. Bush turns a very popular presidency a mandate to take it to the terrorists. Remember, the American people were behind George W. Bush in Iraq, right? They had mistakenly linked up Saddam Hussein to the actions of Osama bin Laden when really these things had nothing to do with them. And furthermore, they were convinced that there were weapons of mass destruction. Hence, just like Israel today claims that this is a preemptive strike, claims that Iran is trying to develop nukes, right? It's a pretext. It's the same thing that we've been doing for generations and generations. So that's why being a neocon is a bad thing in the new MAGA consensus in the populist sphere in general, and that Donald Trump choosing this particular adventure is going to take him down a road that I don't think he's going to be able to come back from. There are voters out there, like people maybe who supported Bernie in the primary in 2016, who then flipped around. I think I don't understand it either, chat, and voted for Donald Trump, but they do exist. They are out there, and it's issues like this that are going to lose them for the Trump coalition forever, especially, chat, if what seems to be happening now comes to pass and Rubio does end up taking over the mantle from Trump, right? JD Vance is a joke at this point, right? I mean, he's like Charlie Kirk without the I don't know, without the valor, without the martyrdom or something like that, right? In the same way that like a lot of this, you know, kind of dark enlightenment shit has just become laughable, you know, in the latter half of the Trump administration, which has really taken a turn. You know, I was talking about this with chat earlier, right? I got it narrowed down. It's either when they tried to shove Charlie Kirk down our throats as a hero, right? Down as this universal thing that like a code for do you love America, then you must praise Charlie Kirk and say that he was doing politics the right way. And, you know, some people fell for that. It's either that Charlie Kirk, you know, kind of propaganda they tried to shove down our throats, right? That is the, you know, the reason for the meme, honestly. Or it is the Epstein files, which a lot of MAGA people felt like they kind of got heartbroken by too. They were intent on, like, chat, if you're MAGA and you like believe in Pizzagate maybe or QAnon, maybe it's a buffet. You pick and choose, you know, you don't believe in some of the wild conspiracy theories, but you believe in some of them. You believe in there's some kind of pedophilic elite and maybe they're satanic and you know, like, well, where would you look but the Epstein files? So they're like, let's get into those Epstein files. And Trump's like, yeah, I'm not so sure about that. There's the interviews with Fox News, right, where Trump is asked about, you know, are you going to release JFK files? He's like, hell yeah, we're going to do that. Aliens files? Yes, we're going to release the aliens files. How about the Epstein files? And at first he's starting to say yes, but then he like changes his mind. Fox News actually cut this clip and hid that from us. That's but Trump went on to say, I'm not so sure about the Epstein stuff because, you know, there's a lot of fake stuff in that world, and I wouldn't want any innocent people to be have their reputations harmed, right? Trump, at the very least, is sweeping for the Epstein class. And I think that's what a lot of, you know, the people that were consider themselves like, you know, double or triple Trumpers before, right? People that are dyed in the wool MAGA. That's what a lot of them have been getting off of that Trump train about. That's where the distrust with Trump started. So yeah, it's either Epstein or it's Charlie Kirk. You know, the revelations are, you know, kind of hit one after another. But anyway, let's get back to what's happening in Iran right now. That is music.
Israel first that announced that it had hit Iran. Explosions were heard in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Iranian media reporting that the attacks happened nationwide as Israel first announced launching these airstrikes. They are against Iran, and according to a U.S. official who's been speaking to the Reuters news agency.
Sashi is telling me that Americans can't comprehend that the U.S. is no different than Nazi Germany. Look, I can understand you making that. I can understand you, you know, reaching that conclusion, Sashi. But it might behoove you to ask some questions in the future before, you know, making assumptions like that. I don't entirely disagree with the comparison of the United States to Nazi Germany. Obviously, nothing is like one-to-one. That's not the concept of a metaphor. You know, the metaphor is that the United States is like Nazi Germany in some very disturbing ways. And with that, I would agree 100%. That's the reason I left the... I would be scared to go to, like, I don't want to say this, right? But I'd be scared to go home to my own country now. It's fucked up. Yeah, Bush once had are you talking about HW or W? I think they both had a you know, very high approval ratings at times. A lot of gullible, brainwashed MAGA that protect PDFs by extension, supporting Trump. That is, well, I mean, like that. Look, we can't prove that Trump himself is a PDF file. All right. Although there are some really disturbing, things that were actually covered up by the Trump administration. Right. That's what the latest thing that's dropped is that they deleted some stuff about Trump. I don't know if that stuff is true or not. We can't prove it's true. What we can prove, though, is that he is protecting the Epstein class. And I think that in and of itself should be a non-starter as far as, who we support.
Launched by air and by sea, and several ministries in southern Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent on the ground there bringing us the latest on the situation. We'll keep a close eye, of course, on what's happening inside Iran. But also earlier on Saturday morning, Israel carried out airstrikes in southern Lebanon. The Israeli army says it targeted Hezbollah military infrastructure in the Iqlim al-Tufa region. The attacks are the latest breach, of course, of a ceasefire, which is agreed between Lebanon and Israel in late 2024. Zaina Khader is in Beirut for us. We've seen these Israeli attacks on Lebanon regularly in the last year since the ceasefire was agreed. But
what we have confirmed so far is that Israel has attacked Iran and that the United States has joined it in this attack.
It is not being seen as an isolated incident. The timing, roughly an hour before the Israeli military.
Snowhawk saying Tehran,
strikes in Tehran,
Isfahan, Qom.
The Air Force carrying out a series of attacks in southern Lebanon in the Iqlim al-Tufah region. This is a mountainous region, a very strategic region in southern Lebanon. Yes, they've hit it time and time again over the past year or so, despite that ceasefire. But like I said, in the past,
wait, Lebanon's been hit as well.
Escalation, a pattern of.
Oh no, they've been hit. They've been hitting Lebanon.
For example, the Israeli army carried out a wave of airstrikes in the east of the country, in the Bekaa area, an area where the Israeli military believes is the operational base of Hezbollah, a place where Hezbollah keeps its strategic weapons, whether they are long-range weapons, precision-guided weapons, drone manufacturing facilities, weapons depots, and it believes Iqlim al-Tufah also is where Hezbollah has strategic weapons. So this escalation of attacks really has caused a lot of concern in Lebanon that the country could be dragged into a potential conflict, which is now happening between Israel, Iran, and the United States, because Hezbollah being Iran's strategic and ideological ally. So these attacks are being seen as preventive attacks to limit the possibility of Hezbollah responding if it chooses to do so, because that in itself is another question.
Zaina, of course, Hezbollah has been considerably weakened since its conflict.
Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I'll read those off in a second.
Get involved if there's a prolonged conflict between Tehran, Iran, and Israel and the U.S.
Yes, it has been a question on everyone's minds in Lebanon. Even Lebanon's top political leadership has been repeating time and time again, warning Hezbollah not to launch what it is calling a new adventure and drag the country into another conflict. But you said, and you pointed out, how Hezbollah has been badly weakened, suffering major blows in the last year or so. Israeli attacks continue against its leadership, against its weapons depots. And, it's a very difficult decision for Hezbollah to get involved. Israeli intelligence assessments say that they believe Hezbollah still has an arsenal of missiles that it is able to use, but they will not pose any existential threat to Israel, a much more superior army. And Hezbollah also knows that if it does get involved in this conflict, it could trigger a harsh response by the Israeli army and its people, its constituency, its supporters.
Okay, I want to caveat what she's saying by reminding people that Israel cannot. Israel's capacity to defend itself was stretched to the breaking point in Operation Midnight Hammer, right? That's something you probably have not heard a lot. And because of this event and because of the Ukraine war, the United States and Israel, its ally that it supplies with, a ton of ordinances. They're low on ammo, basically,
but no doubt
right?
We'll have to comment on the latest developments and the strikes on Iran.
So while I'm sure that their, current weakened position is a calculation that, will be taken into account, just understand that the United States and Israel are kind of coming into this conflict in a weakened position themselves, right?
An hour or so ago, explosions were heard.
I'm gonna shout out the, or I'm gonna read out the people that just got weaseled.
Israel announced that it was launching a preemptive attack on Iran, and some 20 minutes.
And
later,
again,
the US
preemptive,
announced that it was
apropos of
also
nothing. It's
involved
just,
in that attack. Iranian media reporting that the attacks are happening nationwide as Israel launched these airstrikes. But now Tehran saying also that it's preparing for retaliation and that the response will be crushing. We have extensive coverage, as I said.
So that's the next shoe to drop, is Iran's response.
Ali Hashim, who's covered Iran extensively, is also with us. We have our chief U.S. correspondent in Washington, D.C., Alan Fisher, as well as Zina Hodder in Beirut. And various guests will be analyzing. And
let me read these out really quick. Emily Wood, you just got weaseled. Pontoon Large, you just got weaseled. 9'9", you just got weaseled.
Alan, tell us.
Ernie Burns, you just got weaseled. Germ, you just got weaseled. Alan B, you just got weaseled. Men Pixie Books, you just got weaseled. Tamara Chance, you just got weaseled. And Let's Go. Okay, let's go. You just got weaseled. Flipsy, Bipsy, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
They seem to suggest that they believe that the United States' involvement in this is towards decapitating the head of the Iranian regime. They say that from what they can understand, the attacks were concentrated in areas where the supreme leader may well be living. And so the intention was to try and take out the head of the regime and then see what would happen afterwards. Now, many countries have warned the United States about an extended effort to try and force regime change in Iran. They wanted to know what was the plan for the day after, and the day after that, and the day after that.
So in other words, how is this not going to be in Iraq?
That necessarily what would happen would that a pro-Western, pro-United States government form in his absence. And so there could be a great deal of bloodshed in the aftermath, and they were concerned that that would leak over borders, that that would cause instability across the region, and they would be dragged into a regional war of some description. Now, as I say, that's just someone who is an analyst who understands these things far better than I do, but they suggest that this was a move at decapitation, but it would certainly fit in with some of the ideas that have been floated recently, not least by Lindsey Graham, who was traveling with Donald Trump on Friday.
So yeah, the decapitation strikes are probably getting talked about a lot. Israel has done a lot of targeted assassinations, even in the midst of supposed negotiations, right, to reach a ceasefire, right? They're assassinated people. United States under the first Trump administration assassinated a general named Soleimani. That's in and of itself an act of war. But again, this is Trump's like kayfabe politics, right? He does things that are symbolic, right? That make him look badass for the attention, but he does know enough to try to avoid like a longer term war. For instance, Venezuela, right? That was a decapitation strike in its own way. And in this case, capturing a foreign leader, which again it's a stupid game, and it will result in stupid prize. Yeah, what does it win? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, right? It's not good. It's not the way that that a Western nation honestly is like supposed to act. Wait, what's going on in Tel Aviv? Oh no, that's Tehran. Oh, he's trying to stay out of the shot. Anyway, I saw the guy put his head up. But yeah, his preference is to try to just get in and out, right? Because he knows that the Iraq war thing is something that he wants to avoid. However, what he may not understand is that Netanyahu might not care as much, right? Netanyahu's got less to lose here, right? And so if he the danger is the United States kind of getting dragged into this. Now, look, in terms of like power, in terms of who you know, who's the you know, big dog in the relationship with the U.S. and Israel? Obviously, it's the United States, and obviously, you know, Israel's they're doing what it does. Even when the United States says, "Oh, I don't know about what Israel's doing in the West Bank," they're kind of doing it for the United States, right? It's there as like a beachhead in an area that is, you know, that where a lot of, you know, important resources come from, essentially. So that's been the United States's you know, sort of relationship with Israel. But that doesn't mean that Bibi is not like 1,000 times smarter than Donald Trump or probably anyone in his cabinet and can't kind of finagle something where the United States ends up holding the bag. You know, look, when you get regime change, it's like you're the dog that caught the car. All right, you better have a plan, because otherwise you're just gonna get rolled, right? You just kind of fucked yourself over. And indeed, being responsible for, you know, for nation building in Iran, it would make Iraq look like a cakewalk in comparison. Anyway, let's get back to this
attack. And also, besides that, they have their own drone program that was tested in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine by the Russians. So these are two main military assets that they might be using. Also, there is a possibility that they might be activating the region. Their own presence in the region.
Their proxies in the region, like the Hezbollah and the Houthis in Yemen, of course. But
regardless of the situation right now of Hezbollah or the Iraqis or the Houthis, because each has their own local calculations. But now, if this is heading towards an existential threat for the Islamic Republic, then this whole axis is under existential threat.
Yeah.
So it depends how this is going to move on.
Right, James Bays, this
and that's what I meant, is that like Israel might be able to handle a limited response from Iran, but there's a limit to what it can handle.
Foreign minister in Washington saying
the Iron Dome is not as solid as people think.
And even Donald Trump saying that even if he
and if more factions get involved, and the Iron Dome has more to deal with, right? It will get overwhelmed really quickly. In fact, you know, they might run out of
I think those comments from the Oman
ammo in some cases.
Because that interview he gave just a few hours ago in the US, and he doesn't talk very much in public, saying we've made a breakthrough in these talks. They're no longer going to stockpile enriched uranium. This is something that was never...
So they agreed to send the uranium to a third country, right? Which is...
And you have that...
it would give Trump the ability to say that he got a better deal than Obama if he wanted to, right?
And I think there is
it should be appealing to a Donald Trump who doesn't want war. This should be appealing. Snowhawk already leaks out of Washington that Israel forced White House's hand with the attack. Leaks out of Geneva that this was intended to be a one-and-done strike to force Iran to cave and negotiate. Wait, okay.
He was preparing the ground, George W. Bush, for the attack.
Snowhawk, did they say anything about the reason for U.S. involvement then?
5 years ago, 1990, and the war.
Like why Israel couldn't just one and done this themselves?
It was a 42-nation coalition. Nothing like that. In fact, I think many Americans, when they hear about this in the morning, when they wake up in a few hours' time, are going to be spluttering on their cornflakes as they hear what's happening.
Splattering? Does that mean barfing?
Donald Trump has just posted on Truth.
Yeah, this is bad. If you're American, if you're anyone, this is bad.
In Washington, what is the president saying?
Yeah, well, I'm listening to it now, as you can probably hear. This has been on Truth Social just in the last couple of minutes. What he says is that this is an operation by the United States.
Warby, super chatted $9. Who made bank on Polymarket? Woman detective.
Oh no. Wait, that emote is called woman detective. I thought it said woman detective. Detected. Anyway. In the right wing like the fucking Gamergate circles, they would say woman detected, opinion rejected.
targeting the government in Iran.
Thank you for the super chat.
8-minute message or so, he says that this is the time for the people in Iran to take control of their government, that they should move immediately and not let this opportunity pass. I can play a bit more of it as we try to find out exactly what was involved in the U.S. operation.
In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut.
He is bringing up history about the operation in 1983 when a number of U.S. Marines were killed in Beirut. He's now saying that
involved with the attack on the USS Cole.
He's also talking about the USS Cole, which often was attributed to Al-Qaeda. So Donald Trump is laying out the case for why he's involved in military operations.
It's just the kind of thing that most American presidents do before engaging in a military operation.
As justified, there will be questions about why he didn't seek
because when the United States public is not behind a military action, it gets ugly.
Which are 4 leaders from either side on Capitol Hill on the main committees to let them know that this was happening. He has bypassed that in the past, suggesting that often there are leaks for this, but confirmation from Donald Trump that this is a sustained military operation that has now been launched in Iran.
That sounds bad.
People telling me that this
sustained
done from the language that Donald Trump is using.
This is not good. Yeah. He's like, it's a list of grievances against Iran, when in reality the list of grievances Iran has against the United States is like a million miles longer, right?
Build-up in the region. It was to allow the United States to carry out an operation of this kind.
This also goes back to the U.S. and the UK trying to place a puppet government in Iran, and Iran rejecting that government, having a revolution, and the winners of the,
some of which you've played
power vacuum were the Ayatollahs, basically. That's how we got here.
Interesting that he said that this was a U.S.-led operation, even though the initial attack was announced by
Iran was actually a very
actually a video message it was recorded in Mar-a-Lago, spending the weekend,
like a very secular state before the U.S. and the UK started messing with it.
He's talking a great deal about Iran's proxies, the likes of Hamas, which may explain why we are seeing the attacks in southern Lebanon over the last couple of hours by the Israelis.
I cannot open this snack pack, chat. It's so annoying because I got a delicious snack
in that region.
But it's stuck in this pack.
Donald Trump saying that no other U.S. president has taken this sort of action against Iran. It was only him that did it. That, of course, is the split personality almost of Donald Trump, who boasts about solving somewhere in the region of 8 wars, but then has launched attacks against a number of countries. And this is the second time in, 6-7 months that he's launched an attack on Iran. And of course, he's making the point that this was an attack particularly to stop Iran getting a nuclear weapon. He's talking now about Midnight Hammer. I'm listening to this as I'm playing it out to you, obviously, and trying to decipher.
Yeah, I'm trying to open my.
We'll let you listen to it.
He talked about Midnight Hammer.
Yeah, we'll let you go and listen to it and come back to you when you get more. In the meantime, we are showing our viewers here live pictures of the skies over Tel Aviv, and there's been an explosion in Tel Aviv in just the last few minutes.
You can hear the other video in the background. They're actually listening to the president in the background.
There, over the sky.
I don't know why they've got it like that.
Israel, as it announced the attack on Iran, also declared a state of emergency and closed its airspace. It protectively sounded air raid sirens across the country, preparing for any missiles launch in a retaliation for its attack on Iran. Akiva Eldar is joining us from Tel Aviv. He's a political analyst, a regular contributor to Al Jazeera. Akiva, can you tell us right now, if you're able to, what's happening in Tel Aviv? Because we've seen an explosion there, it seems, in just the last few minutes.
Well, since the alarm came up this morning, the streets are empty. It's Shabbat, so very slow transportation, and people are at home. They were advised to stay close to the sealed rooms and to the shelters. Actually, in the last few years, people in Tel Aviv got used to it. you can still see in Tel Aviv areas where there are rebels from the last Iranian-Israeli war. So unfortunately, it became a routine for many Israelis, and there are many others who were fed up and left the country. These are the professionals, people from the high-tech.
That's the other thing about this, right? Anytime that Israel is under attack, and the Iron Dome can't fully handle it, and that happened, I think, during Midnight Hammer, and you know, these things get overwhelmed easier than people realize, right? People leave the country, right? I mean, they may come back later, they may retain their citizenship, but they you know, they don't want to live in a country. And like this turns out to be a big deal for Israel. So yeah, living, you know,
needs this war.
Doing a genocide in Gaza, more settlements in the West Bank, trying to destroy the West Bank, and you know, all these aggressive wars with other countries in the Middle East is actually not good for Israel as a country.
We've heard now from President Trump in just the last few minutes, who's posted a video message on his Truth Social saying that the U.S. military has now begun major combat operations in Iran, suggesting that this is not going to be just a one-off attack.
Although I'd say that now when Israelis like leave Israel,
in Gaza,
they're probably confronted with what their country is doing in a lot of places, right?
Fighting right now.
It didn't used to be like that. So
prepared to be dragged.
Unfortunately, none of this has had the effect of making the Israeli, you know,
Jewish Israeli
electorate less far-right genocidal, right? Unfortunately, that's genocide is still very popular.
Especially the young voters.
In fact, there are even further right parties that are.
Situation. They know only Netanyahu and his agenda, and the word peace is hardly heard in the public discourse, and we see in the public polls that a diplomatic settlement between the U.S. and the Iranian was a nightmare for many people. And this was the message that is coming from.
He's saying that the
Israeli military. Israel is Sparta, and in Sparta.
Sparta.
So we don't believe.
What happened to Sparta, chat? Do you remember? Anybody seen the movie?
To alter.
Did Sparta win? And is that how the movie ends?
And the thousands of Israelis that were.
Bro, if you want to be Sparta.
Was another Saturday and holiday. For him, this is a gift, not talking about his trial, about corruption, about the exemption of the Orthodox youngsters from serving in the military.
Yeah, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action is what he was talking about. And, you know, if you're worried about Iran enriching nuclear fuel, right, that act prevented them from doing it. That act had inspectors looking at their whole nuclear program, right? Trump blew that deal up.
President Trump says they're doing this because Iran is developing long-range missiles that threaten the U.S. and others in the region. Let's listen to President.
And I think the deal that they want to get is for Iran to also renounce, what is it, ballistic missiles?
Element of the RGC.
But again, it's just performative.
Used to oppress the protesters. So those are the kinds of things that I would expect to see would be the options the president will be looking at going after if the Iranians didn't negotiate. I also don't think his objective would be an all-out.
Okay, apologies for that. We will try to sort out that.
Oh, they are having problems with their audio. Yeah, they didn't mean to do that.
On his Truth Social just a short while ago, confirming in the beginning of operations against Iran. President Trump says these are major combat operations. We've seen.
Okay, so Trump's signaling that this is not one and done.
Including on the capital.
Which look.
Let's go to Mohammed Val, who's in the Iranian capital for us.
Trump's foreign policy has not been popular. He hasn't done the things that most presidents will do to try to assure that it stays popular. When somebody like George W. Bush wants to attack Iraq, there's a whole media campaign to try to sell that to the people. Trump has done none of that. He says he is the president of peace, that he has stopped all these wars, right? No wars under his, watch for the first term, right? And then he goes and starts all these conflicts. Now, I say conflicts, right? Because they're usually one and done. Like Maduro, the U.S. is not involved in a ground war there. So that's been his saving grace in terms of losing more popularity, which Trump is already at like 36%, right? Record low popularity, record low approval for Trump right before midterm elections, right? A land war in Iran that is perceived as costly, to American lives, or even just to American, money, right? The American people don't understand. I think that would actually have a significant deleterious effect on the rest of his administration, which is not looking good as it is, right? This guy is currently looking at if he can do an executive order to try to steal the midterms election because he knows he's going to lose, right? So I don't know. Is this a wag the dog thing? Does Trump think he's going to have a great success in this and a very quick success in this and somehow that, this action is going to help him? I don't know. People are saying that the Americans got kind of outplayed on Israel. They didn't want to be a part of this, but they got drawn into it anyway. We'll look more into that as things become more clear. But yeah, right now we have the U.S. and Israel have attacked Iran in various places, including Tehran, that we're looking at right now. And we are waiting for the other shoe to drop. Iran has said they will respond. How will they respond? Where will they respond? That's the question, right? And there's a lot of reason to believe that this time, like they were saying earlier, might be more existential for the entire, the entire, de facto, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Like a METO or METO, Middle Eastern. No, I can't. I don't know. There's like the whole anti-Israel cohort, right? Anybody that's resisting Israel, right, is kind of fucked if the U.S. and Israel are able to somehow, pull off regime change, dominate the country, and then put their preferred forces into power in Iran, right? So, there's every reason to believe that this might be a more in the past, when the U.S. and Israel have attacked Iran, it has responded in a very controlled way, right? A very minimal way, because it's the harder they go, the more they give the United States and Israel pretext for a larger war, which they obviously don't want. But people are saying that the response this time might be different. But yeah, in the past, they're sort of walking a tightrope, right? If you think of the Iranian leadership, they've just been attacked. All right. They can't just sit there and be like, please don't attack us anymore, because that looks weak. So they've got to attack back. But in the past, they've done things like call the United States through diplomatic channels and be like, hey, you might want to move the troops in this base. And the U.S. does. Iran hits the base, and that's that, right? They've done it in a sort of, middle, in a way that's, that's the kayfabe of any sort of, dance of diplomacy and war.
Eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel.
Sorry, thanks for reminding me, Arvin Trevino.
They knew and were
the movie was called 300, not Sparta. Thank you.
Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members.
Iron Dragon says, watching this from China. Hey, Iron Dragon, I might stream on Bilibili sometime.
American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to.
You know what's mass terror is like this whole fucking administration. In the United States, abroad, it's been mass fucking terror, right?
Funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46
prediction chat.
taking 12.
I don't think the American people are going to take this very well.
Brutal. Something like the world has never seen before.
He's doing a terrible job selling a war that he's already gotten dragged into through his own incompetence.
On the street as they protested. It is always
This guy got dog walked by BB, chat.
in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon.
Why Billy? Because it's the only one I know, Izimandias.
Nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordo.
And that's why we need to come back and do more bullshit, because it was so successful.
We warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons. And we saw.
He's a joke, chat. I'm going to call it. The United States has jumped the fucking shark. He's a joke. The country is a joke. A fucking. And when you see those U.S.
They just wanted to
carriers and ships like coming into, pulling into some new like
has for decades and decades
body of water, it's just like, oh yeah, cool. The assholes are here to fuck up our country.
And we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and
they go down to the Caribbean, they kill a bunch of fishermen and boats. They take Maduro, and then they're like, oh no, we gotta go over to Iran. We gotta start some shit over there. And it's all for this guy's fucking ego.
It could soon reach the American homeland.
How long are we gonna put up with his bullshit, chat?
How emboldened this regime would be.
Like, fuck this guy. Fuck his whole administration. Fuck the neocon horse he rode in on.
Deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking.
He's just a shittier version of George W. Bush.
To prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally.
Okay, so he's definitely signaling not one and done.
We're going to annihilate their navy.
It sounds like he's talking about a ground invasion or a massive bombing campaign.
Forces and no longer use their IEDs.
Do you realize the United States is approaching an actual debt crisis now, and this guy wants to start another war? Fuck him.
Kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure.
Like, chat, this asshole cut taxes for billionaires. All right?
It's a very simple message.
And then he put in all these tariffs. Don't worry, the tariffs will pay for the taxes. It's okay, we've got the tariffs. The tariffs just got taken down. Those tariffs don't exist anymore. The United States owes people, it has to repay the tariffs.
And rebuilt our military in my first
we don't have the money to be doing this. We don't have the ammo to be doing this. The United States as a world power, I fear, is not long for this world, okay?
Has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region.
Omega Star, thank you for gifting a sub to Zavara. Zavara, you just got
regime seeks to kill.
Jellyfish.
Lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this.
Look, Jonathan, if you're not from the United States, you're talking about people voting against Trump. There will be a chance to do that, not directly, right? United States has midterm elections coming up this fall, right? They'll be electing members of Congress and members of the Senate, right? Right now, there's no oversight. There's no meaningful oversight because the Republicans are in charge.
Super chatted $5. France24 just had a video about how nation states no longer attempt to fulfill the needs of its citizens now, which was the whole point.
The whole point of wow. Wait. Oh, it's I can't pull that one up, but thank you for the super chat. Either way, Narwhal by nature. And thank you, Omega Star, for that gift sub to Zavara. This is, let me see if I can pull up the, how nation states no longer attempt to fulfill the needs of its citizens now, which is the whole point of nation states in the first place. True. Well, look, there are certain citizens look, I want to explain this to you. For anybody who doesn't understand, like, what's gone on in the United States and what you might be in for if you adopt MAGA-style politics in your country, if you allow this United States shit to come in, right? It's that there's a thing called Citizens United where the meaning of a citizen was changed, right? In the past, it was a person, right? That's the obvious basic requirement. What's a citizen? It's a fucking person, all right? You got to be a person to be a citizen. If you're not a person, you're not a citizen. Wrong, says the Supreme Court. Corporations are people too, my friend. Corporations are people too, right? And it's this mentality, right? I don't know if you're going to get these kind of laws like, or these kind of legal interpretation like the United States have, but you're going to get this mentality that says that that really, like, the free speech is not like one person, one vote. Free speech is $1, one vote. And guess who's got all the money? Not us. Not us by a long shot. Yo, Woody, thank you for the bits. And the hype train is going well. We got 3 minutes and 41 seconds left. You're on level 1. If you want to advance that hype train and get more emojis, jump on there with a sub, with a Prime sub, or with, like Woody Red did, by throwing some bits in there, and you can get some exclusive emotes. We're at 72 right now. We are at 72.
Will prevail. We have the greatest.
Chris, I think, is calling me Gorlock, the Destroyer. That's right, I'm Gorlock. Did you like? I've been. Never mind. It's my Nikocado avocado. Look, I'm 2 steps ahead, Chris. Okay.
In the world, and they will prevail.
This is my big reveal.
Members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death.
That sounds like an invasion.
Down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity.
Yo, Omega Star with the 5 community subs. Damn.
Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand.
Liberation Day.
Don't leave your home.
You've never felt more free.
Outside, bombs will be dropping everywhere.
Stay in your home. Obey the curfew. This is freedom, chat. Do you feel the freedom? Freedom is on the march, chat. It feels a lot like fascism, though. Was this what it felt like in Nazi Germany when they fucking invaded Poland, chat?
No president was willing to do what I am willing to do.
Is this what it felt like when they invaded France? God damn. 102 thanks to Omega. God damn, Omega.
America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close.
Oh my God, chat.
This
guy is putting Orwell to shame. Do you not see that? It's so fucking obvious.
Men and women
when everything that you say means the opposite of what the meaning should be, you get into this really dark place, and we're in that place now. We're in that sunken place, chat. Are you ready?
Announcing the U.S. has begun major.
What does he mean, immunity? Let's see if I can explain that.
Israel said earlier,
she's going to explain some stuff too, but he means that they'll go after cops, they'll attack police that defend the sovereignty of Iran. But if the police turn in their badge and say, "I'm not police anymore," I give up, then they'll get immunity, right? They won't be
in Iran's capital, Tehran, while blasts were also reported in
taken prisoner or killed or whatever. I don't know.
Across the country.
But all my jellyfish towards Vox Populi. I think we already got some. One for Vox Populi. So let me put them both up.
What is the objective of this operation from President Trump, and how long is it going to last?
The United States has once again set the table for a revolution in Iran. They've done it before.
Shut
This
up.
time they're doing it with weapons and bombs rather than covertly through the CIA. It's clear that this is...
Oh, actually, don't show it. Shut up. That's actually some great...
Donald Trump accepting the fact that there may be casualties, saying that it's something that you have to accept in war.
You got to break a few eggs. You got to kill a few innocent people, so that the rest, their friends, can feel the liberation, can feel the freedom. Freedom is on the march, chat. Gaming stream. Oh my God, I need a gaming stream.
Lay down their weapons. If they do so, they'll be treated fairly. But if they don't, he said, you will face almost certain death. So this
Does that make sense, chat?
Not just a one and
It's a
done
threat.
sort of operation.
Don't. If you're police, don't try to be police,
concerned about
because we will kill you. So in other words, there's not going to be law and order. There's not going to be safety in Iran.
There'll be those close to Donald
But there's freedom. It's freedom, chat. It's freedom, baby.
Pushing for it for years.
Is this what it felt like to be Nazi Germany, chat?
That Donald Trump has effectively launched a war in Iran without seeking congressional approval. We don't even know if he's informed Congress that this was going to take place. This was Donald Trump saying, we have tolerated what Iran has done over a number of years, and now no more. Interestingly, coming as they were negotiating with Iran about their nuclear program, and the Omani negotiator appeared on American television a few hours ago to say that the Iranians had agreed that they would no longer process enough material to build a nuclear bomb.
So that was right when Hassan's stream ended, right? Where
that they were moving towards.
They thought they might have,
an agreement. Donald Trump said he wasn't pleased with the Iranians, but he hadn't.
Cheers from Canada. How many countries does the U.S. need to invade? Christine, Maitland, hopefully not yours. I mean, that would be that would be awful.
Just briefly, how long do we expect this operation to last?
But that's what I'm wondering.
Of course, we have no
like, right? Where are we at?
We have no idea what the targets are. We know that the United States will have significant...
Like, he's talking about a ground invasion, it sounds like.
In hand with the Israelis, what they will be preparing for now is the backlash. We already saw that with the evacuation of some embassies around the region when non-essential staff were told that they should leave, and they should leave now. That suggests that perhaps, as Donald Trump was saying, he hadn't made a decision. The wind was...
The biggest controversy, I get what you're saying about the Democratic Party having terrible policies and a lot of cowardice in terms of opposing war, right? And I agree with you about that.
There was a real
but please notice the guy that's starting the war right now is not a liberal. He's a fascist.
People described as radical Islamists.
And this is not an anti-war administration at all. All right, it's a straight up imperial. Although, should we say irredentist at this point, maybe?
Sorts of levels of uncertainty. Something Donald Trump has criticized.
I don't know. We'll save that one until after China bitch smacks the United States.
Into a similar situation himself.
Then we can call it irredentist. Until then, it's the imperial presidency of Donald Trump.
8 GMT. If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, extensive coverage of the U.S. and Israel attacking Iran continues. In just
biggest controversy. Unfortunately, the people with money in the United States, whether they be Democratic voters or Republican voters, they tend to want their military-industrial complex to be fed, and that's why we get this shit, no matter who we vote for.
On the capital, Tehran, but we understand that they're now also taking place in cities across the nation. Iranian airspace has been shut and mobile services have been cut. An Iranian official has said that the country will retaliate and that the response, quote, will be crushing. Now, aside from Tehran, as I've said, there have been attacks in several other cities, including the
shoe that we're waiting for to drop, right? Iran's response.
Also in central Iran, Tabriz in the northwest, and Kermanshah and Ilam.
And look, if Trump is talking about invading and regime change, they have no disincentive from striking back as hard as they can.
Amman, in Geneva, where the U.S.-Iran talks recently took place, in Ramallah as well. We also have analysts and correspondents in the Iranian
can't get into my
capital.
delicious seaweed snack, chat, and it's
Start with
pissing me
here,
off.
Our guests in the studio, Ali Hashim, who's covered Iran extensively, and Mohanad Seloum from the Doha Institute of Graduate Studies. Ali, first of all, let me come to you because
Creflo $50 is asking me what's the whole deal with Kat being pro-war.
Well, just talking to a close aide to the Iranian president right now, he told us that the president wasn't harmed by the first wave of...
Watch us on tomorrow, right, and you'll find out more about it. But it does seem like Kat really fucked up.
With respect to the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, there's no information about his whereabouts, but...
Like, she's getting bad foreign policy advice, at the very least.
He wasn't in the complex. And given the fact this is a deja vu moment, it would be very unlikely that these officials, especially that high, will be in expected areas in their premises or in their headquarters. So for now, what we know is that the president isn't harmed. The Supreme Leader probably wasn't in the complex, but this attack, it's clear, it was mainly aimed at decapitating.
Right, because of the targets, right?
I do need to explain the...
Included official buildings.
Yeah, I mean, when they're hitting Pastor is where the presidency is, it's where the Supreme National Council...
Okay, so yeah, this was a decapitation strike. No word yet on it, if any high Iranian officials were killed in the attack.
The house of the Supreme Leader. And
where do the Kurds play in all this? Good question.
The IRGC command. So it's clear that these
although they've kind of
clear attacks on the heads, on the command and control. How much this was successful, wasn't it successful?
It's too early to tell.
Yeah, it's too early to tell.
Mohanad Seloum, let me come to you. What did you make of what we heard from President Trump confirming this major operation, saying that the objective is to destroy Iran's missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground? But interestingly, also
missile industry. That's an interesting thing to say from a country
freedom is at hand
in which a large portion of our economy is
to the Iranian people as well.
Making weapons of war.
Regime change war. This is not about missiles. This is not about the nuclear system anymore. What the message coming from DC is that we are going to change the regime. And talking about the types of targets, I mean, for a security analyst, for a security scholar like me, I don't think Bezeshkian or any senior official would be in these buildings.
Yeah.
These attacks
given the build-up we've seen and the threats we've heard from the Trump administration in the last few months.
And the US knows that very well. So what they're doing, basically, this is symbolic. This is a message to the Iranian people that the, if you like, these buildings, the places where these people were ruling you, we have destroyed them. We have targeted them, and they are running. They are on the run. So it's your time to take over these places and rule your country. This is one side of the story,
but
obviously.
the Iranian leadership would have prepared for such a scenario. As Ali said, they would have had a plan B, a plan C, a plan D even for such a situation.
Definitely.
Would they have not?
So that is one side of the story. I was about to say the other side of the story is the Iranian regime. Obviously, they have a plan for this. They knew what is coming. And also, they have learned so many lessons from what happened in Iraq. And so what they are going to do is basically have a first line of command, second line of command, third line of command. But if we are here in the studio talking about this,
I also want to point out the limitations of Israel's recent decapitation strategy. If you've ever watched an old film called The War, or if you haven't watched an old film called The War of Algiers, the Battle of Algiers, watch it, right?
Maybe something bigger that they have used.
Well, the attacks that we understand.
Because this was a situation in Algeria under French occupation where the French took out the leadership of an organization called the FLN. They killed the whole leadership. They killed them off, right? And guess who won between France and Algiers eventually? Yeah, the Algerians pushed them out.
As an existential threat, and
it did not go well for France.
Briefly,
right?
Ali, on President Trump's message specifically to the Iranian people, telling them this is the hour of their freedom and that they should take over their government. How will they receive that message, Iranian people? Of course, many of them, as we saw in the last month or so, came out on the streets to protest against their government and their
Matthew Ridenour says, "Go Trump." Matthew, I gotta ask you, if you looked up at the sky right now and you saw an ICBM headed directly at you. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. You're about to get vaporized. Would you say go Trump then? Right? It's just a weird time for you to be saying that. I get that you like Trump, right? That is a little bit of a self-report, but, you know, this is... I just wonder what it's going to take you to convince you that the things he's doing are bad for you, right?
Government's policies, but will they welcome this U.S. intervention?
Well, there are two messages I heard in President Trump's speech. One towards the armed forces, calling on them to lay the arms, and then
I can't.
And
why do they make these things like this? It's impossible to open, chat. Look,
of the
delicious
last war, the
seaweed snack. I can't eat it.
There are different contexts for this and that. These are 92 million people. Of course, there are some people who are happy with this. And of course, there are some people who are ready to defend the system. There's a very solid bloc, ideological bloc in this country. And there's also, those who want to their lives to be safe. So it depends on who this message is falling.
So yeah, here's the deal with Iran, right? Is their government,
very securitized country.
Repressive? Oh, absolutely, abso-fucking-lutely, right? But this is a government that replaced a puppet of the United States and the United Kingdom that was put in place to rule Iran and to, in the interest of other countries, right? So why are the Ayatollahs in charge? Because of the United States and the UK trying to control Iran, right? So there are people that are sick of the bullshit from the government, right? That do want regime change, right? But there's also people, in fact, I would say more people probably, that are leery of what plans Israel and the United States has for the Iranian people. They have no reason, considering what the United States has done to them in the past, they have no reason to trust, right, Trump's false promises of liberation. And also considering how this guy uses freedom and liberation, Liberation Day, like, it's straight up Orwellian. Everything he fucking says is the opposite of what it should mean.
We have talked a bit earlier about Kermanshah in the west, about Qum near Tehran to the south of it, about Isfahan to the center. Not clear what targets are specifically meant to be destroyed there, but the Israelis talking about, several targets, and the Americans also talking about a sustained campaign to now clearly remove the missile capabilities.
They're also, I feel like
probably thousands of those missiles scattered across the country.
I mean,
so it's clearly
missiles might have been the pretext, right? But it sounds like they're trying to do regime change, which is necessarily going to be messy.
There has been a cyber attack on the news agency, the main news agency, Tasnim, and now it is back on air. But also, mostly speaking, I mean, we don't have functioning internet here, so that's a major situation in Tehran. A lot of confusion.
And I
People are unable to communicate.
Yeah, I appreciate, Mohammed, that it's difficult to get information because of the internet connection and so on. We are hearing reports that Iran has begun launching missiles towards Israel.
Okay, so here we go.
To confirm to us.
This is what we're waiting for. Is the
not so far we can't confirm that, because until now, as I said earlier, there is no official report from the Iranian government. We have semi-official sources like Irene, like Irna, and so on. They are talking about what is going on, and Iran has always, during the last few days, promised vehemently that it is going to react to any attack on its territory. So it's not impossible, it's not improbable or illogical that they are doing that, but we don't have any confirmation of those attacks. Let me tell you that, there are reports.
They've said that they will counterattack, right? The question is
safe and
how the scale, I guess.
Khamenei, the supreme leader of the revolution, has been moved to a safer location before these attacks. So he's not in Tehran, and he's also safe and in good health.
And what about the Iranian people, Mohammed? Earlier you told us there was a bit of panic and chaos on the streets. Are people sheltering in place? How worried are they about what might happen next?
I think it's too early to talk about that. We can only talk about the traffic jams, and it seems that really there is a heavy traffic jam, unusual, behind me here in the streets, and that means people are trying to get to locations where they can be safer. We don't have details about whether some shelters have been prepared for people. It's a multi-million residents city. It's very difficult to, arrange that. It's going to take time, but. The reports we hear from unofficial sources, semi-official sources, is that the government here, the authorities, are taking all precaution measures.
Joe Mama says the missiles are incoming for what it's worth.
A major reaction to what happened this morning.
Okay. Mohammed, thank you for now. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Let's go to Noor O'Day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, what more can you tell us about these reports of missiles being launched towards Israel?
Oh, okay.
Well, the Israeli army fully has issued a warning. The Home Front Command has issued also warnings and sirens telling residents of the Galilee and the Upper Galilee that missiles from Iran have been sighted and that they they are headed towards Israel. Several warnings and messages have been received on people's phones. I can tell you right now, receiving in Hakarmiel, in Margiliot, in areas in northern Israel. And these are the same areas that we also saw Iran attacking in previous...
Trump offered $20 Amazon gift cards to all regime and military personnel who cooperate. That's like what a scammer would do. McDonald, are you serious? Are you trolling me?
Israeli military censor issue direct
McDonald's vouchers at participating restaurants only? Okay.
Report about the restrictions that are imposed.
You got me. That sounds like
from inside Israel, which include any reporting on sites of impact, on movement.
Like he's such a scammer. You got me.
Material shared with the public in Israel or beyond that around the world about the events happening, according to the Israeli military censor. Of course, that would.
So yeah, Chad. As you can see from
the enemy,
the content stuff down here,
already seeing the first signs.
I had a very different stream planned out.
Of Iranian attacks on Israel.
We were supposed to look at the latest Candace Owens
launched along with the United States
docu-series against Erika Kirk, right?
Pictures coming to us on
Candace Owens has studied Erika Kirk's life and death. She's got a lot to say. Some of it's fucking crazy. Other things are, pretty consistent from what we've seen from Erika Kirk so far.
Iran.
But obviously this is more important.
Of what's happened in Israel, because it was the Israelis first, of course, who announced this attack on Iran before the U.S. officials and U.S. President Donald Trump himself confirmed an operation was underway.
That's right. Around 8 a.m. in the morning, local time or so, Israel announced that it was launching what it claimed to be preemptive strikes against Iran. And let's put that in context. For weeks now, as the region and regional players were trying to convince the President of the United States that diplomacy, not war, was the way forward with Iran, that Iran was amenable to a deal, that it was willing to discuss all issues with the United States, and that it had no intention of launching strikes against U.S. assets or other countries in the region. Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government have been pushing for just this confrontation, urging Donald Trump not to listen to Iran, not to take their offer seriously, not to believe that they were willing to cooperate. And there was a list of demands and so-called red lines.
Hassan is up and tweeting. Okay, he'll probably be on. He's probably
in a visit on the 11th of February.
I don't know if he'll skip his workout, but he's probably going to work out and get on.
Previously scheduled visit. And in that discussion between Netanyahu and Trump, Israeli red lines were discussed, including that Iran would have to give up its ballistic missile program, limit the scope of its reach, of the reach of those missiles to...
Yeah, that's a non-starter, right?
Range of Iranian territory. territory. This is something that the Iranian government was not willing to discuss.
It's a silly thing to say. It's like you gotta give up your guns, you know.
That Iran had no interest, no plan.
And also attacking Iran all the time is not a great way to get it to give up its weapons, right?
Power and refusing
confirming that it is in danger from Israel.
All of those discussions,
not a great way to get them to disarm.
They have not yielded an agreement, and we are now in a state of war.
And Noor, we're now also hearing air raid sirens in Jordan, in Amman. Rory Challenge is there for us. Rory, what's happening where you are?
Well, in the last few minutes, we have heard the sound of sirens going off in the city of Amman, and I've also been listening to the sound of jets up in the sky as well.
I hate jets.
And we've just had a statement from the...
One in chat if you live close enough to an airport to constantly hear jets at night. Fucking sucks.
Several areas of the kingdom are from aircraft belonging to the royal...
XD, but why can't... Yeah, why can't Israel have nuclear weapons? And yeah, it's a big deal for Iran, yeah.
Now, they said that these flights are being conducted within the framework of reconnaissance.
Wait, the Hasanabi doctrine?
Operations.
Oh yeah. If you want to start if you have a country, right, you have to develop nukes.
Missiles against Israel.
That's the only way to be safe from U.S. interference.
Are very likely to be connected with that as well. Now, of course, the Iranians over the last few weeks have been putting out a pretty serious...
Look, when you do foreign policy as a major world power, you set up a series of incentives. And when nations that have nukes don't get attacked, and nations that don't have nukes do get attacked, the incentive is to develop fucking nukes. So if your goal is to limit proliferation, right? In other words, more countries developing nukes
that are hosting US military facilities, and of course Jordan has a big one of those. It has a big air base about 100 kilometers east of the capital.
Oh, how long ago is this video? It should be live. Let me check and make sure.
In recent days,
we might be a few seconds behind.
US fighter planes, bomber planes have been shown to be there. The Chinese have put out satellite images showing plenty of US planes on the airstrips there.
Jordan,
so that's one of the targets that
this is China's chance to do nothing and win, right?
In a difficult position because it is a U.S. ally, of course, but it also doesn't want any...
All that China has to do is not invade other countries, and it looks like the responsible player on the world stage. It's easy mode.
Absolutely, and Jordan is one of these regional countries.
What type of escalation do I expect, Albin?
It obviously doesn't antagonize domestic feelings by looking like it is siding with the United States and with Israel in attacking a fellow Muslim country.
Going to be one of two responses, right?
U.S. infrastructure here.
If the United States stops talking about regime change and stops trying to kill the Ayatollah, then there might be a limited strike that will serve the purpose of convincing Iran's citizenry that their leadership is fighting back, but that will not cost a lot of lives or do a lot of damage, right? That's one type of response that they could do, right? Now, if the United States is not amenable and still wants to push this regime change thing, then more likely we might see what we haven't seen so far, which is Iran actually going full hog and launching everything that it can. And the only times it's come close to this, it has overwhelmed Israel and the United States' ability to defend, Israel. So,
thank you for now. We'll come back to you as the story.
The question is, does Iran feel itself in existential danger?
Thank you, President.
Oh, God.
States for strong American leadership.
This guy.
And threats to America.
This piece of shit.
He says you gave them many chances to do it peacefully, and they said no. Even as I sit in the bullseye of it, I am grateful for a strong president and a strong America. Let's bring in our diplomatic.
I mean, chat, he's probably safe wherever he is, unfortunately. He's probably totally safe.
No, it's not true. And he said that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Well, Iran says they've never wanted a nuclear weapon at any stage. They want their peaceful right to enrichment. And we have this new information coming from the Omani foreign minister, someone who has been the broker of the recent talks, the facilitator of the most recent talks that took place in Geneva and all the previous rounds. And he's saying there was a big breakthrough in the last few hours. And that is that Iran had agreed not to keep a stockpile of enriched uranium that could potentially be used for a bomb. So, I mean, I think those sort of arguments coming as you see this attack launched by the United States, I think it raise all sorts of questions. I think the American people have not been prepared for war, but I think there are also
even though we saw
questions
this huge U.S. military buildup in the region, surely they must have anticipated that something was going to be happening. I mean, would they have sent out this armada, as President Trump called it, without doing anything?
But there weren't the debates on Capitol Hill that there were when there was previously a very big war, and the equivalent, the last time there was anything that big was
Who is
2003.
safe? Huckabee, probably.
As you know, invaded
He's the ambassador. They'll keep him safe.
Preparing for over a year the public for a war. There has been no preparation for this. Yes, those of us that watch Al Jazeera, our viewers, will be aware of that big build-up. You watch American TV, lots of the American public will not be aware of this. On Capitol Hill, many will say this is illegal because Congress is supposed to authorise something as big as this. And let's not forget the little thing of international law. You need a Security Council resolution to do something like this, and they don't have that. And,
so
and Israel's saying it's a preemptive action. I mean, there was no imminent attack coming from Iran.
So the case for war the Americans and the Israelis make is not a very convincing one. Do they even need to convince anyone of this? It seemed that they had their minds made up about going after
They absolutely had their minds up, and President Trump's narrative, which I'm sure people who watch his Truth Social and people in his MAGA base will agree with, but Iran refused the negotiations. No, Iran was involved actively in the negotiations. Just a few hours ago, you listened to the Omani foreign minister, they had new technical talks on Monday, just a few hours away, and full talks coming up in a week's time. So the process was underway, and this is the second time it has happened like that. You'll remember that last time in June, there was active diplomacy going on, and I think there'll be some questioning whether really you can treat the US when it's doing diplomacy.
Are we already attacking? So Israel attacked first, and the United States joined them.
The rest of the nation saying, well, it's a statement, in fact, saying Israel.
And now we're watching for
existential threat posed by
an Iranian response.
Our joint action will create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands, he says, in the coming days during Operation Roar of the Lion. That's what this operation is being labeled.
I hate these guys. Midnight Hammer, Roar of the Lion, fuck you. You have so much fun making up the names for these stupid operations, don't you?
From the Israeli Prime Minister, how will the Iranians be receiving this?
Well, actually, we've been hearing from different officials in the United States with respect to the Iranian build-up. So Steve Witkoff was mentioning Iran being a week away from building a new nuclear weapon or elements of
Which
nuclear weapon.
It contradicts what they said back in June. After June, where they said they'd obliterated, those were his words, Iran's
also, the claims that Iran can launch missiles towards Europe and the United States. And we know that the cap of the Iranian missiles is 2,000 kilometers. So, I mean, a lot of claims. It's kind of building a narrative. This narrative was built, and yesterday we were just discussing this now. When the Omani foreign minister went to television, it was clear that he was desperate. He knew that this is coming, and he was trying his last bullet.
Like, always with alliance? What are they trying to...
So for the foreign minister to go on American television...
That was a public plea.
Yeah, James.
I think the other thing that's interesting in that statement...
Are they going for reggae fans? I don't get it.
...to the Iranian people, and you heard that from President Trump. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny. Do not let it pass.
Like I've heard like Lion of Zion shit on like, you know, reggae songs and stuff like that. I've never heard Israel...
Iranians going to rise up after.
So the strategy,
talk about
the strategy is hope.
Lion.
Hopes also a lot on the Iranian people.
I'm building on the momentum of the last protests.
Is that momentum still there, though?
Well, there are new demonstrations and protests that started at the universities, but when there is a war, things will differ. There is a complete, let me say, a split over here between even those who want the system to collapse. Of course, there are some of them who are
Seriously, Dave is saying the alert text went out you mean an hour ago? Seriously, Dave, are you saying Israel's got an alert text now? They're like telling people to shelter?
Without help from outside.
Well, the idea is that this is how things. This is the debate. And
it kind of backs up what we've heard too. Operation Freedom Burger, yeah.
Patriotic opposition inside can pose a kind of threat to the system and can push the system towards reforms and changes. However, when things come from outside,
lions are important in Middle Eastern culture.
You know, you cannot really.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about Israel, Narwhal.
It's not a monolithic.
Yeah, but at the end, this is a proud nation. It doesn't deal with things this way. So this is the main issue over here. And especially in the past weeks, we've been hearing a lot of stances coming from the United States, coming from Israel. The way how people are receiving these stances is different. It's mixed. And this system in Iran isn't an unpopular system. They still have their own bloc, a very solid bloc, ideological bloc.
James, you talked about international law.
Like, I feel like it would make more sense. Yeah, anyway. No, it doesn't matter what the fucking name of the operation is. I'm just focusing on stupid shit.
Where will this leave the United Nations, which is already embattled? I mean, the US has completely undermined the United Nations.
And sidelined it with President Trump and his border peace. Yes, the UN will speak out against this, I'm sure, and the General Assembly, the majority of the countries will speak out against this. Of course, there won't be any action in the UN Security Council because there you have there you have the US with its veto power, which will stop any Security Council resolution to condemn this. It is, I think this is the other thing to state, this is a very bold action by President Trump. If he's launching...
Snowhawk is saying... reports of explosions in northern Israel.
Long-sustained campaign, which seems to be what he's saying in his social media post, and asking the US people to rise up. Now, President Trump, in many ways, has been a very lucky president, and he's been a very lucky president when it comes to military action. You look at what happened last year in June. It was he joined the Israelis, and it was a short operation to take out the nuclear program. It had a clear objective. I'm not sure they do have a clear objective.
Yeah. Trump, of course, Trump is a lucky man, right? Chat. What have we had now? Let's see, 1, 2. We had 3 Trump supporters try to kill the man, and he's still alive. 3 of his own people made serious attempts on his well-being and life.
Potentially is hubris. Is this going to be the military operation that doesn't go the way that Donald Trump wants? Because you're dealing with a very combustible situation in the Middle East, and you're dealing with a nation of more than 90 million people.
It is coming up to
7 minutes ago, missile warning.
On Al Jazeera, we are covering a continuing coverage of the U.S. and Israel's attack on Iran. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced this operation.
How you actually saw it?
He's called it a major combat operation and warned that there will be likely American casualties. He's also called on Iran's Revolutionary Guard to lay down its arms or face certain death. Let's listen to President Trump.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why they'd be mad at a country that literally imposed a puppet government on them. I wonder why. I wonder why they'd say that.
444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies
so again,
continued to launch countless attacks against American
forces
stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels.
This is the kind of argument that we're used to seeing from U.S. presidents before a war, before an armed conflict starts, right? Trump, I feel like it's too little too late. You know, if he has managed to commit the United States into like a major war in Iran, there will be no forgiveness for him by the American voter come November. People will be voting for candidates that promise to impeach and remove Donald Trump. All right, I don't know if they'll be able to do that. That's a pretty heavy lift. But that'll be the kind of stuff that we're talking about, right? This is
He campaigned on the idea.
He's shat the bed
so he's got to try and
in a way that's kind of
this is a good idea. He's already
unprecedented.
The potential that there could be U.S. casualties. He said during his video address that this was potential. This is war. This sort of thing can happen.
Unfortunately, chat, the bed is the world that we live in. That's the bed that Trump shat.
Essentially going in over.
We're all going to have to suffer the consequences of his foolishness and his incompetence.
For some time that the United States obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons. He said in June that it would take them years to rebuild. And here we are, him saying one of the ideas behind this attack was to stop them getting a nuclear weapon. It's clear it's not about that. It is absolutely about regime change. And he's urging the people of Iran, after the bombing is done, to rise up and overthrow the current government in Tehran.
How long does he...
An Israel official said the operation has been planned for months in coordination with Washington.
They will have plans laid out.
Yeah, I mean, probably since Venezuela, Snowhawk. That's probably when they set this in motion. No, Trump is indicating it's going to be more than just an in and out, J-Dub. If you're hoping for another Maduro-like operation, that's not what they're doing. The army will take over the government. Oh my God.
And so if there is any attack which then hits the Jereddad Ford or kills...
J-Dub, you got to be young. You got to be exceptionally young, right? This is somebody that has not learned the lessons of the war in Iraq and is about to see what that was like.
U.S. troops. So this
what was it like to be a Bush supporter during Iraq? It must have sucked.
That Donald Trump, who said a few hours ago that he was unhappy with Iran but hadn't made a decision, had essentially made the decision at that point, and he was being urged by others like Lindsey Graham to push on with the idea of regime change in Iran.
Now, in the last few minutes, there have been more explosions in the Iranian capital, Tehran, and we're also hearing now that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has not been hurt in any attack. He's been taken to an undisclosed location. Ali Hashem, you've covered...
So they were probably anticipating the attempted decapitation strategy, right?
In Tehran are being had. This is one.
Wait, oh no, it's that picture of Netanyahu with the bomb. I think that was in front of the Congress, maybe.
Defenses for the first time are dealing with the. I mean, I don't know how much the capabilities of Iranian air defenses are still good, but at the end they are now saying that they are dealing with targets in the skies. The president, as we said earlier, isn't harmed. The supreme leader, according to reports, has been taken to a different area. Now, with respect to the officials, you know that June 20.
The Board of Peace is funny as well. It's very Orwellian.
Gave the Iranians a lot of, let me say, conclusions that they were able to apply here. How to be ready not to be decapitated from the beginning. Because, you know, the last war, tens of military commanders, the highest commanders of the joint military staff, the army, the IRGC, they were all killed, alongside with several nuclear scientists. Till the moment, we don't know of any prominent person who has been killed. The last time, in just a few hours, everything was clear about those who were killed. So for now, what we are seeing from the Israeli-American side is an attack on different areas in Iran, from Tabriz in the northwest.
Yeah, seriously, Dave is mentioning something I was talking about earlier. The plan for Bush and his neocons was to go into Iran after Iraq, and yeah, also Syria, Lebanon, Libya.
In the skies over Tehran, we saw an explosion.
Somalia and Sudan. Yeah, they had a list of wars that they wanted to do. And they were going to try to use 9/11 to do those wars. They got Iran and I guess Afghanistan done. But after that, Bush became unpopular, right? This is his failure to learn the lessons from Vietnam, and instead learned the lessons from his dad's failed 1992 re-election campaign.
They are activated.
Which I would argue that, you know, foreign policy, deciding foreign policy on the basis of what do you think is going to win you a re-election, that's a pretty bad place to be. But yeah, this is literally Bush's, you know, young adulthood, right? He was a member of his father's re-election team. His father was defeated. And he thinks it's because his dad didn't go into Baghdad and take out Saddam. So that's why we got the Iraq War. It was literally like a family grievance from the Bush family.
To the Israeli people.
الرئيس بسلامة كاملة لم يصف في هذا الهجوم.
سنعود إليك لنستمع الآن إلى بنيامين نتنياهو رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي الذي يقول يجب أن لا يتسلح النظام الإيراني الإرهابي كما يقول بأسلحة نووية تمكنه من تهديد البشرية جمعاء.
Yeah, it sounds like they're translating into.
أيضا بأنه لن يسمح
Translation hasn't started yet.
النووي ويجب أن لا يتسلح النظام الإيراني الإرهابي كما يقول بأسلحة نووية تمكنه من تهديد البشرية جمعاء.
Okay, we're going to get the translation to what Prime Minister Netanyahu has been saying to the Israeli people.
Do you think he's on a Zempic chat?
Speaking in Hebrew, that was the Arabic translation. Hopefully we can get you the English translation in just a moment. Ali, coming back to you about the objectives of the operation, as we've heard from the Israelis and the American president, clearly it's regime change. They would have been preparing for that in Tehran about this objective. What steps are they likely to take?
Well, it's clear that this is the American-Israeli objective. Now, this is, in a way, very difficult. It's a very high stake for the Americans and the Israelis, and at the same time, it gives the Iranian establishment, in case this regime was able to...
The problem, chat, with this project of regime change in Iran is that any regime that's going to satisfy the United States and Israel is going to necessarily piss off the Iranian people and therefore be a very unstable regime, right? We have a history of propping up puppet governments in other countries, and then, you know, we're surprised when there's revolutions against those puppet governments. This happened in Iran, chat. We've already set up a puppet and seen them get knocked down. That's why we have the Ayatollahs.
Who announced the attack in the first place.
Like, this is the United States refusing to learn anything from history.
The 2025 war, it was just Israeli. And also, it was limited to some areas. They hit in Tehran, they hit in towards mainly the western and the central parts. Now we're seeing attacks
they're striking government targets also.
Yeah, and towards the east also, towards southeast. So it's the American capabilities are huge. So now this is the difference here. However, how the impact is going to be on the ground, this is the big question. We're in the first hours of a war that started and no one knows how it's going to end and how many days will it take or how many weeks it's going to take or how many months it's going to take. So it's really very complicated. Even for us as people who've been covering Iran, we're not really capable of really catching
zooming out and seeing what happens. All right, gentlemen, I have now the translated Prime Minister Netanyahu soundbite.
Let's hear this. Let's hear this.
الرئيس بسلامة كاملة لم يصف هذا
سنعود إليك لنستمع الآن إلى بنيامين نتنياهو رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي.
We will listen to what the Israeli Prime Minister who says that the terrorist Iranian regime cannot be allowed to possess nuclear weapons which will pose a threat to the entire humanity. Israel
poses a threat to the entire humanity. Israel has nuclear weapons. What are we talking about?
Iranian regime cannot pose a threat to the entire.
Chat, I am afraid that we are staring into the dead eyes of World War III right now.
This is the statement.
And I am asking the world, what are we going to do about it?
We, Israel,
if these bastards have their way, we will all be dead.
The United States have started a joint operation, Operation Lion's Roar.
Scumbag.
Which aims at eliminating Iran's existential threat to our nation. The oppressive regime of Iran.
The oppressive regime of Iran, yeah.
Poses a threat
says the guy leading an apartheid ethno-state.
And death to Israel and death to the United States. To the Iranian people, we say, you must remove this regime. The aim of this joint operation is to eliminate the existential threat by Iran, as the Iranian regime has channeled all the country's resources to wipe off Israel from the map and then target the United States. Thousands of Iranians have taken.
This guy has got the blood of hundreds of thousands of people dripping from his fucking hands.
This Operation Lion's Roar.
And he wants me to be afraid of Iran. Fuck you, Netanyahu.
And we expect to suffer.
Fuck you, Ben, from New Jersey.
However, we draw strength from our people, as since the Renaissance operations.
Apologies to other people from New Jersey.
Joining hands. That's why I call on the Israeli people to abide by the home front instructions, simply because these are life-saving instructions, and the military operations is directly linked to that. If we...
Oh, he's not from Philadelphia?
We would have...
oh, I'm sorry. He's from fucking Pennsylvania.
They will have...
I'm sorry. Is he from Philadelphia?
Missiles. Therefore, we had no option but to start this battle. The joint
I don't usually lose it, chat, but Netanyahu is a special kind of evil. Like, fuck this guy.
And again, I address the Iranian people, the Iranian army. You are not our enemy. We are not your enemy. Our common enemy is the oppressive tyrant regime that has...
So, chat, one thing that I want to kind of say right off.
Lives. They have.
I'm tie-brained now? Oh no. Omega Star with the gifted sub to Jersey Texan. Jersey Texan, you just got jellyfished.
Working in close coordination with the President of the United States and
Second wave of Iranian missiles have reached Israel. Explosions reported near Tel Aviv, Haifa, Galilee, and occupied Jerusalem. So, chat, be ready for there to be some casualties on the Israeli side this time, right? There is a decent chance that Iran will not hold back now, and they have been able to virtually overwhelm Golden Dome before. So, if they go full hog on this, chat, it's gonna be bloody. World War III? I don't know. I hope not, Dan.
We, together with the United States, will work for peace and prosperity in this region. And here I would like to thank my friend, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Is this like Mussolini thanking Hitler or something? That's what it feels like.
Trump is not
or Hitler thanking Mussolini. Yeah, I feel like.
But he is a firm.
Chat, if you know, you know, right?
He is working.
Both Hitler and Mussolini were fascists, but Mussolini was probably an incompetent fascist.
The broader light.
Hitler had to wipe his ass more than once, right? So yeah, Trump would be the Mussolini in this.
I salute the personnel of the Israeli army, the Air Force, the Mossad.
Although Bibi looks more like Mussolini,
and
right?
Rescue teams. I salute you for your capabilities, your efficiency. And make no mistakes, the entire nation is behind you.
Christopher says, leave Iran alone. If my Iranian friends get killed, I don't know what I will do. Yeah.
2005.
Iran has suffered enough, chat. The U.S. has done enough. It's fucked up. If you know the history, it's...
Empire had the same goal.
Iran is literally just trying to do its own thing, and here comes the United States being like, you know, hey, here's the Shah, he's your new ruler, because we like him better than the guy you elected. It's just Mossadegh, right?
And the tyrant ruler of Persia, Cyrus.
It's the supreme Ayatollah that's a fascist. Dom Ricardo, I think that
the current criminal regime
I'm not a fan of the government in Iran, and I think a lot of Iranians don't like it either. That being said, there's a reason that they're in power. The Ayatollahs are in power, and it's because of the United States. It's because of what the United States has done, interfering with Iran before.
That was Israel's
right?
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Iran used to be a secular government, believe it or not, before the United States fucked it up.
Joint attack on Iran. Prime Minister Netanyahu
Iran was, you know,
will let Iranians take their fate into their own hands. He has said that this joint attack by the U.S. and Israel was to remove what he called an existential threat posed by Iran. Now, we're hearing that the Israeli military has said that additional missiles have now been launched towards Israel from Iran, an additional barrage of missiles. Ali Hashem, the fact that the Iranians were able to launch missiles at Israel only an hour after the initial attack by the Israelis and Americans, what does it tell us about the command and control structure right now?
Well, it seems that the command and control till the moment is intact.
Yeah.
The last time in the last war, it took them 13 hours.
I'm just going to sit here and not eat anything, chat, because I'm dead set on trying to eat this seaweed snack, and I can't get into this.
According to an Iranian official who spoke,
I can't get it to open.
There are no red lines anymore. Right. So it seems that they are preparing for this.
Okay. Now, we're also hearing from Iran's allies in the regions, including the Houthis in Yemen.
All for fucking oil? Yeah, I mean, it definitely started out like that, Christopher. Like what the United States wanted out of, you know, the Shah was more access to Iranian oil.
By expressing solidarity, or is it going to be by closing the straits, or is it going to be by launching rockets towards Israel? These are big questions. Also, in the past few weeks, we've had a kind of an ascending rhetoric coming from Iraqi militias allied to Iran. The only ones who we didn't have a clear picture from whether they are going to be part of this are Hezbollah in Lebanon.
All right, we will keep a close eye on that, of course. Let's further analyze.
Oh, okay, so Snowhawk, just to repeat what they just reported, Iranian official on Middle East Eye comments, no red lines after this aggression, right? The attack by U.S. and Israel. Everything is on the table, including scenarios we are not, that were not previously considered. So it is a sign that it's not going to be a kayfabe counterattack that Iran does this time. I feel strongly, and from what we're hearing already, it sounds like the Golden Dome is about to get overwhelmed. And this is why the generals were telling Trump not to start a war.
What does victory look like for Israel today?
Exactly. He put the threshold much higher than...
Has Fuentes commented about this? I don't think so.
Now he is...
What time is it in America? It's like...
He's the angel who will save...
It's like 4 o'clock.
...people from
Eastern.
Their evil regime, as President Trump said.
Did I say Golden Dome? Thank you. Golden Dome is the bullshit Trump's trying to sell.
The Israelis...
In the U.S.
And this is about 50% of the... Jewish population don't take him seriously. He wasn't able to declare victory after...
What did Trump bomb? Trump bombed Iran. After Israel bombed Iran.
In Israel, there are still people in the north that are...
Oh, good news. Oil is not currently the deal. Okay, good thing to point out. Good news is angry at me for saying that it started over war and thinks that I still think it's about war. No, it's not so much about war now, although Iran's response may affect the price of oil, right? But in the beginning, yeah, it was about controlling Iran's oil resources, which the UK used to do. And then when Mossadegh came in and tried to take control of it for Iran, the U.S. and the UK, you know, that's where the Shah comes from.
But his message that you've been...
Where am I getting this news? This is Al Jazeera. They're just covering this live. This is an Israeli guy talking
to sacrifice our...
about, like, I guess how Israelis are feeling right now.
To give up traveling outside of Israel because this is our mission. Now, symbolically, next week, the Jewish people are going to celebrate the holiday of Purim, where the Jewish people manipulated the Persian regime. And I'm sure that we're going to hear more about it. And Netanyahu does what he is doing best in the last 25 and more years, to brainwash people that there is no option.
Oil is part of the equation, yeah, because it always is, but it's less of a part than it was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, right, where this conflict originates.
Of the United States, and to remind you, Polly, he succeeded to convince Trump in his first term in the White House to pull out of a good, reasonable agreement with Iran.
But just so you know, like, oil will continue to be important, but that importance is going down every day. And especially in nations that actually take renewable energy seriously, like China. But even the United States kind of, you know, made a detour around its dependence on oil by opening up the country for fracking, right? That
well, it seems
had a big effect on energy.
Leadership. So there is a decapitation process going on as we speak. Since,
but I mean, this is about Israel, and if you want to break it down to like one issue, this is about power in the Middle East. This is about Israel and Iran. You know, the two largest military powers, and, you know, who's going to hold greater influence, right? Who's going to occupy a larger sphere of influence?
Are in hiding at the moment, and there is no official confirmation. And even the Iranian response to the attack, it might be on autopilot. I mean, the Iranians have already predicted this. Probably they have simulated this over and over and over.
What's Russia saying? Good question.
They are going to do, and probably they have delegated leadership.
Iran has the right to defend itself? Absolutely.
Know about.
I mean, you would too.
Respond to the Iranian.
Wait, are you saying the U.S. sticked as well? Wait, sticked?
Is a U.S.-led.
Sorry, I don't know what you mean by sticked. Good news.
Change in Iran. It's not only about Israel. I mean, Israel is there. It's in its interest.
Is it a U.S.-led?
The U.S. attacked. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, the U.S. did attack as well. Yeah.
The Israelis.
The Israelis attacked first, and then the United States joined them.
Role in this as well.
Obviously, they have been. Yeah, they have been trying to do.
They're going to try to divide Iran into several countries. Yeah.
President Trump to do that, but it is the U.S. doing this.
Possible.
Israel cannot change the regime in Iran. It is the U.S. Army doing this, and also the U.S. have been very much intentional with this. They have moved in. This armada of carriers, F-22s, everything, and they are attacking Iran as we speak now.
Right, but what imminent?
The other thing I wanted to point out, chat, if I can get this picture, is like
this is what President Trump said.
When you see a picture in the news of American,
they haven't laid out bare out there, but they're saying that the
like American naval boats, right?
And the ballistic system.
In the past, for some people, that might have been a comforting image, right? An image of protection, and maybe even an image of a freedom, right? But now it's like when that shit shows up on your doorstep, bad things are going to happen.
Between the U.S. and Iran has been going on for years now, and the Iranian side has been very much keyed on.
And the United States and Israel have basically staked out the lane of the assholes of the world, right? The troublemakers, the pariahs, the rogue states of the world, right? The people causing the most problems, the most death and destruction in the world right now, Israel, United States. There you go.
You have to give up on everything. We will not accept anything below that. And Iran is saying that it's more dangerous.
10 years boots on the ground? Yeah, I mean, if they really want to do regime change, it might take something like that, yeah.
It's costly for them
right.
than giving up on their nuclear weapons.
But I don't think the United States is really in a position to start a major war. That's why this is confusing.
Israel. In the last
and all that I can figure is that Trump got himself dog-walked into war by Bibi.
Engaged in a war against Hezbollah in Lebanon, twice now against Iran. Isn't this costing Israel and the Israelis as well?
Yeah, it costs not only financially with its billions of dollars. Maybe Netanyahu is hoping that his friend over there, White House, that is not very to spend money on other countries or other people. Maybe he believes that he will be also able to.
U.S. Navy has never comforted anyone. Hulmandra, mistaken as it may have been, people have found comfort in the imagery of United States Armed Forces. I am thinking back to like World War II, though.
He doesn't
right?
see any light at the end of the tunnel. The only tunnels we know is the tunnels in
gun diplomacy. No, yeah, you're right. U.S. Navy showing up on your front door being bad news has been going on for a while now. That's true.
More than before, and
like literally opening Japan up by force in the 1800s, for instance. I just mean that like it looks. I'll show you what I'm talking about if I can find the image, right?
And I see my.
But it's funny because the media is still trying to present this as this comforting image of like, oh no, don't worry, the United States has got this handled, and it's like.
And Netanyahu, as we know, his hero is Winston Churchill. What he's promising.
I cannot fucking eat anything because I can't open this. Chat. I got a pack of seaweed snack, okay?
I think that
this is delicious stuff, I swear, but I can't open it.
But what is happening is that in Israel, for the first time this year, we have negative immigration. Good people are leaving the country. But I want to.
What's going on? For anybody just joining us, Israel has attacked Iran. Multiple sites have been hit. The United States has joined in the attack, and now we are getting reports of Iran striking back. So what's going on? I don't know. It might be World War II.
Put order in Gaza. Netanyahu is doing everything to undermine it. And
if only they would invent some kind of tool. You mean like a scissors or something? Show me the pack.
Would isolate Iran further and maybe.
See, it's like usually you can just like go like that and open it like that.
just to bring our viewers
but it didn't work.
up to speed with what's been happening.
And then if that doesn't work, you can like pull like that, you know, like a bag of Doritos. But that doesn't work either. Ripping them with my teeth, that sounds painful.
Representatives from Tehran and Washington held indirect negotiations in Geneva.
Irene urged to shelter. Yeah, the whole area, right? Like the you know, like
Iranian missiles, and in just
the Gulf, right, is
Qatar's defense ministry saying
going to be lit up.
Iranian missile has been intercepted by the
Scissors would work. Yeah, you're right, Hellride. Scissors would work. A knife would work. I just don't want to get up.
Bahrain. Now, the attacks in Iran, the Iranian capital, are part of.
I always get yells for opening stuff with my teeth. I just feel if I bit into this, it would take off my enamel.
In Iran, Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. Now, video shows a low-flying fighter jet in the skies over.
Siren has been activated.
And Iranians have been hearing the sounds of jets and explosions throughout Saturday morning.
Wait. C-Dub says Jim Carrey got replaced by a clone. Was it a woke clone, C-Dub, or just a regular clone?
In central Iran, Tabriz in the northwest, and Kermanshah and Ilam both in the west, towards the border with.
Al Jazeera is not my source of news. Well, I'm sure as fuck not trusting CNN now.
Military Guard says the country has launched its first wave of retaliatory
CNN,
missile strikes following
it seems, has been bought by the Ellisons, right? It is part of the Zionist media complex, which almost sounds like something sus to say, but you know.
Intercepted by the.
What's sus is that the Ellisons are building it.
Hearing about these Iranian retaliatory attacks.
Well, it's clear that the Iranian retaliation started.
Yeah, we're going to try to keep our cortisol levels in check if we can.
Interception over Qatar and in.
Bill O'Reilly also a clone. Wow.
This actually reflects what the Iranians have been saying over the past weeks regarding the retaliation to any war on them or any attack on them. But this is just turning this whole conflict into a regional conflict.
Because the Iranians have said that all U.S. assets in this region are a legitimate target, even if the countries are allies, because the Qataris have good relations with Tehran.
They are mediators.
So this is the whole thing. Look, if you want to do, you know, if you want to try to drive a hard bargain with Iran, it's going to be hard because they kind of know that you're full of shit. They kind of know that you don't have the resources to protect Israel again. But that's what Trump is trying to do. Nonetheless, he's trying to bluff his way into like a, you know, better deal with the Iranians. But one thing that you're not going to get them to do is give up missiles. And if you present an existential threat where you're talking about regime change, you can expect, you know, oil infrastructure to be destroyed. The price of oil will go up. The worldwide economy will be destabilized. United States, like they said, United States military bases in the area of which there are many, will likely be hit, likely without the same warning that Iran gave last time. Yeah, it's going to be bad. Jim Carrey Botox, huh? What about Jim Carrey? No, wait, he's not a Ozempic guy, is he? Netanyahu, though, chat. We saw Netanyahu just a second ago, and I think he's on Ozempic.
So the Iranians.
I think they put Bibi on Ozempic.
If they could, because the U.S. and its allies, they probably have predicted this, and probably they have, you know, they have taken measures to prevent that or to minimize the damage, because President Trump said that we might lose some of our soldiers, and that's a cost that we are prepared for.
Oh, God.
This is the alarm, by the way, that we all get on our phones here in Doha when there's an.
Yeah, so the congratulations, the news anchors are in danger.
Going off here in Qatar, the defense ministry in Qatar announcing just a short while ago that an Iranian missile has been intercepted here in Qatar, warning citizens basically.
An Iranian missile, okay. So yeah, I mean, there's U.S. bases in Qatar, I believe.
Alan Fisher in Warren.
Sorry about that, chat.
Apologies, there's a bit of chaos in the newsroom, as you can imagine, because this is also happening here in Qatar. Our emergency systems going off here. Alan Fisher in Washington, D.C., Zain Bazravi in Doha, Beirut. We have Zaina Khodar.
Okay, chat.
We go to Zain Bazravi
You know,
first.
we can't have like addresses in chat, right?
Situation here.
Wait, nothing I could have done? Wait, oh, for the as far as the
Well, it certainly is
sound.
The hours since this morning have changed the situation.
Yeah, no, they're all in danger. They're all. It's very real danger. It's not a joke. And it's probably going to go differently. Look, Iran has attacked U.S. bases in the region before, but they let the U.S. know ahead of time, and they said, "Get your men out of these bases," and then they attacked them. Right? They attacked Israel with a very slow wave of missiles and drones, right? But, you know, ones that were easy to shoot down and ones that weren't necessarily headed to actual targets, right? The previous responses from Iran have been face-saving responses to convince the Iranian people that even though they can't take on these giant military behemoths like the U.S. and Israel, that they are in fact fighting back, right? They've just been doing just enough to say, okay, we had a response, right? Don't expect them to pull any punches at this point, right? And they have a ton of fucking missiles, and the United States and Israel are actually now low on those kind of supplies. Anyway, let's hear what he's saying.
In the past hour, those were perhaps the last flights to come in and out of Doha, perhaps for some time. That U.S. warning, that U.S. Embassy warning, telling people to shelter in place, but also to have food and water supplies, to have a plan to exit. There seems to be this.
That is not a mod.
U.S. Embassy to suggest that this may be a protracted event.
So yeah, the emergency alert we all got on our phones just a short while ago here in Qatar from the Qatari authorities telling everyone here in Doha to stay away from military installations. As you said, a huge...
Yeah, beware of fake mods with fake wrench emoji, with like wrench emojis, like that post wrench emojis in their message to make it look like they're mods.
Base in Doha.
I've never seen anybody do that before. That's kind of...
to be the scope of Iran's retaliation, isn't it, Zain?
Some reports that the U.S. and Israel have struck a Iran-backed military base outside of Baghdad.
Whenever you speak to officials on the ground, whenever you speak to any analysts, really anyone.
Yeah, Iran still has a decent amount of control in Iraq as well.
Establishment or the clerical system of government in any way. They continue to say that
you're still here. Good. We have shields now. Chuds.
They want to maintain friendly ties, but they continue to point out that they all host U.S. bases, and if Iran is attacked, there's been an admittance by a number of analysts and officials that they know that a full-scale U.S. invasion is something that Iran is unlikely to be able to combat strictly because of the asymmetry of military power on the U.S. side. But they say that...
Look, they can go in and knock down the Iranian government, okay? They can probably do that.
It will change the map of the region. So
but in terms of putting a new power in place and making it stick, I don't think they can. Just like they couldn't ultimately do that in Iraq.
U.S. ally in the region.
Indeed.
And that is something that they have gone on record to say for years.
Qatar's airspace has been closed. Bahrain's airspace also closed. We are looking on the left-hand side of our screen there of the explosion in Bahrain and in Qatar.
Okay, so it's going down now, chat. I don't even know if we're going to be able to cover Candace Owens tonight. I might have to change my thumbnail.
Unclear as to whether this is something that was...
We were supposed to follow... we were supposed to cover Candace Owens' Bride of Charlie today. But that I don't know if we're it's
time to figure out exactly the details of what
there's a lot going on right now. Bahrain's being hit, like
the precision of Iranian missiles. There has been concern about these.
Which relaxed the rules on showing chats from different platforms. Nice.
Home to the U.S. Central Command headquarters in the region. So as far as Iran is,
I might have to take a pee break. Chat, can you handle that?
In this latest go-around,
have we got mods in all of the streams?
Probably fair game.
U.S. is bombing Iran heavy. Yeah, can't confirm.
As well.
Fed up with this administration, me too.
Those pictures, we will bring them to you. Let's go to Mohammed Val in Tehran now.
Good on Twitch.
The Iranian retaliation.
As long as we've got mods in all our chats, I'm gonna take a pee. And I'll try to find some way to open this delicious snack pack, chat.
Supreme National Security
it's my favorite snack.
They have a major announcement to make shortly. But the Iranian people
it's
are
like
still
seaweed snack, but it's breaded and fried, so it's extra tasty. Anyway,
about the operations that have been launched this morning, the the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, has confirmed that it has launched a wave of attacks against Israel today.
Erika Kirk says the Middle East is further destabilized by Trump's unnecessary war. Absolutely.
Announcements from other government institutions, including the Ministry of Interior, asking
U.S.-Iran negotiations this Monday. They may not happen, Brian. They may not happen, right? We're looking now. This doesn't look like a one-off, right? It looks like the United States and Israel are going to keep at it, and they're going to try to do a regime change, right? If there's an attempt to do a regime change, there will be no negotiations, right? They are scheduled for Monday, like Brian is saying, but the United States did not confirm them after negotiations on, I believe, Thursday or Friday, their last, negotiations. And, if considering the counterattack we're seeing from Iran right now, things do not look good for peace talk, right? The U.S. seems to be bent on regime change, and that's going to cause a existential crisis in the Iranian government, which will ensure a full response, a robust response. And chat, Iran does a lot when their response is performative. We can only imagine what it's going to look like if they're going full on. Do we got mods here? I'm just like making sure the nuclear, no stated goal, no exit plan. Yeah, but it's on brand for Trump, though, right? That's how he's been rolling.
Within Iran's reach, and Bahrain confirming.
Nobody can tell Trump shit. He's the dumbest guy in the world, in way over his head, but nobody can tell him shit. Not even his own generals can tell him shit. You know who can tell Donald Trump shit? Benjamin freaking Netanyahu, chat. Apparently that's the only one who can tell Trump shit. Also Zoran Mamdani. Anyway, I don't know what to make of that. I'm going to pee. I'm going to find some way to get into this delicious snack. And I will be back.
From the Iranians. They have made preparations for this, as you said.
America good at creating a power vacuum. I mean, they did it in Iraq, right? They did. Yeah, this is like they're constantly doing this. All right, we should be good. All right, I'm gonna put Waluigi on. Wait, do we have Waluigi on both streams? Oh God, I remember. This is what
we told you about the traffic jams. That situation is still continuous behind me. It is getting even worse. It's getting worse now, and the Iranian people, of course, because of this semi-total internet blackout, we are not able to access all the reactions by the people, but we know that they have been bracing for this for some time now. Iranians, as you know, I mean, we have
Waluigi.
Iranians who might be expecting or even hoping for some kind of action.
And Waluigi. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Millions of Iranians who are against this war on their country, and right now what they have is to follow the orders of their government. The government has asked them to stay calm, to stay home, and to avoid going out in the streets. We know, as I told you, there is this mixed reaction among Iranians, among the opposition, and those people who have been protesting against the government. Probably they are wishing for some kind of safe change of government in the country without themselves being hurt, which is a very, of course, difficult situation when your country is under attack. You wish you are personally safe, your family is safe, but you're also wishing for a major change in a change of regime. So that's a contradictory feeling there in the country. People are not feeling safe. Anybody might be targeted here, anybody might be a victim of this war, but also we have, as I said, those people who are still wishing that regime can change during this war.
Okay, Mo, for now, we'll leave it there. We'll come back to you, of course, for all the latest there from Tehran. Let's check in with Noor O'Day now. Noor, what's been happening in Israel?
Well, quite a few updates for you, Folly. Let's start with Israel. Sirens have been going off in the north, in the center, and in the southern parts of Israel, as well as over illegal settlements across the occupied West Bank. The latest sirens are in Akka and in the Galilee area. We've also seen sirens in the Beersheba and Dimona areas. There have been several loud explosions heard, most likely of interceptions. Some were clearly heard here in Ramallah as well, targeting possibly the missiles that were headed towards in the direction of Jerusalem or Tel Aviv and the coastal area in Israel. Security sources have been quoted by Israeli media, Folly, saying that the first strikes by Israel and the U.S. Aimed at a assassinating as many top leaders of the Iranian government and leadership structure as possible. Of course, we have no confirmation that such assassinations took place, but it is clear from the rhetoric and from the tone of the messaging of the Israeli Prime Minister that this is not a strike. This is an operation aimed at changing the government, toppling the government in Tehran. The Israeli Prime Minister very careful to address the Iranian public, although in Hebrew, which they do not speak, saying that they are not the target. In the meantime, of course, the Israeli government has also taken steps here in the occupied West Bank, closing the more than 1,000 Israeli checkpoints and roadblocks in the occupied territory, making movement between cities very difficult, if not at all impossible. People rushing to the supermarkets and the gas stations. A lot of traffic jams reported across the occupied West Bank, with the Palestinian Authority trying to give some comfort to residents here, saying that there are food reserves that would be sufficient for up to 6 months. But really, there is a lot of concern here. There are no public shelters in the occupied West Bank. No construction codes would allow it. The construction codes imposed, of course, by the Israeli occupation. So people here are unnerved. They understand that this is a different kind of confrontation, and they're monitoring very closely, Israelis and Palestinians alike, the developments that are happening across the region. This is not just an Israel-Iran confrontation anymore. Very loud explosion that I can hear in the background. I'm not sure the camera can catch it, but more interceptions heard. One more, again, over the skies. One more in the Ramallah area. So certainly this is an ongoing situation, with missiles reaching volley after another from Iran, targeting Israel in retaliation for its initial strikes in the early hours of the morning.
As you said, Noor, a lot of concern, not just in Israel, Palestine, and Iran, but across the region, with Iran now starting to retaliate. The Iranians targeting the 5th U.S. fleet in Bahrain, missiles intercepted here in Qatar, but also explosions heard in the UAE announcing the closure of its airspace. You talked about the Israeli Prime Minister earlier and his message to the Israeli people, but also to the Iranians. Let's listen to what Benjamin Netanyahu said.
Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and U.S. forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, the representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapons, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baluch, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Let's speak to Gideon Levy now, a columnist at Haaretz newspaper. He's in Tel Aviv. Gideon, how big of a risk is Netanyahu taking by launching this operation on Iran?
It's not only Netanyahu. Israel is taking a hell of a risk. And as usual, in the beginning, everyone supports any military operation by Israel.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, Gideon. We've just had another alert here in Qatar from the authorities telling citizens to take shelter and to stay away from military installations because of possibly an incoming Iranian missile. Qatar is home, of course, to the largest U.S. military base in the region, and the National Emergency Alert System going off again, asking citizens to take shelter and stay away from military installations. Continue, Gideon. Apologies. We will have a lot of interruptions, I assume, in the next few hours here as we continue to follow the Iranian retaliation to the attack on its territory. Go ahead, Gideon.
First of all, solidarity with you all in Qatar. We are facing obviously the same here. I have now to go to the shelter here. So we continue later. I have to rush to the shelter. Sorry.
Okay. Please, we'll come back to you. Take shelter.
I'll see you soon. Sure.
Take shelter.
Sure.
We will come back to you when it's safe.
Thank you.
Rory Challenge now in Amman, Jordan. What's happening in your neck of the woods?
Well, we've heard in the last few minutes at least 3 fairly sizable booms in the skies over Amman. We have heard over the past 2 hours or so the sound of jet planes up in the skies and what to my ears at least sound like air defense being operated. Now, this is in line with what we're being told by the Jordanian military.
Turn the phones off. That's so annoying.
Royal Jordanian Air Force jets that have been mobilized. Now they have.
Sorry for everybody that got hit with the alert. You know, that's these people. They're talking to this guy's in Amman. They were talking to people in Doha. You know, they're getting alerts because of the incoming missiles. Anyway, what did I miss? More importantly,
that these are routine,
very important question.
Patrols, reconnaissance patrols, but given that we know that Iranian missiles are being launched against Israel, drones as well, and Iranian missiles have been hitting other parts of the region, you can only.
My son's roommate and his mom and dad are in Doha.
Basically trying to.
Has his mom and dad in Doha?
And make sure that they are safe. Jordan is in a bit of a predicament here, as are many other regional countries, because as we have been talking about over the last hour or two of coverage, they are broadly sympathetic.
I feel bad that he said 3 sizable booms, and I immediately thought of the Costco guys. Yeah, I would have too. I miss Netanyahu's. He made another statement, Will.
Hosting in many parts of this region large U.S. facilities.
Did they repeat Netanyahu's earlier statement, or has he made another statement?
Salty Air Base, which is about 100 kilometers east of.
Delivered a message blaming the sneaky Iranian negotiations. God damn it! Of course, I missed the Netanyahu.
That's triple the kind of normal amount of U.S. planes.
Okay, chat. I am set now. I got everything that I need. I can eat my snack.
In the case of any U.S. and Israeli attack against Iran, that it would become a regional conflict. That the wider region of the Middle East and the Gulf would be drawn into this, and that's what we are seeing playing out at the moment with these attacks on Bahrain and with Jordanian Air Force scrambling to patrol and protect the skies of Jordan at the moment. Now, many countries in the region,
that the websites of several Iranian state media organizations have been hacked.
They would not take part. They would not facilitate any U.S. attack on Iran. Now, that was a message to Iran specifically to say, look, don't retaliate. But the Iranians have said several times.
I mean, chat, this is, you know.
Any U.S. facility in the region is basically, as Zayn put it, a short while
why war with Iran was a bad idea. I mean, part of it. We're going to see the rest of it.
Foreign Ministry in the last few minutes.
Apparently, nobody can learn from history.
This renewed military aggression.
Or listen to their generals.
While Iran and the U.S. were in the midst of a diplomatic process. The Iranian Foreign Ministry saying that Israel and the U.S. attacked a range of military and defense targets as well as civilian infrastructure across various cities in Iran. And they're saying that the main target of the first U.S.-Israeli attack were these targets, including government buildings in Tehran. We've heard from our sources on the ground that the supreme leader is safe, hasn't been injured, and that the president of Iran as well is safe. In the last hour, Iran's response has begun.
U.S. struck the Parliament, Supreme Council, Khamenei's residence. Is this what the United States does now? Is just murders heads of states and kidnaps them?
In Qatar, of a missile launched by Iran. Qatar, home to the largest U.S. military base in the region, Al Udeid. There have also been explosions reported in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates, as well as Kuwait. with us analyzing these fast-moving developments. Mohanad Seloon from the Doha Institute of Graduate Studies and Al Jazeera's Ali Hashem, of course, who's covered the region extensively for us.
Okay, we're into this is 4 hours in, chat. I need to just change my title and thumbnail to be about this.
Significant is this?
Well, this is...
we'll do Candace tomorrow. Is that okay?
Things are intact. Command and control is not only on the military side, but also on the diplomatic side. It seems that there is a plan already. And this plan is mainly built on kind of briefing not only the internal community, the internal front, but also the outside on how things are going on. What we're hearing also from Iran is that they were targeting in the beginning of this war of several military commanders. We don't know whether they are they've been killed or not, but there are senior military commanders in Iran who were targeted in this strike.
Okay. Mohanad Seloon, quite significant that the escalation is happening this fast and in multiple locations. Bahrain,
so frustrating because
the UAE,
by now,
Kuwait, and Qatar.
And
like everybody knows that the U.S. and Israel are negotiating in bad faith.
South of Baghdad have been targeted either by Israeli or U.S. Planes. So Iran is delivering on its promise. They said that this is going to be a regional war, so they're trying to draw in other countries in the region into this war. So they targeted Abu Dhabi, probably they targeted Bahrain and Qatar, and they might also target other countries like Saudi Arabia, and they already did in Iraq. So they want to raise the cost for these countries with the hope probably that these countries will pressure the U.S. or would pressure the U.S. administration to stop this war.
Qatar has reportedly intercepted now 2 Iranian missiles over this country. The fact that the Iranians are targeting countries where the U.S. bases, of course, you know, but also countries that have good relations with Iran. What does that tell you about the regime's, objective and its intent?
Well, the foreign minister, in multiple times, the Iranian foreign minister said that we're not targeting these countries. They are friendly countries. We have nothing against them. We're targeting the U.S. bases and foreign bases in these countries. But I think that line is being blurred at the moment because they're targeting, places inside the cities and they're targeting people.
Sorry, chat.
Another alert, another national emergency alert.
People don't like that. Let me mute it. Let me mute it.
Please ensure to
oh
stay
my God,
at home
let me mute
or
it.
a safe
Please,
place
I need to mute it. Mute. Look, I want everybody to understand the seriousness that warning implies, right? The fact that is appearing on their news is not, I don't think it's them trying to sensationalize or anything. I think it's just literally like how close the situation is. But I know that people don't like to hear it, so I'll mute it when it comes on.
Yeah, and so they are trying to widen this into the region. But equally, we have to remember that the US
I think people get confused and they think maybe it's their phone, right?
Predicted this, and probably they have plans to stop this. They are prepared also to pay the cost for this. I think what President Trump said that some
I don't know.
Men and
Trump's
women
military was leaking on him, chat.
In this war, but that's a price we are prepared to pay. So what we're looking at here is the unfolding of this conflict. Where
Trump's own military leaked on him, implying that the United States was not prepared for a major conflict with Iran.
But it seems
as if the generals had warned Trump of this and he hadn't listened.
Very much keen on regime change.
On brand.
I think what they're hoping is that a shock and awe, just like what happened in 2003, would shake the regime and will probably would.
San Francisco needs regime change. I agree, Rich. We got to take those real estate developers out of power.
Okay, just to update our viewers on what
they're making the rent way too high
in this region after the initial.
They have way too much sway over
on Iran. The
City
Iranians
Hall
have now started responding. They have been attacks, strikes on.
Wait, does Witch think that Gavin Newsom is in San Francisco? He was the mayor.
Iran has struck.
But that's not where the capital of California is.
Qatar has announced that it's shot down at least 2 missiles that were headed towards the U.S. military base at Al Udeid here in Qatar. President Donald Trump issued a statement earlier, as we've been saying that the U.S. started major combat operations in Iran and warned.
But you mean, I was just assuming you mean Gavin, right? I just didn't want to.
What we've seen in the last
didn't want to misunderstand you.
Bases in this region.
That's okay. We don't really like Gavin that much either. So
President Trump also calling on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down its arms or face certain death. Let's listen to what the U.S. president said earlier.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
I really don't like to find myself rooting
very hard
for congestive heart failure, but
its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran.
Devil Doll with the super chat. Thank you for the full coverage. Can't find much. Well, I'm glad to be here. Look, we were going to talk about Candace Owens' latest Erika Kirk expose tonight, but I guess plans change, and so should thumbnails.
Dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew.
Is that his war hat? I guess so. Does he wear that when he attacks people?
Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East.
This is meant to convince you that you want this war, you need this war, and that Donald Trump's a great guy for giving you this war. This is his new content, right? You didn't like what was going on in Minnesota. You don't like how the Epstein drama turned out. Here, we got a new show for you.
Is he taking by launching this operation on
It's called Regime Change.
Well, of course, he said.
And the last time we played it, chat,
that Obama would
was the Iraq War.
To make sure that he continued to win. He talked about how regime change was an outdated idea, that the US was involved in stupid foreign wars, that neocons were sending children to fight wars that they themselves wouldn't fight. And of course, famously, he said that if you voted for Kamala Harris, you were voting
Hap is giving Weekend at Donnie's vibe bad.
Attacks in Bahrain, in Qatar, and elsewhere in the region.
Are we sure that's even him?
Saying Donald Trump has ignited a
Are we sure he's a... Yeah, look, I'm not wishing any harm on the president, certainly, right?
Remember, this is a man who just over 2 weeks ago launched the Board of Peace.
But it does seem like he is not long for this world.
Force for good, working alongside the United Nations. His own vice president in early January said that there was no intention of regime change in Iran. What they wanted to do was limit their nuclear ambitions, to stop them pursuing a nuclear weapon. And of course, we saw Operation Midnight Hammer in June, and the White House still has this on the website, that Iran's nuclear program was obliterated at that point. Now, we know that Donald Trump has come under pressure from Benjamin Netanyahu to take action against Iran. He has consistently pushed the idea that Iran was just weeks away from a nuclear weapon, something that he's been talking about for 20 years.
Okay, so chat, for the record, right, just so nobody gets confused in here, the United States is the bigger, more powerful country, right? Israel is there as like a beachhead in the Middle East, kind of acting in the U.S.'s interest and also in its own imperial ambitions, I suppose, which were recently revealed to us on the Tucker Carlson program, of all places, as being not just the land that Israel currently occupies from the river to the sea, but but also obviously taking over Gaza and the West Bank and Sinai Peninsula, part of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, all the way to the Euphrates, basically, right? It's this greater Israel thing. And Tucker found a verse that Huckabee had mentioned, asked him about it. Is this what you think? This is what Israel should like occupy? Like, right? This is what you're okay with, Israel like basically taking over a hefty portion of the Middle East, right? And Huckabee, that's he's one of the guys that's motivated to support Israel by his view of the Bible, right? In his view, maybe Jesus doesn't come back until Israel, occupies this much land. And that's Chad, our ambassador to Israel, former Arkansas governor Mike Huckabee, and somebody that looks like a complete nutter next to Tucker Carlson, Chad. That's saying something. That's actually saying something. Yeah, Huckabee is fucking crazy. Huckabee scares me. But Huckabee is somewhere safe. Unlike these, the Washington guy is probably safe. But yeah, a lot of these people bringing out this story are getting like warnings on their phone of the government being like, "Hey, we got missiles incoming. You gotta shelter." So yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, we're starting to see now Iran's response. It looks at this moment like it is going to be a more substantial response than what we've seen from Iran up until now. And chat, if that's true, we're in for a long process. I hope I'm wrong. Okay, I hope I'm wrong. I hope they all go back to the negotiation table and get some kind of deal on Monday, right? I hope somehow I'm totally wrong, and this just it's like U.S. and Israel shoots their missiles, Iran shoots its missiles, and somehow we get to peace. But I don't know. It's not looking good right now. And from what Trump is saying, yeah, he's talking about regime change, right, chat? Like I said, that is likely to provoke a response. It's an existential threat to Iran, and so it provokes a greater response than something where it's like, well, we're gonna blow up your military site where we say that you've got your nuclear program, and Iran's like, fine with me, have at it. We're not really trying to build nukes here, but maybe we should. No, this is the thing, chat. There's actually political, as a political issue in Iran, nukes have traditionally not been popular. I don't know what the reason is, if it's cultural or what, but people, have not, been in favor of nukes, obviously, because of the, but anyway, the biggest, most important opinion on this is, of course, is the Supreme Leader's opinion, and the Supreme Leader is against nukes. Now, if he were to get destabilized and somebody else were to replace him, who was not a United States or Israel puppet, chat, that is likely to be a person who does support nuclear, technology development, because they have learned what is now called the Hassan Doctrine. If you are a country and you do not have nukes, develop them, right? Develop them immediately, because that's the only way that you stay from United States intervention, which usually, results in a lot of civilians dying. But this is, this is where we are now. It's not good. It's not good.
Now we find ourselves in what is an open-ended operation. Donald Trump has warned Americans that there is the possibility there'll be American lives lost. That will be a problem for him with his base. That will be a problem for him with many people in the United States. And there's also problems ahead at Congress, because they believe that any declaration of war, and this is effectively a declaration of war, should have gone through.
Which, I'm sorry, that's a very funny comment you're making, and I hope most of chat gets this. After the regime change, says which, I'll move to Iran, especially when they open up a Chili's and an Applebee's, right? So if you're not familiar, that's a reference from Bill Burr, his justification for his comedy special, or his comedy event in Saudi Arabia.
Through Congress in the first instance.
Look, as long as they got a Chili's and an Applebee's, right, they're doing capitalism right. Otherwise, we got a problem. That was his little. You think these people are so bad? They got a Chili's right next to an Applebee's. They're just like us. Oh my God. Anyway, Bill Burr, I bet, it seems like he's finally understood that he's not getting his career back now. It's a shame. It was kind of a brilliant career while it lasted, but of course, yeah, the event in Saudi Arabia was kind of the end of it, and especially the coping that he did. Right, I feel like he could have just like chilled out about it. Yeah, some of the sheen is taken off of him, but if he just gets back to being a funny comedian, right? I think that maybe people would have forgotten it, but I don't know, chat. It's not looking good for Bill Burr. It's not looking good for this world. They don't have a McDonald's in Iran, do they? Yeah, there we go. Then Trump, you could get Trump to not attack. If the Iranian McDonald's lets Trump serve fries, I think we could make a deal maybe. This is the art of the deal, chat. This is what Trump wrote about. USA wants to control and take over the world. I mean, they are a global hegemon. They do have a lot of power in the world, right? That's hard to deny. If not the most power in the world. But yeah, what does this represent? Is that what you're asking me? Well, like I said, if you want to look at the geopolitics of the United States, if you're a U.S. citizen, I realize not everybody in here is, but if you're interested in the American politics in it, right? George W. Bush and his administration came from a school of thought called neoconservatism. And they plotted in the late 90s that if there were to ever be some kind of Pearl Harbor style event, right, that maybe they could use it to justify a series of wars in the Middle East. And sure enough, 9/11 happened during Bush's first term, and they invaded Iraq in 2002, right? And those were neocons. And they had a crack at doing what they came to do, right? They did invade Afghanistan. They did invade Iraq. And that's when their project started to become unpopular, right? George W. Bush started to become unpopular because Iraq was not just like go in, knock out Hassan. Wow. Knock out Saddam and put a new guy in place and we're done, right? Iraq was this occupation and a protracted insurgency that caused injuries and killed people on both sides, especially, a lot of Iraqis died in that, right? So this is the difference between a regime change war and what Trump had done before, which is almost, chat, I compare it to wrestlers kayfabe, right? Trump's actions before in Operation Midnight Hammer, like it was kind of a one and done sort of deal, right? He blows up an area that Israel asks him to blow up and claims that there were all kinds of nuclear fuel being enriched there, getting ready to be weaponized, right? No real proof of that, but that was the claim, and so it's basically like it's a promo, right? It's an act of theater. It's Trump saying, "I'm a big man, I can attack Iran, and guess what? Bye nuclear program, ha ha ha." Right, and it's not true, but you can't exactly prove that. So I think the thought is that this will benefit him politically. I don't know, chat, because like his motives are getting harder and harder to understand as he sinks further and further into his own personal Bidenization. Trump is becoming Biden. He's becoming senile. He is making less sense. He is less capable of doing his job. The man looks like he's falling apart in front of it. In fact, chat, it's like almost like we're watching Primal, right? After Spear gets turned into the zombie. He's just kind of like, wait a minute, is this guy? Is there like a guy here, or I don't know, chat. Look, we started this war in a strange time in Trump's life, possibly very near the end of his life. So, it's not looking good on so many fronts.
So good to see you in person.
Alan, thank you very much for now. Alan Fisher in Washington there. If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, it's just gone past 9:33 GMT. And the United States and Israel are attacking Iran just days after representatives from Tehran and Washington held indirect negotiations. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard says the country has launched a retaliatory wave of missiles and drones at Israel. Explosions have been heard in Israel's north as the military there intercepts those missiles. Iran has also targeted U.S. assets in countries including Bahrain, the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait. Bahrain has just confirmed that there have been attacks on its territory, inside its territory. It says the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack and has urged people to take cover in a safe area. Loud explosions have also been heard in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, which has announced the closure of its airspace, both temporarily and partially. These are some of the latest images that appear to show interceptions over the skies in Abu Dhabi. And here in Qatar, missiles, Iranian missiles, have also been intercepted. Qatar, of course, is home to the largest U.S. military base in the region at Al Udeid. Let's go live to Zain Basravi, who's in Doha for us. Bring us up to speed with what's been happening here in Qatar.
Sorry, I got distracted when I was talking about neoconservatism. I mentioned this earlier, so I'm not going to belabor the point too much. But if you're just joining us, right, what we're looking at is the is Trump in a way coming full circle, right? He started off his political campaign, after the neoconservatives lost control. Obama was elected in many ways because of America's disgust with the Bush administration and neoconservative foreign policy in general. Some of what Obama promised was that he would talk to other world leaders rather than just invade, and America liked that, right? They didn't like neoconservatives, and when it came time for when Obama was term limited out and there was a vigorous Republican primary, you did have those neoconservatives trying to regain the party's mantle and continue where they left off, right? These guys were frustrated, defeated, and dare I say cucked by one Donald John Trump, a celebrity candidate from the world of reality television who was running in some ways against neoconservatism, right? And, this works in the Democratic Party. If you run against neoconservatism, you run against war. This works in the general election, right? It got Obama elected, over Hillary, who had voted for the Iraq War, and over McCain, who, I don't remember, did he not really meaningfully oppose the war? But Trump, owes some of his original election to him standing in opposition and making fun of, ridiculing, George W. Bush's policy, the war in Iraq. Now, I think he was for the war in Iraq at the time, but by the time he was running for president, he was against it. And, for a long time, it was assumed by part of his coalition that this was a new kind of Republican presidency. It was anti-war, right? MAGA is different than the neocons in that they're more conservative. Some would say a little bit more than conservative, right? If you catch my drift. But they were anti-war, and in whatever sort of deal with the devil Trump made to secure the 2024 presidency, he ended up in bed with the same people that were part of that policy, including Marco Rubio. And this Trump fulfilling the next objective, right? Because I said the neocons, what were their objectives? They wanted to go into Iraq. They got that. They wanted to go into Iran next, right? This is Trump fulfilling, along with a team of neocons, right? That is who is in charge in terms of foreign policy now. And there are definitely elements of Trump's coalition that did not vote for this shit, and that are starting to call bullshit. So look for more of that in the future.
The rest of the region, Zain.
Well, just since we last spoke in the last 45 minutes or so, 30 or 45 minutes, we've heard at least 6 or 7 loud explosions. The last one that just happened felt a lot louder and felt like that was some kind of ground impact, but we can't confirm at this stage. If you look up at the sky, we can see puffs of smoke that looks like the Patriot systems intercepting. We are seeing multiple plumes of smoke, multiple explosions again. That's at least 4 or 5 explosions since we started talking. So it is an active environment. Just to give you a sense of how incongruous this kind of violence is to a place like Qatar. Civilian tourists are still out taking pictures. They're lining up for boat rides. There's vendors here trying to get them to take a cruise onto the water. What's happening now is so incongruous to the regular peacetime here, even with those explosions and attacks that we saw last year by Iran and Israel on Qatar. It is still something quite alien to people here. But these explosions are very apparent and very obvious, and there have been at least a dozen in the last hour.
I think the attacks on Hamas, right, during the negotiations, the peace negotiations, right, where Israel assassinated people they were negotiating with, wasn't that in Qatar? And so they've been kind of attacked before. They've been pulled into this, and the question is, right, because when we're talking about all these Gulf states, we're talking about American and Israeli allies, right? That's how it kind of breaks down. You're sort of, if you're in the Middle East, you're somewhat either team Iran or team Israel/US, and these nations are team Israel/US, right? But they're right next to Iran, and now that they've started this war, the question is, like, what kind of pressure can they exert? Because they are valuable allies to the United States, right? It didn't stop them from being attacked. For having those targeted assassinations done in their country, but there should be some consideration, right? The question is, what is their response to getting hit? And again, it's probably mostly going to be U.S. assets, U.S. bases that are targeted in these countries. But what is their response going to be? Because they realize that if Iran is only attacking U.S. stuff there, they're somewhat holding back still, right? So yeah, there's.
Just to clarify for our viewers, are these explosions are interceptions, right? Okay.
That's what it seems to be at the moment. That's what it seems to be. I can tell you that we were here. We heard one explosion that we felt on the ground.
Yeah, we're hearing another alert. The reason I asked is because we've just heard another alert saying.
Patriot defense systems.
Yeah, we've just heard another emergency alert. That's why I asked whether this was an explosion or an impact or interception. I'll come back to you when we have more clarity on what's happening. Let's bring in.
Trump. Westside essay says Trump said his main concern is freedom for the Iranian people. Is that the U.S. is working to make Iran a place that's safer. He said the same thing about Minnesota, Westsider SC, a state in the United States, and there are 2 Americans or more that are dead now after he made it safer. Right. This is what he does, and I don't blame you for wanting to believe that he has the best of intentions, but knowing Trump, having covered Trump like I have, I gotta say, altruistic motivations and Donald Trump, they're like oil and water, right? This is not your guy. This is not your guy if what you want is freedom. He will sell death to you on a plate marked freedom. That's his style. That's who he is. Right? This is bad for Iran. This is bad for Americans. This is bad for the world.
David DeRoche now, professor at Thayer Marshall Institute. David, what do you make of these fast-moving developments? First, the Israelis announcing an attack, the U.S. then saying they're part of this operation, and then Iran's response, which has been very quick and wide.
Yeah. So let me start from the back and move forward. The Iranian response was to be expected. They used their short-range missile arsenal, which was not severely degraded in the 12-day war because it couldn't reach Israel. We expected this to happen.
I know the climate in Iran? Look, very simply put, Westsider, there are a lot of people that don't like the current regime, right? The regime is very repressive. That's true, all right? But the forces that are offering freedom are the same forces that put that regime into place in the first place. If you look into the history, the United States and Great Britain did not like Mossadegh and his policies, right? They wanted more access. They wanted to have more control, more access over Iran's resources. Mossadegh thought that those resources should benefit the people of Iran. They did a coup. They placed a puppet, this guy called the Shah, and the trust that could have existed, between the United States and Iran in terms of the repression that they're undergoing just was years ago was completely undermined. So no, this is not this is not the people, this is not the situation that kind of like bring freedom to Iran. In fact, if anything, it probably strengthens the regime, if anything, right? But yeah, I mean, this has been going for a long time. The series of events that set into motion what we're seeing today, the culmination of Donald Trump transforming from a political force of nature that spit in the face of neoconservatism to a neoconservative in his own right, is what we're seeing right now. And what set it into place was the events of the United States and the UK intervening in Iran, and then the subsequent revolution. That's what put the Ayatollahs into power in the first place. So yeah, it's not there are a lot of people in Iran that don't like the current government and would like to see it change, but the people doing that change right now are obviously not the friends of the Iranian people and should not be trusted by them.
We've seen is probably indigenous, local, and American air defense forces have mostly intercepted missiles successfully. They'll still be damaged because it's metal stuff. It's not vaporized.
Okay, they're still trying to advance this idea that the golden, or what is it, the Iron Dome is impenetrable. That they're not as strong as this guy's making it out to be.
But it does look, based on my preliminary analysis of what I see on Twitter, that at least one missile landed within the perimeter of the American base in Bahrain.
How significant is that? That's the Fifth Fleet, the Navy's Fifth Fleet, right, in Bahrain.
Right. It's not as significant as people think it is. It's actually a command and control headquarters, so it probably would have been evacuated, and it looks as though the missile landed in warehouses, which presumably wouldn't be there, and one would imagine that the headquarters had been mostly evacuated because this is a long-standing target. But, there is possibility for loss of life, and, that's something that I think we'll be looking for a lot of evidence of.
We've also heard reports of explosions in Iraq, in the south, in a southern city in Iraq, which is home. Sorry, say it again? Okay, how significant is that one?
Well, it remains to be seen. I mean, the issue is you've got American forces evacuating Syria. A lot of that will be going through Iraq, so it could be against
the forces that recently left Syria would have relocated to bases in Iraq?
Not relocated, but exfiltrated through, or some of their equipment.
Okay.
But you don't know. I mean, it could, the problem is sometimes you could have a natural gas explosion in the middle of conflict. You don't know. One of the rules I always go through, first reports in war are always wrong. So it remains to be seen. But we're in this period of confusion. We'll see what happens. But it looks as though there have been a number of successful intercepts of missiles so far.
All right, let's get the thoughts of...
So, yeah, I mean, there will no doubt be successful intercepts of Iranian missiles. There will no doubt also be Iranian missiles that get through. You may not hear about that at first, but if Iran goes full hog, that will happen, right? It was even starting to happen in previous exchanges as well. And the U.S. and Israel are actually kind of low on some of the ammunition, some of the ordnance that they need for stuff like that. So, yeah, it's a war that Trump's own generals were warning against him engaging in, and yet somehow it seems that Netanyahu has dog-walked him right into it.
Richard Weiss now, who's a senior fellow at the NATO Defense College, joining us from Virginia in the United States. Richard, what do you make of the initial Iranian response? It's been quick and it's been wide, targeting not just one base, U.S. base in the region, but several.
Yes, I think, as David said, this was to be expected. The Iranians had a long lead time. They certainly must have anticipated that the possibility of a U.S. or Israeli attack was high. And targeting nearby U.S. facilities is not too challenging. They've had plenty of time to map the location, to aim their systems and so on. It'll be much harder for them to try and attack an aircraft carrier or other moving object. But for now, I think this is what we thought would occur. It fits in with their military capabilities and political military strategy of trying to escalate the conflict by getting other countries involved so that they could help stop that.
The latest reports also indicate, Richard, that there's been an explosion in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, Iran's allies in the region could now also be getting involved. How significant is that, and what does that tell you about?
It's kind of weird to see Israel come at Iran with this is a pre. Oh my God, what is the fucking word that they always use? Preemptive attack, right? We're attacking you because you were about to attack us, in other words. Israel launches a preemptive attack, US joins in, and now, is Iran escalating? Oh, I'm sorry, were we escalating? Were we escalating by hitting the American bases in the supposedly friendly countries right next to us? I'm sorry, were we escalating? It's weird to start talking about escalation at this point, right? Considering the one party that definitely doesn't want this war is Iran.
Where this is headed?
Well, the Iranians know that
eerily similar to Venezuela, yeah.
Be a challenge for them to deal in a one-on-one or even worse, a two-on-one conflict against Israel and the United States. So their strategy clearly is to pull other countries into the conflict. Israel, of course, but also U.S. Gulf partners and allies. And this is thought as a means to get these leaders to intervene with the White House to call for an early end to the conflict. So I think that's the basic strategy of the Iranians. They have capabilities to attack these targets, but they also are well defended. And so I think this will probably continue for the duration, but the intensity may slacken over time.
In terms of the U.S. and Israeli operation, how long do you anticipate it to last? What do you see as the strategy, and what is going to determine victory for them?
Yeah, that's a challenge. From what we heard from President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu today, it sounds like their goal is regime change. So that would mean the war would continue until presumably the Iranian people.
So this is why I'm saying it doesn't seem like it's going to be a one and done.
Away from the clerical regime, establish their own. And that we just can't predict when or if that will occur.
The assets that have been moved in the region, of course, are huge. I mean, we've seen 2 U.S. Navy destroyers, over 300 aircraft. What does that tell you about the type of war that they're going to be leading?
I think the key thing actually is the asset that's not there. So in past major military operations in the Middle East, such as the 2 wars against Iraq, there was a substantial buildup of ground forces. And this is often thought to be, critical for any long-term operation. It can't just be air campaign. It has to include a ground component. Sometimes it can be a local ground component. That's what the U.S. did in Afghanistan with taking advantage of the Northern Alliance. But here, it's all air and missile strikes, and the hope is that the Iranian people will, in effect, become the ground force. So that's what struck me, is this
that is crazy.
Very much on air.
Welcomed as liberators.
A major ground component.
All right, Richard, thank you.
That is an assumption that we will be welcomed as liberators, and that's something that
has just issued a statement which reads in part, the attacks carried out by the Zionist regime and the United States against Iran are clear examples of armed aggression. It says this moment represents a historic test for the Iranian nation, relying on faith, unity, national determination. The people and armed forces of Iran will once again defend.
I am right now, chat.
History shows that Iranians have never surrendered.
Making a thumbnail, I guess, of the supreme leader and
their hostile actions. Ali Hashem has covered Iran extensively. Is here with me in the studio, as is Mohanad
Netanyahu. I don't know.
Studies. The Iranian response seems to be a very wide one.
I just know that the thumbnail that I made of Candace is not appropriate.
Heard in Abu Dhabi, as well as one now in Dubai and Riyadh.
The whole region.
Significant.
Yeah.
Ali.
Actually, we are seeing now continuous retaliation from
I hate
Israel and towards the regional countries that host American bases. But this is taking this whole.
But Dubai
conflict.
doesn't host American bases, from what I know.
We just heard now, Dubai.
Yeah.
So it seems this is getting really complicated. It's getting out of control in a way, and it's putting pressure not only on the United States directly, but on allies of the United States in the region.
Right, but can Iran sustain this, though?
But this is the issue.
Yeah, can Iran sustain this? How you know, clearly it's an initial, looks like anyway, an initial show of force by the Iranians saying, this is what we can do, but how long can they sustain?
This also risks that these countries might retaliate towards Iran.
Do you think?
True.
I mean, this is one of the possibilities. When Iran is attacking Saudi Arabia, there is a possibility that Saudi Arabia might retaliate.
Do we know? I know it's early days, and I'm putting you on the spot. It's early hours, of course. Is a strike or explosion in Saudi Arabia, would that have come directly from Iran or Iran's allies, the Houthis in nearby Yemen?
Well, for now, we don't have any reports of activation of missiles or launch of missiles from Yemen or from Iraq till the moment. But there is a possibility that there might be. So we were just taking the reports that are arriving for now. We know that there are launches from Iran, several launches. And as I told you before, just contrary to what happened in the last war, this time the Iranians are quick. It's clear that the command and control, despite who was killed in the first attacks, because what we know is that there were senior commanders targeted at the first attack. We're not sure whether...
We don't know
if they were killed or not, but we know that senior commanders in Iran's military were targeted by Israel and the United States in the first wave of attacks. But despite that, it seems that command and control is working normally as far as their launches towards Israel, and there are also continuous and parallel launches towards the regional countries.
Mohanad Saloon, the Iranian response, as Ali said, has come quick, it's come fast, it's a wide one as well, given the countries that have been targeted. But is it a sustainable one?
Well, it is for now. I mean, Iran is a massive country after all, and they have the arsenal, they have the regional allies, at least in terms of non-state actors. And I can hear from, at least from social media statements coming out of Iraqi militias saying that we have been targeted in Jurf al-Sakhar and we will be responding to this attack. And basically, they are signaling that they are part of this war, but they are waiting for signal to come from Tehran, asking them to get involved. So I think that Iran has thought this out, and they would activate these cells only when they think that they cannot sustain attacks from inside Iran against regional targets.
These regional countries are already, it looks like anyway, paying the price for the US and Israel's decision to strike Iran. Would the Americans have anticipated such a response?
Definitely. I mean, Iran had made this very clear. The Supreme Leader said that very clearly in Arabic, in English, in every language possible. He said that this is going to be a regional war and no one would be spared, and that we would be targeting the military installations of the US and other Western countries, but as well as countries, who cooperate with these with the US. We might target their own installations, and that, with reference to countries that would contribute or support this war. And already Iran has named that Bahrain, UAE, and other countries in the region are collaborating with the US and Israel against it, and they deem them as de facto enemies.
Right. Ali Hashim, it of course remains uncertain right now because, as we said, it's early hours to see how this campaign ends. But what seems to be clear, at least from what I see, is that the negotiations, the diplomacy is over for now.
Well,
can they come back to the status quo, you think, given what we've seen?
The issue is that we're always dealing...
This is what I'm saying, is that, like, the more serious the, attacks are, the statements, right? In this case, we have the invocation of regime change, an attempt to... They tried to kill the leader, okay? Yeah, it's going to be really hard to fucking put that toothpaste back in the tube, so to speak. God, I do not want to have like the classic political or the classic like world event thumbnail where Netanyahu is on one side with a Israeli flag behind him and Supreme Leader's on the other side with the Iranian flag. I don't know. It's just like there's something. It's just like this is really bad, right? This isn't like it feels too much like a drama thumbnail.
Now with this,
and we're, like I said before, we're staring down World War III here. This is bad shit.
Deja vu moment. We saw what happened.
This feels different, Ali, from 2025.
Well, it's different because this time it's the United States and Israel directly involved in
the
war.
Iranian response.
Westsider SE says, I'm curious about the validity of this, but there's a huge presence of positive response to this attack, trying to stay objective. I don't know if you're talking about positive response in the media or positive response from Iranians. From what I can tell, there's not a lot that's getting in or out of Iran at the moment, so it's kind of hard to judge that. There definitely are people that are anti-regime and that might look to, the United States, as ridiculous as it is, for some sort of but see, the thing is, like if you're an Iranian citizen, and you're trying to put together like a coalition, to face down the regime, right? And you're like, yes, United States, yes, Israel, you just lost like half of your coalition, right? These are people that have made Iranians miserable. So, you're actually, by doing this kind of thing, you're weakening the forces that supposedly, if you're trying to, spur regime change or give them, give dissident forces a chance to take over in Iran or whatever like that, you're actually hurting those forces by associating them with you.
Absolutely, the whole picture is different, but the things that preceded the moment, the negotiations that preceded the talks, the threats that preceded the talks, they're all almost the same. Now,
yeah, so you're going to see that, and we saw this last time too, right? We saw straight up, oh no, sorry, this was Venezuela. There was AI images, so watch out for that too. Like, a lot of the stuff you're going to see at the moment is going to be spin, especially if it's from the media. Especially if it's American media, you got to understand that American media is in bed with the military-industrial complex. That is the business, chat, and I'm not fucking kidding you when I say this, the business of murder. Murder, Inc., right? These are the companies that make the weapons that kill, hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza, right? And the United States, there's interest in the United States that get money every time there's war or rumors of war. So you got to understand that, yeah, there's a lot of incentive to support this kind of shit. Like, every time there's a military conflict, these ghouls get their beaks wet.
The Iranian reaction was different from the first time. And the main issue here is that, will there be any more diplomacy after this war? Or will diplomacy end this war? Because these are big questions. They all depend on, first of all, your question to Mohammed on the sustainability, how much the Iranians will be able to be resilient, how much they will be able to launch
But is the Iranian
rockets.
regime's main and sole objective right now, is it survival?
Well, it's clear, because the main objective the United States and Israel put there is toppling the regime. So survival for the regime will mean that at least they made the objectives fail. So this is the main objective for them. If they keep alive, if they're there, if the system do not collapse.
Right, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
What does survival look like for the regime? It's not just about a figurehead.
No, not at all. It's
right.
not about the figure.
Yeah.
It's mainly about the system continuing. It's about the Islamic Republic, the establishment continuing, and going to talks after the war or diplomacy to end the war. This is something else. But
thanks for talking us through this insanity. Hey, it's what I do, right?
Or what they call
I've got a vested interest in people being able to put this stuff in proper historical framework so that we can actually learn from the past and not make the same mistakes.
Yeah. And Ali, Iran's Supreme National Security Council has just issued a statement. It reads, according to the information obtained from these two corrupt regimes, referring, of course, to the Israelis and Americans, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government has already prepared all the needs of society, and there is no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. So a statement there from Iran's National Security Council. Let's go to Mohammed Val in Tehran for an update on the situation on the ground. Mohammed, what's been happening there?
Yes, fully. Just about 15 to 20 minutes ago, we had new explosions here in Tehran. We couldn't locate the exact targets of those explosions, but that's clearly an indication of the continuation of this operation, as has been promised by the American president. Iranians also are bracing for this, and as you just mentioned, the Supreme National Council, Security Council, has announced that this is going to be an ongoing operation, and that people have to take shelter in safe areas. They have to avoid going to unsafe places. And that there are also reassurances, on the other hand, that the banks will continue to function, but some of the schools and universities will be closing for the moment until further notice. And it has advised people not to rush to stockpile on commodities, because there is enough of those commodities, that the government has been taking the necessary precaution measures for this.
It does
so that there will
sound
be no crisis in
like
food or any other facilities or amenities. So the government basically is saying
Iran
under
saw
control,
this
that it
coming,
is,
and like I said, it'd be,
gearing up
you
its
know,
defenses. The air defense systems are in full action mode inside Tehran and other locations. I can't simply keep track of the number of cities that are being attacked. It is getting to be a very long list now. The latest was Oromia in the northwest, Dizvul. Also, you have Bandar Abbas, Isfahan, Qum. All across the country, you have cities, Shiraz also, that have been targeted. It seems to me that this is no longer just a campaign that is focused on nuclear sites in Iran. This is a very wide range of targets, including government facilities, defense ministry facilities, and also the Iranian army and the Iranian National Guard. as the Americans said, clearly this is a campaign that is going to be continuous until probably regime change can be effected in the country.
What about the Iranian people, Mohammed? We heard there from the National Security Council that provisions have been made. There is enough, food and so on. But Iranians would have also made preparations ahead of this.
Well, look, I have been following the situation here in Tehran only since I arrived just 1 day ago, and today we are really short on updates because of this blackout. There is a report from an international agency that is monitoring internet in Tehran. It is saying that 96% of the national network has been blocked. So we're not really able to follow on social media and listen or reading what people are saying. But we know from the previous situations, and also we know from the recent days and weeks, that the Iranians are divided, a little bit divided about this. Some of them have been protesting against the government in charge, and they are probably willing to see some kind of change. But that contradicts the need, even among these people, for safety, personal safety, safety for their families, and so on. And now that this campaign is taking place all across Iran, nobody is safe in this war. And you have also the people, the millions of people who are supporting the regime, and they have been demonstrating in the streets. We have seen that on occasion. They are also against this war. Everybody is preparing for the worst. Everybody wants to stay safe, but everybody also is dreaming of some kind of outcome that suits what they like to see happening in the country.
Yeah, everyone, as you say, Mohammed, preparing for the worst, including people in the region, not just in Iran and Israel. Iran has launched several retaliatory strikes on U.S. assets in the region, including in Bahrain, which has confirmed that there have been attacks inside its territory. It also says the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack and has urged people to take cover in a safe area. Loud explosions have been heard in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, which has announced the closure of its airspace, both temporarily and partially. These are some of the latest images that appear to show interceptions over the skies. And interceptions of Iranian missiles also here in Qatar, which is home to the largest U.S. military base in the region, Al Udeid. Let's check in with Axel Zaimovic, who's in Doha. Axel, bring us up to speed with what's been happening here. There have been several missiles intercepted here in Qatar.
Well, that's correct, Foley. We're actually standing at a location where we saw firsthand that these active Qatar's air defense operations are unfolding, but we see their intercepted missiles coming to the direction of the city of Doha. And not long ago, we actually saw that the smoke is actually coming from the direction of the old port. And that goes really with lines what the Qatar official statement says here, that everybody should stay indoors. And they keep urging the population, not just people living here, not foreign nationals, but everybody in the country to stay indoors, because this situation is rapidly moving and it's quite changing quickly on the ground. But we also have another warning coming from the U.S. Embassy. Actually, that's the warning that was in place early morning that told people here in Qatar to take cover, to take shelter, and also to follow official channels of communication, because, as I said, the situation is rapidly moving here. But for now, what we saw is Qatar's air defense are intercepting missile and projectiles coming to the directions in Qatar. And of course, it's really important to mention that it really goes with the context of Al Udeid air base. That's the largest American military installation here in the Middle East. And that's the reason why we saw smoke coming from the direction of the old port. But also, we cannot independently confirm this report that the base itself has been hit in any of these attacks.
Okay, so we can't just confirm the reports that the base itself at Al Udeid has been hit. We do know, though, that Qatar has closed its airspace, and so has the UAE and Kuwait. Qatar Airways.
Hey, chat, sorry for going quiet for so long. I had to redo the thumbnail. Again, if you're just joining us, I started streaming tonight with the intention and the title and everything that we were going to cover what is it called? The Bride of Charlie. This is Candace Owens' docudrama on the life and times of Erika Kirk and why she's sus and why, like, I don't know, everybody in her life is a spy, including her parents. It's weird stuff, chat, but, it's popcorn material. Yeah, trying to beat midterms. He's got to do something, doesn't he? He is really flailing in run up to these midterms. Remember Iraq when they staged the celebration of downing the Saddam statue? Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna have to thumbnail for now, chat. So you can expect me to cover, I think, Candace Owens tomorrow. We've also got Ana Kasparian, doing her very own Nick Fuentes imitation, joining the groypers, chat. She's groyping. Is groyping a verb? Look, I don't know what groyping means, chat, but I'm definitely sure that Ana Kasparian is doing it right now. Whatever groyping is, she's doing it right. She is a groyper. She's groypy. She is the qualities of groyp to her the most moral army. Exactly, opossum, awesome opossum. But we don't worry, chat. We are going to be doing. I want to see where this is going. I want to get a sense of this. Like as much of a sense of the counterattack as we can, and then I'll move us on to our promised bonus content because I've been on here for 5 hours so far. Sorry for not giving you Candace. Sorry for not giving you Ana. We will get to those, chat. I apologize, but yeah, this was happening right now, and it's world changing. So kind of had to do that.
Axel announcing the suspensions of flights from Doha. This is going to cause a huge disruption across the region.
That's true, and it also Qatar also issued a statement saying that all the flights are canceled until further notice, and everybody, people who have scheduled flights to leave the country or come in the country, should remain indoors. But also, the government is urging population here to not to go out in any public gatherings, to stay indoors, to make sure they have enough supplies until the situation is more clear. But from the perspective, what I'm seeing here, standing at this live position, I still see that the traffic in Doha is ongoing. It's slightly subdued for a weekend here in Qatar, but
you gotta know, chat. What do you think would like assuming that so what were they saying? The government saying stay inside. Obviously, Trump probably wants people out in the streets, or envisions, right? The whole welcomed as liberators trope, right? He's envisioning them being like, yes, Mr. Trump, bring us freedom, please, and they go out in the streets and they protest, and it's like a Berlin Wall type scene or something like that. I think that's what is being envisioned here. Obviously the government wants people to stay inside and not overthrow them. But it's like can you imagine Trump putting so like what we're gonna have, chat, potentially is Trump trying to stir unrest in Iran. Can you imagine what would happen if another country, if there was another situation like Minnesota and Canada was like, oh yeah, this is like those Americans should really rise up and let Donald Trump know who's boss. They should really rise up. They should stop the, you know what I mean? How much of that do you think Trump would put up with? It's a really, anyway, it's evident of the power imbalance that we got going on here.
It's really, really important to follow official channels of the communication, and the government is urging everybody not to cause panic and not to take any unnecessary journeys in this particular moment.
Look.
So, Axel, what a catch.
In Iran right now, if you drive your car alone, you're basically driving with Trump. Trump's in the passenger. You can just envision Trump in the passenger seat.
The authorities saying briefly, if you can, in just a minute, if you can.
Or Netanyahu.
What might happen tomorrow? Whether schools and offices will be open tomorrow. Whether the airspace will reopen soon.
Well, from this perspective, it's really early to say how this situation is going to unfold in the future. But what we know is that some public entities have advised their employees to...
Janet Doe, we actually have them doing, Israel's doing it. Yeah, U.S. does this shit all the time. U.S. shit does this all the time.
Essentially work from home until further notice, because it's
oh, yeah, and you could say they're, Israel's doing that right now in Gaza, right? They're trying to... It seems like they're trying to put into power criminal and or terrorist elements to supplant any form of law enforcement of any form of Gazan law enforcement.
In which direction this entire regional conflict might go. But what we know is...
Okay, so the PMF in just a Shia paramilitary faction in Iran confirmed the U.S. struck their base. The U.S. struck. Oh, wait. So this was during the first wave? Was this during the attacks on Iran? They also hit a Shia faction. So essentially forces more or less loyal to Iran or allied with Iran in Iraq, right? just southwest of Baghdad. Iran confirmed the first wave of strikes against Iran included 7 missile strikes near the president. Yeah. So they were attempting a decapitation strike, that is to, literally kill as much of the government, as much of the high, officials, right, in order to cause confusion in their response. Several military officials and politicians were killed as they were attending a parliament session. Yeah.
Everybody should exercise caution and, as I've been repeating, it's just to basically stay indoors. That's the only most accurate and relevant information that we're getting from the government at this point.
Axel, thank you very much for now. Axel Zaimovic in Doha there for us. If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, it's just past 10 GMT. I'm Fully Batibo, and you're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the U.S. and Israel's attacks on Iran. Iran has retaliated by launching a wave of missiles at Israel and at U.S. assets across the region. The joint U.S.-Israel attack began in the capital of Tehran, but has now spread across the country in what the United States has called Operation Epic Fury. The military says it struck dozens of military...
Chat, what kind of fucking millennial... What kind of millennial named it Epic? What did they say? Epic Glory? Are you fucking kidding me? They named it's Operation Epic Bacon.
And you're watching Al Jazeera.
Sorry, no offense, millennials.
Continuing coverage of the U.S. and Israel.
And maybe one of you.
Iran has retaliated by launching a wave of missiles at Israel and at U.S. assets across the region. The joint U.S.-Israel attack began in the capital of Tehran, but has now spread across the country in what the United States has called Operation Epic Fury.
Epic Fury, okay.
Says it struck dozens of military targets in Iran, and that's why it will continue as required. Iran.
Everyone is 12 confirmed, yeah.
Services. It's also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. Now, this, of course, is happening just days after representatives from Tehran and Washington held indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. Let's show you some of the latest video we're seeing, which shows a low-lying flying fighter jet in the skies over the Iranian capital. Iranians have been hearing the sounds of jets and explosions throughout this Saturday morning. Aside from Tehran, there have also been attacks in several other cities, including the holy city of Qom, Karaj near the capital, Isfahan, also in central Iran, and Tabriz in the northwest. Kermanshah and Ilam, both in the west towards the border with Iraq, have also been targeted. Explosions have been reported across the Gulf region as Iran retaliates. Bahrain has confirmed attacks inside its territory. These are some of the latest images we're receiving. Bahrain says the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack. The government is urging people to take cover in a safe area. Bahrain's National Communications Center has also issued a statement which says the attacks are a flagrant violation of Bahrain's sovereignty and security. The government of the Kingdom of Bahrain has issued a strong condemnation of these hostile attacks, describing them as a direct threat to the kingdom's security and to the safety of its citizens and residents. The statement also says that Bahrain reserves its full right to respond and to take all necessary measures to safeguard its national security and protect its sovereignty in coordination with its allies.
I'm going to say this, okay?
Loud explosions.
If Iran made these attacks on these Gulf states, it must have some reason to believe that when it comes down to it, they can, split them from the United States. I mean, I don't know, maybe is it, maybe it's a desperate, last attempt. I don't know. It makes me think, though, that there's a less than zero chance that this is going to result in them pressuring the United States.
Have also been heard in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, which has announced it will partially and temporarily close its airspace. These are some of the latest images that appear to show missiles being intercepted over its skies. There have been reports of interceptions in Dubai, in the UAE as well. Explosions have also been heard in Kuwait, and here in Qatar, the Defense Ministry says it's responded to missile attacks. These are pictures from here, the Qatari capital, Doha. Qatar's defense ministry confirming that missiles were intercepted using a Patriot defense system. Multiple mobile alerts have been sent out. All residents have been urged to take shelter. Well, we have correspondents across the world covering these latest developments in Washington, D.C., here in Doha, in Beirut, Lebanon, in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. Let's bring in Mohammed Var first, who's in Iran's capital, Tehran. Mohammed, bring us up to speed with what's been happening these last few hours, where the Israeli and U.S. strikes have hit Iran.
Yes, fully. We can confirm that just a while ago, maybe more than half an hour ago, new explosion sounds have been heard here in Tehran. We couldn't verify the locations because of the blackout on the internet and the lack of communication with our sources. But that's an indication of the continuation of this operation, because just earlier today we were talking about, people were asking whether this is just one attack or one wave of attacks and that's it. But now it's clearly, and it has been also expressed by Americans themselves, that this is going to be a sustained operation against Iran. The Iranian Foreign Ministry has just, through its spokesperson, Ismail Baqoi, has just announced that Iran has only good intentions towards its neighbors in the region, but Iran has always confirmed that it is going to defend itself, and that if attacks from the enemy forces come from those countries, neighboring countries, Iran has to defend itself, and that's its legitimate right according to the United Nations Charter. So that's the first official comment on the attacks that you have just reported in several areas around Iran here in the Gulf and so on. Also, I mean, the Foreign Ministry has called on the United Nations to take action, to assume its role here, because this is an aggression, as it described the attacks by the Americans and the Israelis. This is a violation of the United Nations Security Charter, and that the United States, the United Nations has to take action in this regard. The Iranian government is trying to reassure its people that things are under control. It has issued statements that people should stay in safe areas, they should stay put and calm and not go to places where there might be some attacks, and that they shouldn't rush in panic to supermarkets, because there is enough provisions for everyone, and that if they keep the order, no crisis will take place. And universities, schools are closed until further notice. Banks will continue to operate, and major government institutions also will continue to operate. So that's a message of reassurance for the people that the government is still in place, and that the rumors that they are in hiding and that they are nowhere to be seen is false, and that they are in charge and are leading this defense operation against the enemies of Iran.
Okay, so a message of reassurance from the Iranian leadership there to Iranians. Noor Odeh in Ramallah, what is the message from Israel to Israelis, and what is it saying about the objectives of this operation on Iran?
Well, just a little bit of news first, Folly. We know of several direct impacts in Israel. One 9-story building has been reported to have received considerable damage. Sirens continue to go off across the Israeli territory and in Israeli settlements across the occupied West Bank. In the horizon, right behind me, would be Tel Aviv as well, and before it, an Israeli settlement. So the sirens can be heard quite loudly, as well as interceptions. The message from the Israeli government: this is not about just strikes. This is about changing the government, toppling the government, something that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, has espoused for many, many years. And now he has a partnership with the U.S. president, whom he thanked in a video address in Hebrew to the Israeli public. A state of emergency has been declared in Israel. There are no schools, there are no public activities, no public gatherings either, and citizens have been asked to remain close to safe rooms and public shelters.
We go.
Okay, no, thank you for now. Let's go now to Zain Bazravi in Doha here. Zain, the Iranian response was quick and it was wide. Iran targeting all U.S. bases in this region.
All right, so chat. We're kind of winding down our Iran coverage for today. If you want to join us, I'm going to be talking about, what am I talking about, chat? What have you got me talking about today? That's what I wonder.
Bases, the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, Central
Command. Let me go look really quick.
Every one of them has come under some kind of attack.
What are you voting for?
In the last few hours, we've heard at least a dozen explosions.
Tyler Oliveira's downfall? Okay.
Missiles intercepting incoming.
That's ahead by 2 points, chat.
We did see on social media smoke rising over what looked like a part of Doha. We did.
Hutch complains about Sam Cedar in second place.
There was a plume of smoke rising.
Diorio in third place, and
but it is still a
Reddit mod drama in fourth place.
Exactly what was happening, but it has been a very busy morning. It has been a very tense morning with a number of explosions ongoing. Qatar's Interior Minister putting out a statement saying everyone must comply and adhere to staying in their homes or in a safe place. Everyone must refrain from going out except for the utmost necessity. And this
it looks like that's what we're going to go with, chat. It looks like we're going to do Tyler Oliveira.
In cities like those here in the GCC, there are still tourists out and about taking photographs. There are people trying to get them to take boat rides. And so we don't see Qatar enforcing this shelter in place.
Yeah, no, I agree. Take no prisoners. It's a weird thing to talk about
but the warning from the US
Iranian aggression in the face of, an attempt at regime change.
Would indicate that they are prepared. They are perhaps
and all the bad faith negotiation that once again
Zain, thank you very much.
was just, you know,
well, U.S. President
a distraction while they planned an attack on Iran.
Nuclear weapon. He's been speaking about this U.S.-Israeli operation, saying that Washington's aim is to destroy Tehran's missiles program. Let's listen.
So if you're watching me
Iran is
on
the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protest.
Wait, no, I'm sorry, Trump. The #1 sponsor of state, the #1 state sponsor of terror. That's you, buddy. That's you. Oh my God, you literally hired the Proud Boys to be your Gestapo and cheered them on as they shot Americans in the face. God damn, you want to talk to me about? Anyway, chat. If you're watching me on Shorts, understand that we're about to finish the stream on Iran, and we're going to be refocusing our focus. God, I can't think of how to speak English. Irene, let me try. Okay, Tyler Oliveira, you may have heard of. This is a guy that did a eating the cats, eating the dogs video, trying to claim that Haitians in Springfield were making dinner out of people's pets, you know, crazy shit like that. Every month he finds a new like ethnic group to attack and claim that they have a enclave where like no white people are allowed, or their drugs are legal, or like, you know, I don't know, homeless have more rights than non-homeless or something. It's always some shit to make you try to hate some marginalized person. So anyway, this week or this month, it's been it's been Orthodox Jews, actually. It's been like Hasidic Jews, I think, in specific, and you know, he's doing content on those communities, you know, and this time he actually got his Patreon yoinked, right? All the other racist shit that he's done, this guy does nothing but racism. No problems so far, and you know, he gets it yoinked for what I do feel are two pretty actually anti-Semitic videos. So there you go. Anyway, we're gonna watch see what's up with Tyler Oliveira in just a second. But yeah, just click on, let's see, this right here if you want to join us and you're watching on Shorts, because the stream is going to continue on not Shorts. All right, there's another stream going on right now that's like this way instead of this way, and if you want to join it, click that button. I've just put it on what is it called? I pinned it, right? So you can click on that. Otherwise, you might even get rated in. So I'm going to end the short stream, and I'm going to begin I'm going to raid you. I don't know. What am I saying? I'm going to end the short stream. Boom. End. Wait, did I do it? No, I don't think I did. I think I hit the wrong thing, didn't I? Wait. Oh, I'm so confused. Oh, wait, I know. And stream, and it's going to raid into that. Okay, got it. Wait. It just hasn't updated the thumbnail. That's all I'm confused by. All right. Is our thumbnail correct now? Is it Iran? Yes, it is. A terrible thumbnail. I hate it. It's the most generic thumbnail I've made. But chat, I had to do it in the middle. Yeah, we're taking off the shorts. That's right. We're taking off the shorts. We're putting on the jammies. All right. So get ready for the jammies, and I'm gonna get ready for covering Tyler Oliveira's downfall. Should I start with Hassan? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, there are a few people have done videos on this, right? I want to start with some other videos, maybe to kind of ease us into this, right? Because it's my playlist, right? No, it's a random.
Josiah said he might be spreading fake news though.
Okay, so supposedly Pisco went ham on Hutch. I don't know though. I do not know. What the fuck? Oh no, I'm looking for my playlist, not Pisco's playlist. Come on. Nobody cares what Pisco's got on his playlist. Everybody cares. Oh, you know, there's like a apparently there's like a Hassan channel. Okay, so we're not covering Ana Kasparian. God damn, I was planning on it too. We don't have time. Unless we hit 200 somehow, chat. In which case, I think I'd have to do the next.
Because I'm at 300K right now, so.
Nope.
I suspect that they'll hit
Okay, not that. Oh yeah, Hutch responding to Sam Cedar. I think that's in second place. Here we go. Tabernacle's got a video on this. I thought maybe Mike from Humanist Report had it too. Oh, no, that's Kyle Kalinske. Kyle Kalinske did a Nick Shirley update recently. I am trying to figure out though if there's anybody else covering this. You know, I think it was actually the Tabernacle video I meant to show you. Yeah, all right, let's do that. Let's do that. All right, chat. We're going into bonus content right now. Speak now or forever hold your peace. If you want something else, let me check it. Let me check it one more time. 34% to 30%. It's ahead by 4% with 73 votes cast. Vote if you haven't already, chat. Even if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to go over there, place your vote on YouTube, and make it happen. It's a very close, like there's probably 2 or 3 votes separating these two topics. So make sure to get your vote in if you haven't already. There's a 42% Vox Populi right now. I just thought I'd let you know, right? Narwhal left us with a nice Vox Populi, which means that it'll be difficult if anybody wants to donate to change the bonus topic, but I'll give you your chance to do that. If you want to try, this is your chance to either vote or donate for something else. Otherwise, I'm just going to go ahead with the sweet and satisfying downfall of Mr. Tyler Oliveira.
So the other day, I spent my evening while making some YouTube thumbnails watching 2 videos by the YouTuber called Tyler Oliveira, or Oliveira. One of them inside the New York town invaded by welfare-addicted Jews, and another one called I Exposed New Jersey's Jewish Invasion. So Tyler Oliveira is a YouTuber who is extremely controversial for the supposed documentaries exposing various different communities or sometimes religions. He made one on Scientology, and he's quickly become like really, really popular. Now he uses just the most insane.
Anybody in chat want to tell me who started this trend? Anybody in chat got an idea, right? Where this got started? As far as like making a video where it's like the secret world of XYZ, you know, basically white X, white X, minority is bad, right? I think it was Matt Walsh. I kind of think it all goes back to Matt Walsh.
Mainly racist AI thumbnails on most of his videos. You can go to his channel and see, and that includes the most recent videos. And upon watching these videos and watching another one for another video I made last year, I actually think these documentaries are really dangerous, and that's because they're more subtle than they'd appear. Like, you would ask yourself, how can these documentaries be subtle when you see the thumbnail? And I would describe the way he advertises these documentaries as Nazi bait. Like, he wants a certain audience of insane far-right extremists and Nazis, as you see by his Twitter following and Twitter comments. So he advertises this stuff in a certain way, including using words like invasion, using like super dehumanizing AI stereotypes of people from the communities he's covering. So if you guys are interested, I'm actually going to make a video about this documentary he recently released to just talk about how documentaries aren't.
Yeah, Sassy Sashrai says he got banned for saying about Jewish people what local news says about black people every fucking day. Yeah, that's the frustration about it. It's like, this guy should have been banned. Like, if you're gonna ban somebody for making content out of bigotry, right, or say we won't accept. He wasn't banned. I think he was knocked off Patreon. I think he lost his Patreon, right? If you're gonna do that, like, you know, you would think that he would have gotten banned ages ago. But they definitely don't do that. Like, right? They're not going to ban somebody for being transphobic. Otherwise, Matt Walsh would have been banned 8 million times over. They're not going to ban somebody for being, racist. Otherwise, a whole bunch of channels would have been banned, including Tyler Hitler Vera's. But yeah, when it comes to when he's making these criticisms, which it's basically saying that this, he's like pointing out the number of people using welfare in this Hasidic community, right? It as a way to try to say this is a thing that Hasidic, I don't know, right? It's like the same kind of fucking shit that he's done to a million other groups, and this time they care. This time Patreon, just to be clear who I'm saying with the they, I'm not trying to be sus here. I'm saying that this Patreon cares now. I think YouTube still got his video up, right? Somebody was telling me his video's at like 3.4K or something.
Objective truth. Like, just because a guy has gone there with a camera and interviewed real people and showed you real life things doesn't mean he is not framing the video in a certain way, doesn't mean he's not framing like this whole issue in a certain way. And if you actually watch this video, I don't recommend you spend an hour and 30 minutes watching this video. But if you actually watch this video, you might come away thinking, from a lot of the controversy, like, is this like seriously it? Because he has 3 talking heads that are giving him the rundown on why this is a massive problem. And the actual issues they have with the supposed Jewish invasion, like, I was just thinking after watching this, like, how has he made a full documentary on this? There's this one woman, her main complaint is about things like traffic and Jewish people buying up homes in the community and having too many children who don't play with other children. There's another guy who talks about how they're just like losing their community and they have to do something to stop this growing population of Jewish people. And there's just another guy who talks about the political...
Chat. Is there a stereotype about Jews driving? I don't think I've heard that one. But like what they were saying about like and the Tyler does like find a guy that got into like that he crashed into like a snowbank and he got a little fender bender and Tyler's coming up to him, oh, did you get in a car wreck? Do you need some help, man? Do you need some help, right? And like I don't know, is that a trope? That's one I actually hadn't heard.
Cool power in this community itself. And when you hear what these people's problems are, it's just like so insane because they'll show him around the community and it'll just be like, oh yeah, here is where children used to play together and like now they don't anymore because Jewish people live here. And why I find this supposed documentary really interesting is it touches on some things you could actually talk about. So it's like a very conservative Hasidic Jewish community who are anti-Zionist as well. And it talks about briefly how women are treated in this community.
Now he's talking about, I think, the New York one. I'm not sure if that goes for the New Jersey community that Tyler's most recent video too.
Community, how it is super conservative, super patriarchal, and how they actually have their own police force, which coordinates with the local police force, which is something that also happens in the UK as well. And then there's another guy in it, this is the only part that I find interesting at all, who talks about the political situation in this town and basically brags that he has connections with the Trump administration and he has a lot of money and power to actually sway local politics. So there's a few little things in the documentary that I would think if you were like a serious documentary filmmaker, you'd focus this video, if you're going to talk about this community specifically, on the local police force just for this community that looks like a real police force, and you'd probably focus more on the political angle and if you wanted to, maybe the gender dynamics in this community. That's what I would do if I wanted to make a serious documentary exploring this community. But if you actually watch it and you listen to the talking heads who frame this discussion, it's way more subtle. In my opinion, it's way more designed to make you feel animosity towards Jewish people generally and dehumanize them generally, but with a way more subtle framing. Now, the welfare-addicted Jew one is even worse because most of the documentary is him just
Thank you, Joel. Yeah, I remembered it was something to do with water. I was like, wait, what is it? Waterwood? Water? What Forest. Lakewood, New Jersey is the place in New Jersey that he goes.
Randomly going up to random blokes on the street saying, "What do you do for work?" And a lot of them just don't want to talk to him. And loads of comments in both videos about how badly all these people drive. Now, anyway, like I said, I'm going to make a video talking about this. But something interesting has happened because Tyler Oliveira has actually made videos about Somalian Americans. And we all know at the moment that is the punching bag of the racist Trump regime. Like, Somali Americans, Ilhan Omar, are absolutely fair game for the most racist dehumanization. Now, like I said, Tyler Oliveira has covered this, but there's another guy who became famous from basically making shit up about this called Nick Shirley. And if you listen to him speak, it's clear this guy is not very bright in the slightest. But what happened is, because Tyler Oliveira focused on Jewish people and not Somalians and not Indians and not black people, and because Nick Shirley supported this, all the conservatives are in absolute uproar about this. Because they're like, no, we just liked it when you were dehumanizing non-white people. Now you're actually coming for Jewish and white people. We actually have a massive issue with this. And they're turning against Nick Shirley now because they're like, no, we liked it when you were causing so much racism to Somali Americans. We don't like you supporting this. And I find that like super interesting. But it also shows you, for conservatives generally, do you actually think you're safe if you're in some sort of like ethnic minority group or racial minority group from far-right fascist politics? Do you actually think you'll be spared? Like, if you fan the flames about Somali Americans, African Americans generally, and just any other group, you fan the flames with this fascist rhetoric, do you not think the people who love it won't suddenly turn on you when they feel like they can? And that's what's happening with Jewish Americans as well. So many Jewish Americans in the conservative movement have supported both these people, and now they're talking about Jewish people in the same way they talk about Somali Americans, and now you don't like it and you think it's wrong. So it just shows you the total hypocrisy and shows you how, as we've known for a long time, how many of these people play with fire. Ben Shapiro is the prime example. Someone who...
look, here's the deal though. Like, the reason, like, I just want to make sure I'm explaining Shirley's motivation. Like, Tyler Oliveira is like an older, more mature version of what Nick Shirley is trying to become. Tyler, I think, had a channel, some kind of like Mr. Beast style YouTube channel before he did this racism content. So he kind of knows how, like he's like Nick Shirley with a brain, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But Nick Shirley has like out-racist him, right? He's eclipsed the master, right? This is the pupil becomes the master, because a lot of what Nick Shirley does is based on Tyler Oliveira's videos. Now, I'm not saying there's bad blood between them, right? Maybe Tyler Oliveira takes it as a compliment or doesn't consider him too much of a market threat. There's plenty of racists to go around, but it sounds like Nick Shirley is supporting Tyler in his new foray into straight up anti-Semitism. And there's a reason for that, chat. Amongst younger right wingers, being anti-Semitic is like it's like earning your stripes, right? The way that the younger conservatives like tell the real ones from the grifters is that they are going to come out and, in the words of Fuentes, name the, they have a phrase, name the Jew, right? Which means them acknowledging that this isn't about Israel, this isn't about capitalism, this isn't about anything, tangential or, corollary, right? This is about, the blaming, their grievances on the Jews specifically, right? And for for whatever's left of the young right wing after Trump absolutely destroyed them, lied to them about making prices lower, making the world more affordable, and then just shoved their face in it, right? Whatever right wingers remain, they look at anti-Semitism as their primary badge of courage of telling, like I said, the real ones apart from the grifters. So Nick Shirley, if he doesn't want to be considered I shouldn't use Ben Shapiro's Jewish, any sort of mainstream conservative media figure, if he doesn't want to be just a generic conservative safe media figure, if he wants to be considered real, if he wants to have that motion, if he wants to be on the, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens side of things instead of the, I don't know, the dying out like neocon / right. It's just there's not really a way forward, right? If Nick wants to continue in the increasingly, Nazified, Republican content sphere, he's going to have to adopt anti-Semitism. There's just no two ways about it. Anyway.
Has enabled white supremacy his whole career, then turns around and acts like, he's better than the rest of them because now they're targeting Jewish people as well, like they do in the America First movement. So let's get into this. So, like I said, Tyler Oliveira, in my opinion, advertises this as just like pure Nazi bait. So if you see like the thumbnail, I expose New Jersey's Jewish invasion.
Goyim Task Force?
Hello, Goyim.
Okay. Oh, come on.
I have released a 73-minute long documentary on New Jersey's Jewish invasion. And then Nick Shirley responds, expose it all. Tyler saying the replies to this tweet show the double standard and hypocrisy of half the Republican influencer space. Does welfare abuse fraud only suck when it's Somali? Ask your local MAGA
So yeah, we definitely got a Xander Hall Vosh situation going on here. Nick Shirley stopping by to pay allegiances to his fallen hero, who's now lost his Patreon money thanks to doing 2 straight back-to-back videos exposing the evil. Anyway,
Republican influencer where he draws the line. He is right about one thing, it is a massive double standard. They're concocting this hysteria around Somali Americans being all...
Did I misread that?
Your local...
Replies to this tweet. So his tweet, I'm thinking he's saying, right? I'm guessing this is like his video announcement. Show the double standard. Yeah, so Republicans, people on the right got in and was like, hey, dude, stop being an anti-Semite. We're supposed to be anti-black and anti-trans and anti-gay and anti-all this other stuff, anti-immigrant. But don't be anti-Semitic. Don't do that. We got to be in. Oh my God. Replies to this tweet show the double standard hypocrisy of half the Republican. Okay, so he's not lighting up Nick. Does welfare and abuse and fraud only suck when it's a Somali? Ask your local. This is what I'm talking about. They are trying to draw a line here, saying that like the real ones are gonna straight up, name the. I don't like saying Nazi dog whistles, but they're gonna unabashedly cop to anti-Semitism. That is how they, and if you don't, in Tyler Oliveira and many other young right-wingers' minds, you are a clown. You are clown world. You might as well be Hillary Clinton's, like, I don't know, interior designer.
MAGA Republican influencer where he draws the line. He is right about one thing, it is a massive double standard. They're concocting this hysteria around Somali Americans being all doing welfare fraud all the time, but then when someone starts doing that around Jewish Americans, they go absolutely apeshit about it. This is like the types of comments you get. This is why we can't have nice things. Nick Shirley, I don't know you personally and everyone makes mistakes. I hope that's all this is. I hope you see how utterly foolish and bankrupt the path is. I hope you don't get into the quagmire of groyper nonsense. If you have any...
Chat, I really don't think this side of the right has that much more motion, right? The side of the right that either doesn't like anti-Semitism or more likely thinks anti-Semitism implies anti-Israeli sentiment and is places a high value on Israel occupying a certain biblically prescribed area of the map.
Interest in understanding what I'm talking about or where I'm coming from, I'd love to talk. If you don't have time for that, then please hear this. There's a whole host of folks who think it's okay to demonize Jews, and they are wrong. They are losing their souls and minds, and it would be really sad if you joined them. Don't. Way to set a lot of goodwill on fire, Nick.
Oh, there she is. There she is.
A few times here. Expose what? Jewish?
She's always there.
Citizens living their life peacefully. These are all directed at Nick. Good way to make a lot of people regret supporting you.
I really wonder, how did Laura Loomer build her cachet on the right? She's one of these figures, like Milo Yiannopoulos is the other one I can think of, who they do not get along. They are fire, they're oil and water, right? But they both have this thing where neither of them is particularly popular. There's a lot of right wingers that worry that Laura Loomer is going to expose Trump to wacky hard right shit that's going to get him clapped. And there's a lot of people who obviously think that Milo Yiannopoulos is like low key normalizing pedophilia, which yeah, he is. You know, and don't like right, but still somehow they still have a lot of power. They have a lot of connections, right? And I just wonder, how does that? Is she just like does she live her life on Twitter? Like, how does this work? Remember, she's the one that when she got banned from Twitter for breaking terms of service prior to Elon, I know this is wild chat, but prior to Elon, if you broke terms of service, you would get something called a suspension or a ban, right? You would have to delete the tweet that was, that had caused the offense at the very least, just to get your account back. And then you might even lose it for a while, right? Or be permanently banned for breaking terms of service. But yeah, she was so upset about this. Like, oh my God, breaking terms of service gets me banned. She went and fucking handcuffed herself to, I believe it was Twitter headquarters.
Exactly do you think is being exposed here? I mistakenly believe that Nick Shirley and Tyler Oliveira were very different because Nick was exposing alleged fraud and Tyler was just harassing American Jews with large families. If you can't tell the difference between fraud and harassment when you've just exposed yourself to be an anti-Semite, I was wrong. Shame on both of you. Expose what? Jewish Americans living their lives. Nick, you're such a letdown. But you better be a bit more careful when you respond to things. Did you take the time to watch the video?
Yeah.
Look into
These guys, despite not going for Tyler's like anti-Semitic bait, they do have a huge double standard.
Tyler did.
Like the stuff that they see as problematic when it's done towards Jewish people, they have no problem with when it's done to a lot of other groups.
Because it wasn't.
And yeah, this is a Republican. I mean, this is your father's Republican Party, right? These are the boomer cons. These are the old guard, right? This is not even the part of the Republican party that has like a future, right? That would be unfortunately the Tyler Oliveira's, Tucker Carlson's, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes's of the world. That's why they call her Laura Groomer. Wait, what?
Exposing any fraud, Nick. In fact, it was an anti-Semitic smear job of the highest, worst order. So again, absolutely hilarious. They all love this guy when he's pushing racism against Somali Americans, accusing them all of welfare fraud, making these crazy stories about how they run their schools and stuff, and just whipping up so much racism. But when he supports people doing this to Jewish people, I'm so disappointed in you. I didn't think you were like that. I didn't think you do the exact same thing again to a different group, because that's the group I'm in, or that's the group I support. So it's just so insane. Like I said, if Jewish people think supporting Americans going after Muslims in this way won't backfire on you specifically, even out of self-preservation, you're absolutely delusional. It's like all of these people from different minority groups, be it the LGBT community or various different marginalized groups in America, joining conservatives to push these crazy racist panics, thinking it won't backfire, it's just mental. Let's get into this a bit more as well. So here's another guy that just says it all. Matt Forney, pin post is, new at Substack, I discuss how Indians are taking over the government in Texas, from muscling Americans out of civil service positions to rigging elections and more. And that is basically what Tyler Oliveira is saying in his documentary is happening in this place in New Jersey. And then in response to a clip from this, he writes, I'm starting to have a problem with influencers harassing Orthodox Jews for clout. Do these communities cause problems? Of course they do. But do you know who also causes way bigger problems? Indians, Muslims, Hondurans, Haitians. But I'm not holding any of my breath for an expose on the Haitians of Spring Valley, because whoever is foolish enough to try that will end up going home in a stretcher. Keep picking on people who won't physically assault you and who are already hated by the left. You're a real hero, man. That just exposes the whole conservative grift. Like, Tyler, please don't...
Wait. I don't understand. Is that an argument that, look, there's better targets for our racism? Look at all these other minorities we could be oppressing. Oh my God, is that really the argument? Oh my God.
Documentary.
But what about Haitians? That's the argument? And like, again, chat, Haitians, like, what did they do? They got their country destabilized in a large part because of the United States. They were given, as they should have been, temporary protected status since the U.S. policy caused their their situation, and then they go in and work hard in Springfield and get accused of eating people's fucking pets. They literally cannot win. That is so fucked up.
on this Jewish community, you should actually hate Haitians, Muslims, and Indians way more. So go do it to them instead. I really don't think American conservatives know what they've unleashed with supporting this insane racism for years. I made a video on Ben Shapiro when he was coming out criticizing like Tucker Carlson and all these other people. And it's like, you've been so involved in spreading this hatred for years and years and years to every single marginalized group. Like I said, LGBT, Indian, different Muslim groups, now Somali Americans, and also Arabs generally, especially someone like Ben Shapiro. And then suddenly, when there's someone who's influenced younger people to hate Jewish people as well, you don't think they're going to use the exact same rhetoric you're using against all these people and then use it against communities you like or are associated with. Like this guy was saying, he's making this whole Substack piece about how Indians are taking over local governments in Texas. Tyler Oliveira does the same thing about Jewish people in New Jersey, and you're thinking somehow you guys are actually that different. So Tyler Oliveira and Laura Loomer were also going after each other on Twitter. Tyler Oliveira shows that
oh yeah, they hate each other.
You were glazing me for asking the hard-hitting questions in Springfield, Ohio.
Wait, did they not used
Where
to?
did that same energy go? All that plastic
this
is
is
getting to your
new.
head. And then it shows their messages. Your interview with that guy in Ohio was great. I appreciate that shit. We found some crazy shit, stay tuned. That man was hilarious. He does not like his neighbors. I'd like to buy him some groceries. The hypocrisy from Loomer again. Expose fraud all you want. Everyone supports this, but don't say US citizens are invaders and use an AI photo to rage bait people online. The GOP is becoming overrun with such bad actors and our leaders are silent. It is not a fun time to be a Republican at all. And then, of course, she tweeted this like 1 month ago. So we aren't allowed to speak the truth on X anymore about liberal hypocrisy and the Somali invasion. Something I spoke about in my video about...
Let me know, do you want to watch do you want to watch more coverage on what's happening in Iran after this?
About the BBC, John Davis.
Most people seem to be covering that.
There was this guy in Britain called David Baddiel who wrote this book about how racism against Jewish people is accepted more than any other group in Britain. It's acceptable to be racist to Jewish people more than being racist to black people. David Baddiel actually did blackface in a comedy sketch making fun of a black footballer back in the 90s and still had a successful career afterwards, which seems to completely disprove his thesis. But also it shows here as well with the conservative movement in America, because they're so happy for Nick Shirley and Tyler Oliveira to whip up so much racial hatred to every different group. And then on their own feeds, Laura Loomer will say, there's a Somali invasion of America. And this other guy will write an article about how there's an Indian invasion of America. But that's all acceptable. No conservative bats an eyelid, and they all encourage each other to say this stuff. Like, they hate all these people. But then suddenly, a couple of the racists in the conservative movement start applying the exact same rhetoric to a Hasidic Jewish community in New Jersey, and all of these people freak out saying, oh my God, when did Republicans get so racist? When did they get so hateful? It's hard being a Republican now because...
A good piece, but he's kind of repeating, yeah, I mean, you know, it's a certain kind of YouTube video. I don't know. It's like a certain era of YouTube where Tabernacle started.
Same stuff we say about Somalians, Indians, Muslims generally, and black people, and now they're saying it about Jews. And either I'm a white Jewish person or I like this community for supporting the same things I support, and that is totally absurd. And that shows you there has always been this hierarchy of racism in society and for conservatives, in that actually the opposite of what David Baddiel says is true. Racism against Jewish people is not tolerated by any facet of society. Racism against black people is totally acceptable by most of society, and no one gives a shit about it. And that's what you're seeing play out here with the conservatives as well. Like, they cannot be surprised when you foster a community that is absolutely hateful to nearly everything that isn't white, straight, and Christian. You think they're not going to hate Jewish people as well. And that's what they were always doing. They were always playing with fire. And now they're reaping what they sow. You see in the UK, we have like extremist parties now like Restore, who want to do things like re-immigration that would send people like me, I'm not even joking, back to Ireland, even though I'm the second generation born in England from an Irish family. And they want to do that for anyone from a migrant background. And these people say Britain should just be for white Protestants.
Remigration is crazy shit. If you ever hear somebody talking about it, it is not like a mild, you know, it's not just anti-immigrant. It is straight up human All right, we're talking about freaking ethnic cleansing is what remigration is really about. So anyway, good video from the Tabernacle, and I would have given you a little bit more on I would have watched a little bit of the Tyler Oliveira video with you. Like I said, it's pretty vile and racist, and I don't know, chat. Look, this is the new way I'm going to do things. All right, we're at 6 hours right now. I'm giving you a 6-hour stream. I'm reading you into Neurodetergent if you're on Twitch. Neurodetergent also covering the Iran situation and looks like from some interesting angles. So I'm sending you over there. But yeah, if we hit like if we hit the bonus goal, I'll probably do like a 5 or 6 hour stream usually. If we don't hit the bonus goal, it'll usually be like 4 hours and some change. And then if it's multiple bonus, then we'll have like a long 7 hour or longer stream, right? That's how it'll go, just so I can kind of I don't know, I'm gauging how much content by how much I'm gonna be getting paid for it, right? To some extent, right? But you always are gonna get like the free half for free, and even when we don't hit the bonus goal, we hit it today. We got to watch this, and thank you to the mods for helping us out today, especially if you helped out in Shorts chat. I know that's a lot. I massively appreciate that. Thanks to mods for keeping us safe. Thank you for everybody that's liked the stream on YouTube. It helps me out a lot, and I greatly appreciate it. If you ever want to, if we've got dual streams, if we got the short stream and the regular stream going up, you can feel free to like both of them. I don't think there's a penalty for that. So, but massive appreciation to everybody, especially everybody who's getting it in their heads that when I vote, I'm going to like the stream, or, say that you realize you didn't like the stream, like it's the end of the stream, and you're going to like it now because you know that that actually helps the video get out to more people as a VOD. So even if you've forgotten to like the stream the whole time, you could still do some good, right? But no, it really does help when you like right there in the very beginning chat. I'll be back tomorrow, I think, with Candace Owens, unless that gets preempted by something else. I do have a lot of, there's three Candace Owens videos now on Erika Kirk. So, this seemed like a good time to catch it, see what it's all about. We won't watch all of it because, like I said, it's like 3 Candace Owens whole streams on Erika Kirk. But we'll try to hit the interesting points. And there really is some interesting stuff in there, both stuff that is really actually interesting about Erika Kirk and her background, and stuff that is really interesting in that Candace thinks that it's interesting, right? So much love to everybody. I will see you again tomorrow, and we're a little bit earlier today than usual. I'll try to make that a thing. Right? I'm going to try to move to earlier so I can have the opportunity at least to cover more stuff, especially when I've got Thai class in the afternoon or in the evening. So much love, everyone. Take care of yourself and each other. And thank you so much, mods. Thank you to everybody that supports the stream in whatever way you choose to do it, including with your thumbs. Until then, chat, I've been No Comment Chick, and I will